Okay. I'm gonna start on a couple of subjects, and then I'd like to get some questions from all you guys. Okay, what you're having trouble with. Now, try not to feel inhibited. You got to tell me. I mean, if you feel like I'm gonna laugh at you, you're right. So get over it. Okay. If you feel I'm gonna make fun of you, or you're right. Because I have a tough time believing all you guys are serious. Because I look in here and I say to myself, which guy, if I was a woman, wouldn't I want? Okay? And I've got friends in all walks of life, and I've seen it all. And you don't know what women like. The only idea you have what women like is what's in between your ears. And I have to tell you, each and every one here is fucking wrong. Accept that. You're all wrong. You don't know what they want. And when you find a guy that says he knows what women want, well, no, he's not lying, but he'll be a gazillionaire. Okay? Because nobody can figure out, no man can figure out a woman. So what's going on in your mind? You know, there's a couple of common things that we take for granted, and we live it every day. You think when you see a bunch of women and a bunch of guys in a bar, you look at the women are nice and the guys are evil, black and white, the devil and the angels. Except the absolute reality there is, the women are the worst in security. They're tougher than men. Okay, they're emotionally much more stable than men. And they're waiting for you to come in there, and they're waiting to pick you off like fucking little darts off one of those running things. You know, the guy who runs and you're a target. They're not nice to you. You think they're nice because they're women. They're not. If you hear women talking to other women, oh, I made this guy buy me drinks all night. He's a real asshole anyway, but there's nobody else in the bar. You know, stuff like that. And do they care about you? No. You guys think they do. You think right away, they're nicer than me. Right away you're thinking, they're nicer than me. Why? If I asked each one of your mothers if you were nicer than them, they'd say yes. How wrong has your mother's been about you? You know? But you're right away, you're behind the 8 ball. If I was in the army, I would not want any one of you with me on my team. You're already defeated before you got in there. Bullet's gonna get me right here. Let's go, okay. Who wants a fighter like that? I can't understand why you guys can't get laid as much as you want to. Period. Like, if I want to take a drink of this water, I take a drink. Me getting laid with a different broad, that's what I feel. Anywhere I go, if I look at something I like. You guys, the only problem with you guys are having, it's what you guys are giving each other. When women are polled in questions, all these Cosmo magazines, whenever they're polled, they're always asked, what do they like? What turns them on in a man? One thing that's always there is sense of humor. They don't say good looking, tall, handsome. Because a thinking person knows that the reality, when you go out with a fantastic looking woman, after you get over that she's so great looking, after you get over making all your friends jealous and eating their heart out, what else is there? After that, okay, it's fabulous. It's a great feeling. You went out with a gorgeous model, boom looking broad. What do you do the next day? She's just great looking. She's probably like shit in bed. Okay? No, I tell you something. Sometimes when a broad's got her head down between your legs and sucking your dick, you really don't give a fuck how good her face looks. You want the whole package? But you're walking in there defeated. You're ready to settle for the dregs. And you know, the reality of life, it's harder to pick up an ugly woman than a good-looking woman. There's a thousand reasons I can give you on that, but then that's all we'll talk about. If you go after the ones you want, you'll get them. But again, they're the angel and you're the devil. So swear to yourself, if you go out on a date with this really good-looking woman, the next day after you've had the most wonderful time of your life, you'll spend a half hour trying to figure out how to kick your own ass. Is that a deal? Get over it. You're not the devil. Why does a woman spend... Who's got a sister here? You ever try to get to the bathroom when your sister's in there?
No.
Hard, eh?
Take your time.
Why? A guy goes to go out on a date, takes a shower, shave, gets dressed, a little deodorant, maybe a little cologne, and he's the fuck out of there. Takes a dump, brushes his teeth. How much more can you do in there? What the fuck do they do in there for 2 and 3 and 4 hours? Why do they spend a month going shopping to go out on next Friday night's date? They must care a lot more than you guys care on what they look like. You can't forget that. They spend a lifetime preparing to get laid. And then when they're out there, they go to you like, what are we chasing? We're chasing that fucking pussy like that. That's all you're chasing. Those really good-looking girls, you know? Really good-looking girls, sometimes they stink worse than fish. It's like, it's not fair in this world, you know? You have to go after the reality of what you want, where your priorities are. There's certain things that you have to listen to statistics to understand. There are more women out there than men. Fact. Who disagrees with that? There is more women on this planet than men. There are countries where they kill the women babies because they're fed up. They don't want to have them no more. I say I have the solution for that. I said put them all in a home and give us tickets to that home and we'll take care of them. You know, these things you have to think for before you go out. Women, yes, very manipulative. They only lie. And if you listen to what they say, which is one of the key rules, that you don't listen to what they say, but if you listen to what they say, you can only end up crazy. And that you must have heard in every sitcom there is, in every cliche there is, right? You hear that all the time. How can everybody be wrong? How can that be just cliches and innuendo and bullshit? How can it be wrong? Not everybody can have that idea at the same time and be wrong. But we ignore it. You hear it all the time and you ignore it. The situation here is, I'd say that, you know, I made a list of a couple of things that I figured you guys are having trouble with. And then I made pick up and seduction techniques to make a woman want you. Now, we can go on all these kind of things. Now, it's like, when I say a woman wanting you, you're looking at the woman and you have a lot of thoughts and problems going. You're thinking of what she's going to want. Am I the right guy for her? You're not thinking of how to get her. So you think about that when you go out, but you leave that at home. It's a mission. You guys are soldiers. It's not against your moral to fulfill my mission, getting laid. It's not like you're having a conflict if I say go kill babies. It's not like that, right? It's a mission. It's a fair mission. It's a tactical maneuver. You're here in a briefing room. Do your fucking job. Do your duty. Don't think of anything else. The guys who do that, what do you think? They're successful or not? And if you were a woman, you'd want a guy like that. I'm going to get back to that after. See, I think the questions here, you want to know. I'll let you read the question. Read that. These are just things that.
Out loud?
Yeah.
Do guys know what women think before you meet them? Who are the jerks, women or men? What do you think women are looking for?
Answer each one of these questions.
You want me to answer?
Yeah, I want you to answer.
Do guys know what women think before you meet them? You mean what women are thinking before you meet them?
What do you think when you're going out, when you see a woman? What do you think?
Approach her, yeah.
Yeah, when you approach her.
As she's looking at me or some other guy, she's thinking, all right, he wants to pick me up.
That's what you think. Okay, stop right there. Okay. You think the same thing as him?
That she'll automatically, once you start talking to her, automatically start thinking this?
Yeah, what do you think she's thinking?
Well, it varies, but oftentimes she just, he just wants to.
Yeah.
He just wants to.
The only thing I think of, I could go through all of this, you're all going to think various things, but the only thing I think of is, hope the bitch isn't thinking she's on the rag and she's fooling me tonight.
She's on the rag, right?
On the rag.
Yeah.
I got her period.
Yeah,
and she's playing with me tonight. That's what I'm thinking she's thinking. So usually when I go up to them, I give them a good smell and I try to smell if she's sweet or not. And I'm looking at them like I'm fucking them. And the ones that are looking back at me need to get fucked. That's what I'm looking at. Because when I look at a woman, all I think about, my best pickup line was, that I used, was when she started talking to me, I stared at her, she says, what's the matter with, I go, I'm just on my second orgasm, give me a second. That was my best line. But it's also the way you deliver it. Like, I don't want you guys to be me. You can emulate different guys, you can. You want to be James Bond, you want to be this or that, but I don't want you to be me. That worked for me. Because I'm relentless. You understand? For me, it's easy. No matter, I challenge their comeback, and that's the banter that I fall off a woman. Okay? I hit her with some line. First of all, I know she's never heard it before, because it's here. I can give you, we're going to make a book on first-time lines. But I've proven to a couple of these guys that your best line is what you're thinking of when you see the broad, if you've got the balls to say it. Remember, if you've got the balls to tell her you want to fuck her, maybe your balls will fuck her. If you don't, you won't. So what else you got to lose? Now, go for the next question.
He's picking on me.
I'm picking on you. You teachers, you music teachers. You know, I got to tell you something, okay? Before we get to this, I just want to tell you something, okay? When I had my bachelor pad, I put a fucking black piano in there. I don't know how to fucking push one key on that fucking piano. Because I figured right away, broad comes in and sees a piano, she knows I'm not a pervert if I can play the piano.
Very good.
But she was wrong. Okay, I got a piano for, this guy's a piano teacher with a fucking grand piano. I wouldn't have time to come and listen to me. You need a slap. Okay, go to the next one.
Who are the jerks, women or men?
Okay.
Well, both in a way. They both have their...
Wrong!
Well,
Stoli, listen. Remember one thing. You have a sister?
no.
You have a mother?
Yeah.
Okay, you only have to remember one thing. Other than your mother, every other woman on this planet's a slut.
Okay, I've heard that. Yeah. That's right.
You have a mother and a sister?
Yeah.
2 women.
And his mom.
Okay? I have a sister, but it's only one, in my mind it's only one. My mother. That's just like, she's married twice.
Your sister.
Yeah, so she's a slut. What do you think? I had a friend when I was young, and he used to say, I'm only going to prostitutes. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, every woman's a hooker. Do they hook you or you hook them? That's a very debatable question. I'm not going to even give my opinion on that. So, what's the third one here?
What do you think women are looking for?
Okay, what do you think they're looking for?
Well, when I put the question to the women and give them...
No, give me what you're thinking. I don't want a survey. What do you think they're looking for?
They want to be swept off their feet.
Okay, that's what you think.
Yeah.
Okay? What do you think they're looking for? Same thing? Something else? What do you think?
Security.
Security. You're probably more right than him. Go ahead, next. You, what do you think they're looking for?
I think they're looking for a man who can be himself and lead the way.
The women who are looking for a man, you're right, they're looking for a man. Now, what I think a woman is looking for, when one is confidence in a person, feeling good with the person they're with, okay? 2, they want a strong person, mentally and physically, right? 3, they want to feel safe with the man they're with. 4, good sense of humor. Got to live with the guys. Got to have a little, can't be. The last is usually tall or short, or that's the least important. And any survey's always found the same kind of general answers. So basically, the rest, you see, it's got to change eventually. We still have the Walt Disney version of what life should be. A girl meets a guy, rides off on his horse, and lives happily ever after. We're supposed to be the knight, she's supposed to be the Guinevere, and that's it. But I like that for one date. I thought they meant it for one night, not life. I got to ride away again tomorrow night. You guys think it's life because this is the way it's bred into us. The girls think so too. Listen, men and women, from children to babies, sometimes by watching children, you get to learn something. Guys play with their toys since they're this fucking big, or till they're your age. You like cars, you play with cars. You like pianos, you play with... It's toys. Women, I can guarantee right now, I don't know one of you guys that can go in, spend 8 hours a day shopping and buy nothing. When you go out, usually when we go out shopping, it's because we need something. And I don't know one guy who will go 8 hours. You'll buy it just to get the fuck out of shopping already. Now, how many women could go 8 hours and not buy dick? It's normal. I went shopping. What'd you buy? Nothing. I didn't see anything I liked. The fuck? 8 hours? You went shopping? How are you going to try to think like them?
Well, can I interject?
Sure.
Just a comment. One thing I noticed, I was in Miami with a good friend of mine, and we went out to South Beach. And I never picked this up before, but as we were going into clubs, I noticed women's eyes, kind of like a scanner in a supermarket. And Mark leaned over to me and said, "This is why I took you to Armani Outlet, because they're counting the value of your clothing. They're in the shops, they memorize all the prices, they know how much that sweater is, they know how much the pants are, they know how much the shoes are." And
I wouldn't be surprised. You know what? They know a lot more of fashion and stuff like that. You know, you can't keep up to that because it's not. First of all, it doesn't interest me. You understand? I don't give a shit. I'm just like every other guy. If that fucking pair of underwear has a rip, but those are my comfortable pair, I want to fucking wear them. Rip or not, who gives a shit, you know? But women are different. But that's what we have to accept. You know the differences. You see, you're realizing the differences, and then you're not using that. You're like a computer that's missing some fucking drivers, okay? You're not connecting up with, when you're dealing with them on your basis, everything when you start talking to them falls apart. See, you know all this. You didn't come here to hear me tell you all this. You know it. You've heard it before. Yeah. Not picking on him, but I'll pick on you in a minute. You know what? Let me pick on somebody in the second row, and I'll come back to pick on. I'll pick on all of you. Try equally, okay? You, I'll pick on plenty later.
What's happening, sir?
Good. How are you? Are you his buddies?
Yeah. Sorry.
Read one of those things off the list that interests you the most. Doesn't matter which one. Aha! That's an important one.
You want me to list them all out?
No, we'll talk on that one first. You want to seduce them? What's been happening with you?
I've had friends with privileges, several.
Are you getting in there more?
Oh, yes.
Okay. You having trouble getting him into bed?
Some of them, yes.
So always some of them. That, you know what? Remember one thing, that the ones you're having trouble getting into bed, it's the ones who realize you're having trouble getting him into bed. Right?
Yeah.
So I work it like this. You have to give yourself a rule of thumb, because you can't go every single time and waste your time with something that's not working. So usually I tell them like this: 3 strikes and you're out. And if they're giving me a tough time to get them into bed, tell them, you're giving me a tough time getting into bed. What do you think you want a woman? What do you want a woman for? Your back gets itchy a lot?
I want to get laid, and I want to...
You need her to cook for you? You need her to cook for you?
No.
You give a fuck what book she read. Can she help you with your homework? No, but can she help you with your homework?
No.
But really, at your stage of life, you're a student. What you really need them for is a little tension release, right?
Yeah.
Don't waste your time with them. Tell them. You'll find out by doing that, it'll make things a lot faster and easier. And if you get a reputation that you're a prick, you'll get laid more often. You tell them, at least I'm an honest prick. You understand? That's, you're having trouble seducing them, because a lot of you guys might not know, I've talked to Ryan before, and he has told me, we'll get back to you later too, he's told me I helped him a bit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
Isaac?
Isaac. Yours?
Daniel.
Daniel. Daniel Isaac. Okay. I like those names. Yeah. I was just at a friend's house, and I told him that I would call him a pussy because he's a real pussy, you know. See, this is another thing. I have a friend, he's a real good-looking guy, eh? Whenever we're out, the women are attracted to him like glue. Not interested. See, his life like fucking sick. Here you got guys who would take any woman. This guy, he doesn't want. They fall on him, he don't want.
Is he gay?
No, he's married to a very good-looking girl. Okay, they're just gonna have a baby now. They just got married. They got married down the hall from here 6 months ago.
Like it was Woody Allen.
What's wrong? Wrong one I took. I think. Where's that list? What about here? Yeah.
Is it like I've never belonged to a club that would have me as a member? Is it similar to that thinking?
No, it's just, you know what? You set yourself a goal what you want out of life. Really. I did not want to have kids when I was young. I got married 7 years ago. And I have a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old. Because now I got the patience for the kids.
You did before.
I didn't want it before. I was having too much fun. My wife, I'm going to pick on you next, so you hold that for that, okay? My wife, when she met me, I had some friends who always wanted to teach me a lesson because every girl I used to go out with wanted to marry me. So she says, they said, fix me up with this ball-busting broad. You know, she's a VP for a computer company, high-powered job, very high salary. Every guy she went out with, accountants and lawyers, would run with their tail between their legs. When she told me who she'd gone out with, I said, I'm a wimpy guy like that too. I'm going to be so scared when I meet you. When I got over to the house, she says, I said, you have to ask me the first thing if I'm nervous. So I came to the door with a rose and a pizza. I stopped by a little pizza place, said, give me the smallest, cheapest pizza you got. Picked up the pizza and I picked up a rose, got to her door, and I said, because I hadn't seen her, I only talked to her on the phone. I says, oh, you can keep the rose. We'll snack on the pizza. She says, you always bring a pizza on your day? I says, no, if it would have been the other way around, I would have said, I'm making some deliveries, did you order pizza? And I'm really not nervous on meeting you. She was shaking all fucking night. Because I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't care what they think. If they're not thinking the way I'm thinking, I'll educate them. See, Ryan's afraid to tell them. He wants to get laid. You know, or like the line they give you, let's just be friends right now. Let's be friends. How much I want to, and what they're saying is like, let's be friends. And if you could hear what they're thinking, I want to use you, abuse you, and treat you like shit, and have you smelling my pussy forever. The fuck do you want him for a friend for? If I knew 20 broads that wanted to get laid, I'd call them here to give you guys a good time. Right? I'm a friend. Your friend knows a chick, tries to get you laid. 2 friends go to a bar to pick up broads. If one guy gets lucky, the other guy doesn't go, you came with me, you have to go home with me. Friends don't do that, eh?
No.
Go with your girlfriend, who's just your friend, to a bar and pick up another chick. Yeah, right, eh? You're gonna get laid that night, eh? How much of a friend is she now? Are you gonna scratch my back whenever I need it? You gonna cook for me? Get the fuck away from me. If I can't fuck you, what do I need you for? You're high maintenance. You might as well enlist in Big Brothers and take care of a kid for a weekend or 2. And on your resume, you look like a real great guy. Here, you'll chase after a broad. I know one of my friends, he chased after this broad, went to Italy. She went there for the summer, went to Italy. And when he told me he didn't get laid, I ordered one of these big stupid stamps. I wanted to stamp him on his fucking forehead. Stupid. They don't fucking think dick about manipulating you to make you do anything you want. You couldn't do that to a broad, make her come in from... I had a broad from Montreal I was going out with one of my harem. I had her come to visit me in Dallas. She came to visit me in Dallas and told me she met another guy in Montreal, because I wasn't living there anymore, and she was going to sleep with him. And she doesn't know what she should do now. Sleep with me while she's in Texas and him. I go, you don't sleep with me, get the fuck out. It's not a multiple choice. Oh, I could make an exception. You see, I have to admit, I could make an exception. If I bring another broad and she only wants to fuck the broad there while I'm watching her together, I will make that exception. Other than that, what are you doing? How far do you guys want to go? What are you looking for? If you're looking for, like I said, if you're looking for a relationship, if you decided at this stage, I want to get married and settle down, all depends what you want. Are you want to be the monkey on the string for this woman? Because you're typical, perfect monkey material. Because you guys think you're desperate. And the women that want you are on the complete one side of the spectrum of the not nice ones. The more manipulative you are, the more not nice you are. So you don't win. So you're only in a lose-lose position. You have to be the director of your own destiny. It's how you project yourself. Basically, you have to realize one thing. You're all afraid to look at a girl and say to her, geez, I'd like to fuck you tonight. If she's not thinking that, you got a problem. So what do you want? You want to convince her to think that way. Well, you got to bring it up. Do your work. Suggestive, innuendo. I can be more direct. I can do stuff. I can get girls. You see, I have one friend, I don't want to mention his name. Oh, sorry, okay, Cliff? He has the worst time getting him back, keeping him. He gets them, and then they wiggle away. And I've told him, and you've heard me say this in the past, He says, how do I get them back? I said, I can get them back, no problem. And I've done it on numerous occasions, they thinking I was him. But I says, it's not getting him back, it's keeping him. And I never had that problem of getting him back. I don't want him. I don't want to know what the reason they want to dump me is. If they want out, it's out. And that's why they don't want out, because I don't give a shit. They want to manipulate you. If they can't, they hang around for the ride. I got so many times, my wife knew I had 4 other women that I was seeing on a steady basis. I never lied to them. I don't give a shit. I used to get all the time, I never did this with any other guy before. I didn't believe that either. What do I want you for if you're a woman? I own a back scratcher. I'm a better cook than most of them. If it isn't to fuck them and to have sex with them, I can't think of another reason I'd really want them. Looking is fine. I'll get some dirty pictures. You can buy a dozen magazines. Look is all you want. You got to remember, stay focused. You can't lose sight of what you want. And why are you afraid? You think you're the only ones in the bar that are, or the club or wherever you are when you meet a woman, and you don't think she's like that? You forget. They spent 4 hours in the fucking bathroom getting ready for you to chase them. Puts all kinds of perfume on, spends all kinds of money on clothes. I don't think there's one guy in this room who would do that much to go out. You'd probably get fed up before the end of the night. It means you have to start getting ready at like 5 o'clock, ready to go out for 10. Dicking with your hair, your nose, your ears, your twat. Dicking with every fucking thing that's on your body and in your cupboard. I mean, would you do it for what? To take your clothes off? So you got to ask yourself, if she's doing all that, she must want me. If she doesn't want me, she wants him, or him, or him, or him. I don't think they're going out just like we are. They're there. They're usually more of them than us. And it's proven that what you think is good looking, if you do have a girlfriend, okay, which is very rare, a girl you can be friends with and talk openly. I had one girlfriend like that, this French-Canadian girl, and she was a real friend. She used to fix me up with all her friends. She used to tell them, you know, he really likes when you swallow. Okay, she used to tell her friends, like, and they talk like that, worse than us. Okay, those were the best broads. It was, let's go out for dinner. Let's fuck first and then go out for dinner because I don't want to fuck on a full stomach. That's a friend, eh? But that's what I'm saying. We would talk. That's all. She'd look at a guy and I go, you think he's good looking? She goes, yeah. And I go, well, I don't. And then she'd look at this girl and I'd say, oh, I like her. She goes, oh no, I don't like this. And the girl, she says, oh, she's really good looking? I didn't turn me on. I mean, beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, okay? I had somebody over, I don't know who I had, I don't know if I did it with Ryan or somebody. I went on my computer and every time somebody sends me a dirty picture, I book it in. I put it in one of my programs and just let it sit there behind everything, floating around, you know. I mean, that's my hobby. I like looking at pussy. You know, it's fun. And by seeing the pictures people send me, I can tell what kind of women they like. And I was a boob man when I started. I like big boobs. But then I had so many different kinds of that, started liking this and that, and I like to try that, you know. I had to go with every kind of woman before I decided I would settle down. And then when I did every one that I thought I had on my list, I said, fuck it, let's try it once again. Okay, you know. It's what you want. And it's that easy. It's not like I'm something special. Like I said, I don't want you to be me. The best pickup line is between your own ears. I've proven that to a bunch of you guys, eh? You look at them, if you can say what you... All it is like getting up here and speaking in front of a bunch of people. If you feel a little awkward at the beginning, after a while, it's easy. You got to do it a couple of times. So you got to reject it a couple of times. Look, if I was telling you to take home a book and practice some lessons, that's your first lesson. It's the confidence you guys need in yourselves, and it's a hard thing for me. It's easy for me to say have confidence in yourself if there's a lot of reasons why you don't. And it's not hard for rejection. Look, I had a friend, this guy, when we were in high school, he was like a guy in the football team. We had the best high school football team 2 years or 3 years running. Used to win the championships in Montreal. This guy was the best, okay? Good-looking guy, was my best buddy. He passed away at 47 years old. But he was my best friend. We've been together since high school. And he was a virgin till he was 20 years old. Till I told one of my sluts to take him in my room there and fuck his brains out because I couldn't take it. He made friends with all these girls. He'd take out these gorgeous girls and he'd be their friend. What the fuck you doing? He'd go out with them for 6 months. I said, did you fuck her? He goes, no. What the fuck you doing? Everyone he went out with, I fucked. Everyone. It got to the point where I said, I don't understand you. I'm fucking everyone. They all liked being his friend. And all the girls talked. And then one day he met this really cute girl. And she said to him, I think he was about 17 or 18. She said to him, you know what? She was a little bit of a slut. She said to him, you know what? Come over to my house now. I'm horny, let's fuck. He freaked out. He got dressed in a suit. Okay? He didn't know what the fuck to do. He ran all the way over to her house. The anticipation was so strong. They got undressed. He saw her naked and he blew his load. And she got pissed off because she was a horny little slut. And she said to him, come back when you're a man. And forever he was fucked up. He's 47 years old, never had a girlfriend for a long time. She fucked him royal for life. Okay? Because he was excited, because he was a nice guy. Every girl he went out with another friend of mine in Toronto. He went out with her for 10 years, on and off, okay? She got married in between there to another guy, got divorced from him, went back with this guy, okay? And then she got married actually to 2 guys in between him, back and forth. And I said, you don't think she's playing with you? What do you think? Didn't give a shit. He was a sweetheart of a guy, you know, like give you the shirt off his back. If you'd call him up, I need you here now, 10 minutes, and he was doing something, he'd stop what he was doing to help you out. But that's it. So I saw a guy go through a lifetime of abuse by women. He was the nice guy. They always talked about, oh, he's such a nice guy. He's such a nice guy. He's such a nice guy, why aren't they treating him nice? Because they don't like a nice guy. And if you're a nice guy, well,
I think they like him in a context of a friend, but they do not like him in a romantic.
You see, you might say that. I don't know if any one guy here would abuse somebody and lead him on, because that guy always thought he's going to get laid to her, and she always thought never. What do you think? So who cares? You see, again, you're thinking what she's going to think. Oh, they like this guy in a different context. Who gives a fuck what they think? Because they don't think the right thing, as far as I'm concerned. You got to think for yourself, not for them. They're wrong. They're not nice. They're not nice. It's not when you go out and you see a woman is nice and the man is bad. That's what we get to think. Little boys are made of snakes and and girls are sugar and spice. Wrong, fucking wrong. I'll prove it 1,000 times over. That all you guys should feel it. You're not mad at them yet. Hey, you slut, the only reason I'll fuck you is because you got a nice set of tits. That's not what you're thinking? That's what I'm thinking all the time. Hey, maybe when you meet the nice one, you marry her. It's not their choice. All you guys want is to fuck. They have 1,000 other ulterior motives, different agendas. All you want, if I was a woman, okay, it's so easy to figure out. I'm in a bar and I see these dozen guys there. Which one can I manipulate? He looks the richest. Let me take him. What the fuck do you think they're thinking? And none of you thought that's what they're thinking. Not one of you thinks that way, but that's what they're thinking. Because if I was abroad and I figure, I don't know, what am I want to put this fucking piece of meat up my twat. Maybe the guy's a good lover. If he's a good lover, they want a Casanova. They want the most experienced guy. I had no problem. The more experienced they thought I was, the more they wanted me. Yeah, they don't want the guy who's going to get shaking and blow his load before, but that comes with practice. If you tell me you blew your load and you didn't perform well, I says practice, 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 practice. I could hold myself till the fucking broad has an orgasm first, and I've heard 1,000 times, oh, you made me orgasm. Hey, what business you in?
I'm a translator.
Translator.
Yeah.
You know what language to what language?
French, English, German, Spanish, Portuguese.
You know these languages well, eh? You do translation.
Yeah.
How good a translator would you be if you knew those languages as well as, let's say, I knew them?
Yeah.
You're going out to fuck women.
Yeah.
Read a couple of books on them. You don't have to buy them. Go to a library. How to Please a Woman. Where the sensitive spots are. That's a perfect line. You know, I went to the library yesterday, and I got a book on how to please women, and I want to practice tonight. I have some homework to do. Will you come out with me? What's wrong with that for a line?
You know, I was in the hot tub with my condo, and I had that book, Michael Morgenstern's How to Make Love to a Woman. This Japanese girl gets in, sitting across from me, sees the title on the spine of the book, gets up to the jet next to me and starts getting off, masturbating with the water jet. No. And then I just dropped
What did you do?
And say, you know, I could do a much better job than that water jet. But I've got to get a new copy of the book now. It's totally water soaked.
So did you do her?
Yeah. And it's funny because apparently the sound carries from where the hot tub was.
Listen, any guy passing is going to go like this to you, okay? Any girl passing is going to go, oh, he must be good. You think, oh, that's disgusting. If you think it's disgusting, keep passing.
No, the lifeguard there was this 16-year-old, not 16, a college girl who was like flirting with me after we got out of the hot tub. She was probably 18 or 19, hopefully.
I might still be there. I might still be in that hot tub. Get a fucking small little burner and a coffee maker and plant a couple of flags and live there forever. But that's what I'm saying to you. The girls want to have fun. I can't believe that, you know, they're all stupid. A lot of very intelligent women out there. And they have their own way of attracting men. 99% of the time it's from looks. That's what attracts you the first time. I know guys who are very particular. Oh, I won't go out with that, won't go out with that. I was like that at the beginning. I like big-chested women, and like right now, to get onto my own porno library of pictures of women, I have to see the pussy and the two tits. Otherwise, side angles, no, I got to see it all. Okay, because it's my new kick right now. I've been in orgies. I've gone to these clubs where you get it on together. There used to be a club here on, I'll remember the name in a minute, in Montreal, where you used to have a dance floor, and they put a black curtain around the dance floor, and they dim the lights, and they opened the dance floor, half the people were fucking on the floor. Okay, it was like a club.
In the 70s?
In the 80s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Beginning of the 90s. It's, Masson Street. It was on Masson Street. Yeah, well, you know, they love to have fun. I mean, you know, listen, it just fucking can't be just good for the guy. Do you know? Let me ask you something. A lot of you guys don't realize the female orgasm. Okay, they enjoy it more than men when they orgasm. It's not like a guy. Okay, you have to talk to women. I mean, I could tell you all about it, but we can't feel that. You blow your load, you feel good, you're a little tired, and it's over. A woman, it lasts a few days. And usually women don't have an orgasm with a guy on the first night. They're not as hot to get in bed with you unless they're nymphs or horny broads. They're not as hot. The average woman knows they won't have an orgasm the first night. What do they want the first night? They want to be made love to. You know, the girls who were the toughest, who, in my mind, I knew if we get into the subject of sex, they'd come up with, well, I don't do anything the first night. I used to know, because I could feel what they were going to say to me, and I would say to them, you turn me on so much that the first night I would just hold you. And I'm thinking, if I got you into bed, I'd fuck your ass off. There's no way after I'm in that bed I wouldn't fuck her. But you see, that's not what she wants to hear. She wants to hear the other thing. And you know what she wants to hear. They're romantics too. They want to be romanced. They want to be swept off their feet in their own illusion. You have to build this illusion for them. You have to tell the story. Project what you want. What's she gonna say? Oh, you're such a dirty pig. How can she say that to you? If she says that, you can go goodbye. You know? She'll blush, she'll think about it, and the more she'll think about it, the more she'll want you. You're the first guy who's told her that line. Every other guy is, excuse me, I think you've lost my old phone number. Can I get yours? These fucking contrived lines that you know. Oh, God. I love hearing those lines. When a guy says it to a broad, I stop what I'm doing and I go, I gotta watch this like a show. Okay? I gotta watch this guy go down in flames. Or the girl's gonna play with him for a while. I would, wouldn't you? But the girl that was just told that the first night the guy's gonna just hold me and not fuck me. Wow. You look at her, see if she's got a nice long neck, you look at her and you go, girls with long necks, I'd go like that. Know what I'm looking at? I go, just why are you looking at my neck? What I could do to that neck, you would never believe. Oh. You know, every part of her body. I never stop looking at the chest. I love if they say, what are you looking at? Or you're just got a dirty mind. I go, yep. If she accuses you of anything, agree. You a pervert? Yes. You a degenerate? Yes. You only want one thing out of me? Yes. Think of a question you could ask me that I don't want to answer yes to. Yeah, who's got my list? You, read another one off the list that interests you, that you're having trouble with.
What is approaching a woman?
What? Approaching women?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I thought I was just talking about for the last while, but...
No, I said, yeah, I know, but you said that's...
Approach women, I have no... You see, I approach women, I'll go right directly to that, like I thought we understood this, but that's fine. That's how I approach a woman.
Yeah, I know, but the question is, everyone is having this attitude.
But just, yes, look, what are you different than him or him or him or him or me or them? What's the difference in you? Why should they talk to you? Why should they want to talk to you? You don't speak all that clearly anyway. I had to ask you twice. Why should they want to talk to you? You have trouble approaching women. Why don't you go over to a woman? The first thing you say to her is, I really like you, but I have trouble approaching you. What's she going to say to you? Get away from me. No, she's going to say, wow, I never heard that before. Me, I look at a woman, I don't have trouble approaching them, but usually when I want to start talking to them, I fucked them once in my mind already, and then I start talking on what I like the best about them. They got a nice body, and sometimes if they're really good looking, I'll go over and tell them, you know, you're so good looking that most guys are afraid to come and approach you. And I am in a way too, because I'd be afraid that you'd refuse me tonight.
You've done that.
Yeah, what's the difference? If you're either gonna fuck her, you're not gonna fuck her. But if you don't approach her, you're for sure not gonna fuck her.
What I find interesting is how you approach her with certain vulnerability, which...
Yeah, because you see, they too strong is no good too.
Okay, that's what I need to do.
You know, remember, men, the way they started to approach women, I believe, was the right way. knock on the head, pull them, motherfucker, get down there. I used to make a joke with them, and I used to say, you know what? I was 38 years old before I found out a woman's ears were for hearing. They weren't handles? Fuck, am I an idiot? And I make another joke. What's the nicest thing a woman can say to you? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the nicest thing she can say to me. Do I really want to hear anything else? I have two basic rules. And now when I'm going to tell you the rules, and the reason I haven't told you these rules yet is because if I would have said them at the beginning, you would have had the right to probably walk out and go, this fucking guy's crazy. But the more I talk to you, the more you'll find out that these rules are the only rules that matter. And there's not 30 rules, you don't have to write them on your arm. You have to understand them, you have to live them. Rule number one, and I don't make a lot of rules. Okay, anybody who understands these rules will be successful. Period. Rule number one, who cares what they say? Period. Rule number two, as important as rule number one, considering there only are two rules. You're the most important person in this relationship between you and her. Now, believe it or not, I believe that women live by those two rules also. I'm not telling you to hurt them, hit them, manhandle them. I never liked really rough sex, you know. I had a girlfriend once who made me squeeze her tits till there was like marks in them, and I was always so paranoid that, Christ, she calls the cop and says, look what he did to me, and I don't want to, you know, I'm a lover, I don't want to abuse them. And I had a friend of mine who just loved to just come in their face and slap them after. He lives in California. It was his turn on. I wasn't into that. And I had another one who liked to get into the S&M and the... Today it's a dangerous society. You have to be careful. You could get, you know... I had another guy that called me and we were talking on the phone for a while. One of the guys, Clifford, was telling me, is he here, Clifford? Hey? He started telling me about the woman, and I told him after a minute, I go, hello? Stop what you're doing. Stop. Don't look at her again. He was stalking her. I think I mentioned it. Yeah, he was stalking her. I says, what kind of advice can I give you? I would never stalk a woman. You want her back, but she changed your phone number and told you never to call her again. Hello? Go on. He sent her a letter, and the police responded. It stopped. It's over. What do you want me to tell you to do? He's going to school someplace in Boston, and he's flying back on spring break to California. I says, is there any other reason you fly back to California? Your family there? You know, only to see her? He goes, yeah. I go, don't do it. And these are the guys you read about in the paper after doing crazy things. I mean, I don't go for that kind of stuff, and it's not that I'm an angel. I mean, yeah, I like a woman to be mine, okay? Yeah, I'm a male chauvinist pig, yeah. I like that kind of stuff. I like to be in control of the situation. And I do tell them during my relationship with them that every once in a while I like them to take the initiative and show me what they can do, okay, which they like. And my relationship is not a democracy. You want to be with me because you're never with the woman. You'll notice that they're always with you. If you want to be with me, it's my way or the highway. You don't have to be that rough with it, but usually if you leave it to them to decide which direction to go in, you're fucked. So if you're being that stupid, you can go wherever you want. But if you want the relationship to go the way you want it to go, lead. You know, I would dance with broads and they tried to lead and I'd go, oh, wait a minute. Do you want to lead? You have a dick. You don't have a dick. You don't lead. That's a small, if that's an attitude you have, I go, yeah, that's the attitude I have. You just heard it. Why are you asking me that question? Don't defend what you think you're right with. All of a sudden they make you feel guilty, so you go, oh, okay, I'm not really like that. Or I don't want you to think I am like that because now I want to get laid and I'm afraid you ain't going to do it. Fear. Your own fear.
Brings me to my question, a different topic. Dealing with flakiness. Flakiness, for example, I'll just give you my example. Happened last week.
Let me just tell you, let me interrupt you. Come back with your example. But you see, flakiness, that's where it comes in. Is she flaky or is she acting flaky? Is flaky one of their ploys? Or is she a flaky person? There's plenty of flaky people out there. There's flaky guys too.
Yeah.
But you don't know because you see you're not her friend. Or you're not her relative. You don't know if she is or she isn't. If you find them being flaky, to stop it, you can tell her like this: if we start to have a relationship and I ask your family how flaky you are, would they tell me you are or you aren't? Find out right away if you're dealing with it, because you're asking me something that she might not be flaky, it might be one of her ploys.
It could be that I'm trying to figure out if something happens that, well, if it hasn't gone very, this is a waitress that I've got together with her a couple of times, and she was dating some guys, and I was just enjoying her because she was introducing me to all these other women, which was great. But recently she broke up with the guy, so we're supposed to get together, and she's great. She gives me her cell phone, everything. She returns my calls, everything's fine. Last week she calls me up and she says, I'm at Newtown, we're going to Newtown in about an hour, and I'm with 10 of my girlfriends. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna go. And I show up there and there was no one there. So of course I don't waste time. I met two unknown women on the street. And
oh, she wasn't there either?
She wasn't there, and there was nobody there. So I don't waste time. I hung out with these two women I met, and I had a great time.
She told you to meet her at a bar.
Yeah, and she wasn't there.
And she didn't show up. So what's your question?
The same night I called. So I said,
you called her?
Yeah, on her cell phone. I left her a message on her.
Why would you do that?
Because I want to know where she was.
Let me ask you something. Why do you want to know where she was?
Because she told me she would be there.
Yeah, so what did she lie to you?
Either that or something.
I don't know. What happened? What happened? You're thinking for her? You're defending her?
Once again, that's it.
What are you doing here? She fucked you, and you're trying to figure. Why did you fuck me? Hi. Why weren't you there? She wasn't there. Were you mistaken? Were you? Why weren't you there? I was really like. Oh, Jesus, I went there, but I picked up the other two women, but why weren't you there? Who the fuck cares? You don't call her again.
You don't call her again.
Don't talk to her again. You see her, you go.
If I see her at the coffee shop.
You embarrass her. You tell her, I don't think I would have treated you like you treated me.
That's what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I wanted to do.
That's all.
But I wanted to ask you first.
No, I would be mad. You disrespected me.
That's it. Good.
I'm glad we couldn't pursue a relationship. I don't like the kind of person you really are.
Yep.
What more do you want?
That's great. That's exactly what I was going to do.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Because it's a coffee shop right next door, and I often run into her while I have another woman.
Hey!
Which is also good, too.
Who did the terrible thing?
She did.
Right. You're probably going to be embarrassed to go see her? No. Walk in there.
No.
Walk in there and go, it's terrible what you did. I would never have done that to you.
That's exactly what I wanted to do. Exactly.
And if she starts to explain it, I don't want to hear your explanation. It's fact.
Would you say something like, well, you could have called me.
No, I don't. What? Cause she could have. We know what she could have done.
Yeah.
She knows what she could have done.
She didn't do it. Yeah.
Who cares? What are you gonna? You're gonna teach her? You're a music teacher, and you want to teach her also.
I have that tendency.
Don't teach her.
Right.
She don't need. And if she needs to be taught, she'll call you. Can I get lesson number 101?
Yeah.
What are you gonna teach her? To be a decent person?
Yeah.
Forget it. That's what I'm telling you. You would never do that to her. But she does it to you, and what did you do? Hi, why did you do that to me?
So you wouldn't even bother unless you ran into her?
If I ran into her, I would say, I would look at her, because I was the hurt party, and I would say, you hurt me. I thought you were a nicer person. I guess I made another mistake in my life.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I'm not a,
She's not a nice person. Okay. Say now my original thought only to fuck you is probably the right idea. And walk away.
I had a similar situation last month where a girl called me about half an hour before our scheduled date. And
I'm smiling, you know why?
Why?
Because I remember you so well. You're a bigger pussy than him, but go ahead, I want to hear the story.
No, I'm coming back to that. Okay, so she goes and she goes, I cannot come, I have to drive my sister and my dad got fired. I felt a little feeling of guilt inside her. So I go, so how are you going to make it up for me? And she goes, we could meet tomorrow. I said, okay, tomorrow I'm outside the house, so I hope you will be there.
And she wasn't there?
She was.
She was.
She canceled for the same day. She
you know, there's.
I go, how are you going to make it up for me? But I touched that she had some feeling of guilt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, you know, there are genuine.
Oh yeah, sometimes they have real reasons.
Yeah, but you know what? If I tell you I'm in a restaurant like that downtown.
Yeah, that's different. That's a total place.
With 10 of my friends,
yeah.
and
unreachable, and doesn't even call the next day to say, look, something happened, we had an accident, whatever. No.
Yeah, I think she's just full of shit. She's playing games with you, and she's not a nice person. Let's face it. You know, there's a lot of women that are not nice. I mean,
it's good because it has to do with your. I thought of the first thing that came to my mind was exactly what you just said, because I was thinking, honesty, this is how I feel. If I run into her, I'll tell her. I left one message and I haven't called her since. I would never.
But you see, you still left a message and you called her. You shouldn't. You see, they're waiting for that call, and they're gonna go. You know what she said? She said to her friend, "I made him. He's calling me now. What a suck."
Well, that depends. You gotta understand it's the tone of voice. I mean, on the phone, I wasn't as wimpy as you made me sound. Not at all. I said, look, I just, I'm here.
Let me ask you something. If she did it to me, would I have called her?
You say you wouldn't.
Think I would have?
Even if
I had
drive half an hour.
I tell when I meet a woman, we start a relationship. I read them the riot act, and I tell them I'm reading you the riot act. I believe a relationship has to be fair for both parties. At any time you say to me, "Don't call me again," or "Bother me," I will not call you again. And I've had lots of girls tell me to get pissed off, "Don't call me again," or "I can't see you tonight, I'm busy." "What are you busy with?" And I go, so what are you doing tomorrow? And I totally ignore. Well, I only answered them once. So they get all pissed off. "You know what? Don't call me again." That's okay. And I don't.
Okay. Yeah.
And they call me, and Clifford's seen that many times. They're madder than hell. "How come you didn't call me? You told me not to call you."
That's good.
But I didn't think you'd do that. "Oh, I know." But I won't call him again. I don't give a shit. You see, for you, you're wondering because you got a problem with one you're getting laid with. The more you get laid, the more my attitude you'll have when you realize how many there are out there.
But yeah, that's actually not so much of a problem. Things are much better now, so I don't have a problem.
But that's
walking away. But I'm just wondering. I have no problem walking away from this chick. I'm just wondering whether it's worth it to simply make one phone call or one point of saying, "Hey, you disrespected me." You're saying basically that it's fine if you run into her.
If you, I wouldn't go out of my way to even run into her.
Okay, that's what
If I run into her, no matter who's with her or who's with me, and I'd go, I would have said, "Wow, I thought I made a big mistake with you. I thought you had manners. I thought you were a decent." That's the truth, and that's what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, if I show up there with another woman, I'll have no difficulty saying it in front of the other woman. She's a waitress too, so she's going to be serving us, and she's going to feel horrible. But I don't care.
If you want to teach him a lesson, you can go there with another girlfriend. You can say to her, "You know what? You'll never know what she knows."
Yeah.
But I don't waste my time with that shit. I go on.
Okay.
Who cares? It's her loss. You know, it's a very funny thing, and I can't explain this. I have a theory about it, but I can't explain it for fact. When you get a girlfriend, and a good-looking girlfriend, all the women are after you. All of a sudden, it's like you're with a good-looking girl, and you're a magnet for the rest of them. Do they want all women not to be happy? Or are they jealous of what other women have? Because I have a very close friend, and he was married to a really good-looking girl, really like storybook marriage. He fooled around a lot when he was young, and he married the girl next door kind of thing, literally. And then he told me she started hanging out and going drinking with a lot of her divorced friends. I said, what's the count? He said, there's 3 girls divorced and the 2 that aren't. I go, they're all going to be divorced.
It's the influence.
All going to be, he says to me, you got it all figured out. And I go, Jimmy, they're all going to be divorced. He said, that's my wife you're talking about. I go, I knew her as long as I knew him. Well, I knew him a little longer, but sure enough, today, they're all divorced. Women are catty. You've heard that before, eh? Have you heard before that women can never have as close a friend as having a man for a friend and having a woman for a friend? Yeah, you've heard that before too, I suppose. Now, coming back to the beginning. You're worried. You're made of everything bad, and they're made of sugar and spice. They're made of all the wonderful things, but you don't hear them. Men don't do that kind of stuff that women do to each other, eh?
No.
Oh, fuck. And there's not a guy that don't like to see a cat fight, eh? So you keep forgetting this. You're going on with this, and what were you listen to what she said. Why didn't you meet me then when you... Hello?
Okay, I get it.
They're laughing at you.
Yeah.
You walk with pride. If you see her again, you tell her what she did. You can't be, you know, you're not a jerk. Say, I'm not the jerk, you're the jerk. Whatever she can answer you back with. You wouldn't have done that to her. You don't want to see me. Don't tell me to meet you. Don't. If a guy did that to a girl, boy, would he be a piece of garbage, eh?
Absolutely.
My friend Warren, the one I was talking about before, I remember I used to have a girlfriend in a different area in Saint Laurent, one of my girlfriends. She was gorgeous, and she had a really attractive friend. And her friend was crazy about my friend Warren. And he invited her to my sister's wedding. She went out, and she was hot for him, okay? And he went out, she went out and bought a dress, the whole 9 yards. And then at the last minute, this other girl that he was crazy about, that her parents were coming to the wedding because they were friends of my parents, she was Lebanese. And I said to him, he says he's going to stand up the other one to cancel with the other one and go out with her. I go, I know her. She's Lebanese. She has to be a virgin on her wedding night. Because I was friends with her brother and stuff. I said, I know her. I never took her out because I knew that no matter what, she was strong-willed enough that she'd be a virgin on her wedding night, and I didn't want to get married, so what for? Okay? So he stood up the first one and took her out. He didn't get laid, and the other one hated his guts, and they bumped into a few places, and every time she said, you stood me up. Okay? You real bastard. One of her friends would call him the next week to go out with him. You hurt my friend so bad, I want to fuck you. Hello? I mean, these are all stories you hear. It's not everybody can't be making them up. you guys have to realize it's your thinking that's wrong. I tell them, I use it as a line. I used it when I moved to Dallas. I didn't know anybody. I grabbed the local paper and I put an ad in the paper, and my ads went something like this, because all those ads I ever use always go something like this. It's my MO. If you believe in honesty, trust, and respect are the most important things in a relationship, and you'd like to meet a friend and lover, call. Short, right to the point. And you know, all of them, like, I ask them, what do you think the most important thing in a relationship is? And they'd go, most women go, communications. The communications, the reason they do that is because whenever they want to break up with you, they always tell you, we don't communicate. So they always use communication. It's all bullshit, okay? And they'll go on trust, and they'll go on respect, but they'll never get the three that I go. And I tell them, and I tell you guys, although it's a good line, it actually happens to be the absolute fact. Any relationship, whether it's friend or anything else, has to be built on very strong foundation, which is honesty, trust, and respect. Honesty is the first thing. You have to be honest with each other. Honesty does not mean you have to tell her everything you know on this planet. You have to give up the farm. If there's something you don't want her to know, just say, I'm not telling you. I don't want you to know that. What's wrong with that? Because, you know, I'll tell you, anytime you ask a woman something and she doesn't want you to know something, she'll tell you, I'm not telling you.
Yes, absolutely, they do that.
But for you to say it back to them, they can't handle it. And every time you ask a woman a question, she answers you with a question. And when they do that, ask her a question. Keep it going. Answer back with a question. They got fabulous tactics. They're born with them. That's honesty. Trust. There's degrees of trust, and how much trust can you have when you just met a person? So trust has to be earned. And you tell them that. And respect. Respect. There's only two kinds of respect, not more. There's fear. You respect something because you're afraid that it might hurt you or harm you. If I lift him up here, give him a baseball bat, which one of you guys are going to call him a nigger? Okay? What? That's respect, but that's fear. The other one is, you find out he's an astronaut. Oh, that's admiration. So there's only two kinds of respect. I say I'll take what I can get. That's all. But respect also has to be earned. She's got to know you. But by being honest with her, she's got to respect you. You'll overwhelm her. That's what they want. They want a guy they can respect, but they say they'll give it back, which is a lie. You'll find out it's a lie. When you say to them, I don't like to play games, they'll go, me too. And they're playing games from the second they're talking to you. This is what you have to be armed with. I'm giving you your battle gear. You know when you get dressed up combat, you get a helmet, you get a flak jacket, you get hand grenades. The helmet's not the only thing you guys got to carry. That's what you guys are walking in with, a helmet, holding on like this. When you finish with me, you're going to be fucking Green Berets. You won't need a helmet. When you go out to battle with me, you're going to want to go ahead of me and show me what you can do. didn't want to be a teacher. For over 30 years, my friend Cliff comes to me for advice. And he tries to emulate me. His alter ego on those phone line things is David. He goes by the name of David. I got 5 or 6 friends going by the name of David. Okay? I don't want them to be me. It's easier if they're not. All you guys can do it. I don't want to be your teacher. We discuss 100 times. My goal is to get you guys out there and get a different group in here tomorrow. When I hear success rates, I heard Steph was supposed to come today. He's supposed to give me a big hug because he's getting laid. He says his dick is real happy he's getting laid. He's the fellow that's actually the writer of the book that I dictated to him. You see? We don't see him anymore. He's always getting laid.
That's success.
I've been dictating the book to him, and he's been writing it. That's it. Maybe I can do a book with each one of you guys, but that's it. And I'm just as happy. When Ryan called me the first time, says starts working what I was telling him, I'm even more happy. Because it's not hard. And you find out, you go out, I don't know, maybe, I don't know how their university is, but usually you go on campus and you look and these fucking dorks are with these good-looking women. Hey? Who? He's the dork with a good-looking broad? Get his sloppy seconds.
Excuse me, but you see, we don't want to be you, but we want to have this attitude that you have, like
but the attitude is very simple. If you follow the 2 rules, you'll have the attitude. See, I'm not telling you there's 20 rules or 30 things to do. It's just 2 rules, but you have to live them. Everybody that's tried my attitude, okay, Clifford and it's worked. It's not. You don't realize it's easier than you think. It's like the guy you talk to about riding a bicycle. Once he starts riding that bicycle, oh boy, that was so easy. It's only hard because you guys think it's hard. If I had the power to really, when we hear about hypnosis, these guys, there are some people who give you a hypnosis thing and how to, pick up and hypnotize the broad. I don't need that.
That's not how you define hypnosis.
If I was that good why would I teach you how to hypnotize the broad? If I was that good, I'd hypnotize each one of you guys to go ahead and do it. Okay, if it works. Because that's all it needs is your attitude change. Every time you get in trouble, it's because of the same. Ask yourself, did I listen to what she said?
Here's a question.
Sure.
And we had this happen last night. Saw 3 girls together. They always travel in 3s for some reason. Start talking. 2 of them are latching on to me, and the 3rd one says, "No, we don't want to talk to you." And the other 2 are still looking at me like, "What are you going to say next?" And the 3rd one was like, "No, we're not talking to him."
She actually said that?
Yeah.
Really? She said, "We're not talking to him."
Yeah.
See, I would say like this to her. This is how to shut her up. Say, the last time a girl said that to me, she was the one I slept with.
Oh.
That's good.
Dissipate her right away. She's the tough one, giving you the hardest time. You're flattering her right away. She won't know how to handle that. You know what? When you're in combat, you go after the objective. Sometimes you go after the machine gun in the corner that's relentless rather than try to get to the mountain at the top. Dissipate. You understand? Knock her away. Think, and you got to be thinking like this. This broad's giving me trouble. Or you could come up with what you're thinking. If you're thinking this broad's giving me trouble, think to yourself, look at her and say, I was thinking that this broad's giving me trouble, and I'll never do a threesome. I'm so upset. You're thinking about a twosome? So I was thinking about a twosome, but if you wouldn't be so tough on me, I would have thought of a threesome. You have to dissipate her. First of all, they're all laughing. They're going to laugh too. They're not going to believe you said that. Right away, if she's going to look stupid. You have to dissipate. You have to be, and when you're not nervous, okay, when you're not, listen, the best defense is an attack. If you go on the defense, when you're walking backward, you don't know there's a fucking table behind you and you fall. When you're walking forward, you see everything. Go forward. If you get a knock, duck. But don't run away and hide. 3 girls, listen. Which of these 3 girls doesn't have a lift if she goes home with me? Try that.
I like the first one though.
But whatever one you like. I mean, she's the one who's going to give you your line. That's why I say you don't need to be armed with a line. What you're thinking. What you're thinking. And listen, you cannot be the only person or the only woman in the world that's thinking the same thing as you're thinking. If she's not out there to get laid, what is she out there for? And ask her that question. I'm not that kind of girl. Why are you here in a bar, spend 4 hours getting dressed up? Why are you here if you're not that kind of person? You meet him in the supermarket, I have different attitudes for meeting him in a supermarket or in a street or in a... It's different. Anywhere you want. You can stop a girl in the middle of the street and go, I just want to tell you something. Walking up here, I started looking at you, and I've already had 2 fantasies. She might call you a pervert and run away. But if you don't do that, you never know what happened. I was not far from here one time, many years ago, and I saw this girl, strawberry blonde hair, down her back, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, dressed nicely, looked like a dream. I stopped the car and I get out and I say to her, you know, I know you don't really pick up girls from a car, so I got out of the car. I have to tell you, you're the best looking girl I've ever seen in my life. I went out with her for 6 months. She was Miss Montreal in 1982. Every time I went out with her, the women would come on to me like incredible. I was out with this good-looking, gorgeous woman. And she wasn't that good in bed. Her sister was a lot better. She told me things that I would never have believed. She said to me, she doesn't get hit on a lot. They're afraid to talk to her. I couldn't believe it. And all my friends, her tongue used to hang out when I used to walk into a room with her. For my birthday, she got one of her friends to come over and do me together with her. Now I know she really liked me. You can buy them all you want. You can buy them. When they come after you, it's so nice. You feel so good. I mean, we dream for these things, and if you're lucky enough to live and have things like I've had, get called up and said, what are you doing this weekend? Pick me up Friday night, and she takes me away for a weekend. I had one called my secretary up and found out if I could take like 5 days off, and she took me to a resort for 5 days. When she asked me if I could go, I said, I don't know, what am I going to do with my other girlfriends for 5 days? They all want the bad boy, you know that. You've seen that, the Seinfeld episodes, you see it every, you ever see bikers? They got the best looking women. And they're real nice guys, you know.
When a woman asks you that question, are you seeing other women? Do you take the fifth, or do you sometimes say, like you said, I'm not comfortable answering that question, or do you systematically
I'm
say
seeing
yes?
lots and lots of women, but the women I'm seeing right now is too good looking to talk about other women. You're going to give her something that you're going to be able to walk away with your teeth.
Okay.
You have to give her a compliment at the same time. That's a woman. You have to know that. You have to know how to compliment a woman, but there's no reason. They want the bad boy. They want to know that other women want you. I incorporate all that in the way I deal with them. If you can do that, fine. If not,
Put a price on yourself.
well, you know, like, I'm here with 10 of my friends, so they lured you there. I mean, if you think about what, you know, what do they call it? There's two kinds of murders. One where you got pissed off and you got in the fight and you ended up getting killed. And the other one was premeditated, thinking about it. It's the worst, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Manslaughter.
they didn't just do it at the spur of the moment. I'm going to be waiting for you with 10 of my friends at a club. It's premeditated. Would you not say that? It's a worse crime than, yeah, the girl that he said, oh, she made a mistake and got caught up with something. It's not premeditated, it's an accident. You can be human. You can be tough too. I would have said also, you're going to have to make it up to me. I would have brought that up immediately. You have to make it up for me. Not only put your legs behind your ears, you might have to take me out to dinner. Say, I'm a cheap date. Okay, take a break now?
Yep.
What's that?
Let's start again.
Right now.
Hey, David, ready? Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. So, we had an interesting conversation at lunch. You started something, Clifford stopped us, wanted us to come back to it here. Do you remember what you're asking me? And you're next. You still want to go through that question, right? Yeah. Okay. Did you guys have a good lunch?
Very good.
So you had an interesting
Story
at lunch, okay? Something happened to you, good. Anybody else? Well, we had an interesting lunch too. I was picking on this poor little waitress. But she confessed to me that she can't cook too well. And when I told her that all I want to do is make love to her, she said, that's very nice. Isn't that what she said, guys?
She said, I love that.
I love that.
So, let's go. You don't remember your question.
I'm trying to think.
Okay, you think about it. Go with yours now.
Some place you mentioned that you should have a structure and constantly improve on it over time, and if something doesn't work, analyze it. Can you elaborate on that? Because I think I have some issues with structure.
Yeah, when it comes to structure, I tell you right now, you have to completely destroy what you've believed up until now. Let's start that way, it's easier. Number one, your structure goes by the two first rules are the most important rules there are. Who cares what she thinks, and you're the most important person in a relationship. And the relationship you're looking for, no matter how long or short it is irrelevant. The relationship you're looking for is honesty, trust, and respect. If she won't respect you in the morning, I think you all can live with that. But that's what you want. And if you start on that foundation for your structure, when it comes to structure, what do you want? You have to try the same thing every time with her? It's very simple. Go on so basic, something that's not hard to remember. Be honest. We were walking out here downstairs and there was this good-looking, really sharp broad walking past us fast, going from one. She looked like she worked in the hotel. Hey, who was there with me? Hey, you guys saw it, eh? She looked like she worked in the hotel, and I looked at her and went, what did I say to her? Wow, wow, wow. She turned around and smiled. Here's some guy looking at her, telling her she looks wow. She didn't get turned off.
No. It's also in the way you do it.
It's because I do what I don't find there's a way I do it. I look at her and I go, wow, wow, wow. If you would have said the same words, what is, I did it any differently?
Now it would probably work for me because I'd be...
I showed them in the restaurant. I follow my structure. I try at all times to try some physical contact. Very pleasant physical contact. I make sure that she knows that I go back. That I decided on when I went back to the caveman, biker kind of thing. They take their woman. But I believe I'm a gentleman. I don't want to take her if she doesn't want to go. I'll never be accused of rape. I don't have any misdemeanors for abusing women or anything like that. I pride myself, I'm a gentleman. When I ask her to come with me, I don't ask. But, I'll show you something. Get up for a second. Get up. Come here, come here. Come here. Stand over here. You see, I didn't ask you to get up. I told you to get up. I put my hand underneath you like this and I showed you this. I'm leading you.
Leading, yeah.
It's not unpleasant. You don't feel like I'm grabbing you or groping at you. But you're totally in my control. Now sit the fuck down. You understand? I'm not being rude about it. I must have touched her in the restaurant a half a dozen times. Would you guys say that? Hey? She came over to me. 8. He counted, sorry. And she never pulled away from me once. When I called her to come here beside me, she came right over like a little puppy girl like I liked. I told her I want to make love to her. I told her, and all she said to me was, I'm not really a good cook, you know. What'd she say about lightning bolts behind her head or something? She said something. I don't remember. See, I don't listen to what she says, but when she said lightning bolts, says, the only time you'll see lightning is after I make love to you.
Wow.
You guys, you were there, right? Yeah. What she gave me the line. I didn't think of lightning bolts.
It's like me with the hypnotic voice.
You understand? She gave me the line. I don't look or think of a line. I literally, I come up with something that's, I look at her, it's going to tell me what to say to her. What I'm thinking. You all have the same ability. You're all thinking very similar to what I'm thinking, but you're afraid to say what's going to happen. This person who you might never see again in 14 lifetimes in Montreal, in this place here, might think you're a prick or a jerk. Who the fuck cares? But if she doesn't, and you have some fun time with her, what's more than two people honest having a good time? You're not taking anything. You don't want to steal her money. You don't want to take her car. You don't want to rape her little boy. You just want to have some fun. And if she doesn't want you, Fine. When you relax, because you see what you're saying in my attitude, so I'm relaxed about it. If she told me to fuck off, okay, so I didn't do anything wrong. She can't have me arrested for what I'm thinking. If she did, I'd be, you guys never see it. All it is I'm relaxed with what I like myself. I'm not afraid to say anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not going to walk up to her and say, hey, I'd like to fuck you here on the table. Unless she's that hot and I can't think of anything else. Maybe I would say it to her. You know, it's the women that have these fantasies of getting laid in the elevator, in the hallway of hotels and stuff like that. I once told a girl, I don't remember the whole situation, I told her, I could do you here on the hood of my car. I wouldn't give a shit who's watching. What do you think? They're insulted when they hear that? Grow up. We were just talking at the restaurant. I mentioned to the guys at the table, as I'm chatting up the waitress, she went away, and as I mentioned to her, I mentioned to them Howard Stern. He has more women listeners than male listeners. And he's a pig. He's worse than me. Maybe. I don't know. Okay? And she comes over in the conversation and goes, yeah, but he's so pleasant about it. And she's agreeing with me. Is that what happened, guys? I mean, if I would have told Clifford, stake this broad out at the restaurant to show the guys, it would have been, you know, you guys wouldn't believe it. I keep saying, why wouldn't he eat down here? He took me across the street to the hotel there to eat, you know, it's no difference. And I wouldn't, you know, it's like, went there, could have gone here. It doesn't matter where you go, there's people everywhere. And there's so many people not trying to approach you. You know, the girl that ran across there, and I told her she looks, wow, she must feel good from that. She'll go home today and tell her one of her friends, gee, this guy thought I looked so fantastic, he couldn't stop commenting. They love that kind of thing. I'm not telling you to go and grab her, or rape her, or molest her. Today, the parameters of what you're allowed to do are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Rather than try to figure out what you're not allowed to do what you're still allowed to do, for crying out loud. You know, when I started dating, we could pick up a broad, throw her in the car, take her away. Cop would watch you, they'd be laughing. There used to be a very, very predominant joke here in Quebec, okay? And today, only guys like me have even one half of a ball to say it. Why do French Canadian men beat their women? Because they just don't learn. These were the jokes in the old days, eh? Broads. Look at the Rat Pack. Okay? The women loved them. They called them all broads. Women love bikers. Women, they love a caveman. They like the ruggedness. They like a guy telling them what direction to go in. That woman, Steinem, that that led the whole revolution with women, okay, wanting to be, you know, dominant. A few years back, she started writing that she regrets her whole life because she did that. She never feels good. She doesn't. She likes to have a relationship where she can feel comfortable with a man. Never had it. It's not natural. They want to feel comfortable with the man. Look at, we were talking about scent, the animal kingdom. Look, perfect. No, there's no perfect example. There's no more perfect example than the lion. The male doesn't hunt. The male has a harem, right? He sits around, cleaning himself, licking his balls all day long. And he's got a fucking harem, and the women hunt for him and cook for him and do everything. What kind of animal do you want to come back as? Hello? Do you know why he licks his balls? Because he can, it's right. But that's what he does all day long. How bad is one of the smartest? Why do you think they call him the king? Hey? Why? How much of a better life can you want? Hey? You have a harem. They all do anything for you. They hunt for you, take care of the kids. You scratch your balls and lick your balls and fart all day long. That's in belch. Tough life. Well, don't you think nature is telling you something? And these women, you know, I like to go out with waitresses. Why? Do you see, you saw how they love to serve you. They love to come over and take care of you. You heard what I said to her? I said to her, if I was your boyfriend you really liked, what would you tell me to order off the menu? That's how I started the conversation. Is that not what I started?
Yes.
Right away, she chose something really good. I gave her control, and she couldn't handle it. She started taking care of me right away. She's under my control full time.
What made you think that she was not able to handle it?
What made me think that? Her actions. Because I'm being pleasant, I'm not rude. She could have said, listen, if she's there with the thing, she could have said, everything's good.
Yeah, in other words, not one.
I don't know, choose any, what do you like? Do you like hamburgers or you like sandwiches? What would you like? I could have thought of 100 other ways for her to answer me, except she opened the menu, went over me and pointed down there. Okay, exactly. I know I have her already. What? Because she's exactly following what I want her to do. If she's not doing it, it's a different story, but she's doing it. I don't have to, I don't think what, you see, you're thinking again, what's she thinking of?
No, I'm not, I'm just trying
You are. Every time you tell me you're not, it's because you are.
I'm trying to figure out what made you think that.
But it's what made me think. I'm wanting to see if she can take care of me. She's answering me back the way I want to be answered.
And if she doesn't? If she wasn't, like, not in a playful mood?
I didn't care if she is or if she isn't. It's not her mood I'm concerned with. It's mine.
No, I mean, but what?
Yeah.
What would you do? You just drop it? Yeah.
It's not her mood I'm concerned with.
Okay, I understand that.
You see, you're still thinking as like rule number one.
Yeah.
You're still worried about what she's thinking. I don't care what she's thinking. I don't worry about that. It doesn't enter. That's one thing I tell you guys. You gotta really live by that rule. Doesn't matter what she's thinking of. It's not important to you. Did she once think, what's he thinking of? When I asked her, what are you thinking of? She started smiling. Hey? Right? She says to me, what do you want? I says, what do you think I want? Ooh. She asked me, what do I want? Well, how'd I answer? You guys were there. Hey? So what do you think I want? She started smiling from ear to ear. Well, she's a rocket scientist. She's smarter than all the other women in the world. I got one that figured it out right away, what I want. Fuck. If they had one eye and were deaf, they could figure out what I want, as long as I have a set of tits. She figured out what I... No. It's because I don't care what she's thinking. It's what I'm thinking that's important. It's what you're thinking. You keep going back. All these questions are, what if she, what you're worried what she's going to think. Stop. That's what you have to stop. That's what makes me come natural. Because if you see what I do, and you guys today had a good example twice when we went out. If you see what I do, the last thing I'm thinking about is what she's thinking. It's my absolute last thing I would think about. I don't care what she thinks. She's either going to think good things about me or bad. I really don't give a shit. I'm projecting what I want. You walk into a store, you go to buy something, you're looking at a radio, and you say to the person, which is the better radio? And they're thinking, which one do I make a bigger commission on? Are you thinking about that when you're asking him which radio I should buy?
No.
I am. I'm asking him a question. I'm thinking from that. I proved it. I went the other day to buy a CD player. So I read about the CD player, and I went in, and they're using it as a loss leader, so the price is really low on it. So I asked the guy which CD player he thought I should buy. He told me exactly the one that cost the most, rather than the one was on sale, and the one that I read in the Consumer Reports was just as good as any other one. I said, well, I didn't read that, I'll take that one there. And he got all pissed off. Then he tried to sell me their warranty for a gazillion years. And it's like my friend tells me, he said, by the time it breaks, you're ready for a new one anyway, today with electronics. But that's what he was thinking of. Him, I know what he's thinking of. He wants to make the highest commission. That's what he's there for.
But you don't care.
No, because if you do your homework like I did, which you should do as a consumer, and if you don't, you're liable to get what you get. You understand? You got to do your homework. You got to know what you want before you go out. Most guys know what they want. You go to a store, I'm buying that thing there. Maybe if another TV is a little better, whatever. But usually you know what you want. But here you are, you see. We didn't have a lot of women to choose from. I chose from the waitress that was there. She wasn't bad looking. Wasn't great. She's on the good looking scale. She doesn't even enter. She's not on the bad looking scale. She's like that limbo kind of thing. After I come, I go, whoa, what was I thinking? You know? That's the kind of girl. But
do you find that there's a difference between the way you treat women that are incredibly good looking from women that are...
No. Because there's two kinds of good looking women. There's those who really think they're incredibly good looking.
Those who have self-confidence issues.
And the ones who think that are going to be very hard to deal with no matter what.
That's what I thought.
So I don't give a shit. And by being more aloof with women like that, you're better off. And the women who don't realize they're good looking, that are good looking, those are the good ones.
Yeah,
those are the keepers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
But the ones, you'll find the ones that think they're really incredibly good looking spend 12 hours in the bathroom. They're better artists. Because actual reality, again, is the male of our species, just like in the animal kingdom, is usually the better looking of the animals. Okay, the female is not as good looking. They have to adorn themselves with all kinds of stuff. I mean, those tits are meant for the fucking kids to suck on.
Yeah.
They're just fun, you know?
Can I ask you a question? When the makeup comes off and then...
Well, you know, listen, you got to deal with them. It's you know, there's another joke. You know what? You say you sometimes their face is ugly and they got a great body, so you put a bag over their head.
Yeah.
So you know what a bagger is, eh? You know what a two-bagger is? She's so bad that if her bag falls off, you keep one on your head. Okay? You know what a plastic bagger is?
To kill yourself.
No, you hope she dies before you finish fucking her. So I mean, these are very crude jokes. I probably will not be in the
Video, gonna edit
in the video and edit them out. But that's the reality. I mean, that's the way we like to think. I mean, you look at a girl. If you look at Playboy or you look, they try to make them look as angelic as possible, while they have the hottest bodies. When you look at a magazine like Hustler, they try to make them look as slutty as possible.
Yeah.
And we all like that slutty looking broad, you know, that's what you go after. The angelica ones you want to take home and marry, be the mother of your kids.
Yeah.
Why? You mean to see the slutty looking broad isn't really nice just because she's slutty looking? Yeah. She perceives herself differently in that mirror. And a lot of times you guys don't pick up on the things that I pick up on. The way they get dressed is the way they want you to perceive them. They're telling you a lot. You're just not reading them. I mean, that kind of stuff I think comes from experience, being able to read the way they project themselves, the way they dress to attract you. And we had another case where there was 4 girls left the restaurant at the same time. One was wearing this beige top, really tight, and she had a nice set of boobs, she had a nice figure, and she had her jacket in her hand. Most of the other ones were wearing their coats and jackets. Well, she wanted you to see her body. She had a boom body. She wanted you to see it. What do you think? She was the only one who wasn't cold, you know? She had the least amount on. And then we had some discussions on what they wear to, and what did somebody say? The hornier they are, the least clothing they wear. I like that.
I think that's what he was asking.
Can you get horny enough to get naked? Hello, what do you think I want? But that's what we came down to. I mean, I told you those 4 broads, there was a timid one there and there was one all dressed up. She didn't want me to look at her. Both those didn't want me to look at her, and I wasn't.
Okay.
Why would I go, like I said, the uglier broads are sometimes the hardest ones to go into because they're going around with a good-looking broad. Why? Why is always a good-looking broad with an ugly broad? Well, I feel, this is just an opinion from one asshole, I feel they don't want competition, is number 1. I feel they want to show off, it's number 2. No, they want to show off. Okay, I feel they're never really nice to the ugly broad. If they meet a guy, the ugly broad goes home on a bus, no problemo. Okay? They're using their friends. What do you think they're going to do with you if they get a hold of you? If they're using their friends and they want to be your friend, hello? They're manipulating all the equipment around them for their best ability. I mean, 2 good-looking girls couldn't be friends? Why not? Why is it always a dog with a good-looking girl? They don't want the competition. Why is always one timid? We saw there, the girls who were paired off, you could see the way they walked and the order they walk. It's very important also if you see, if you'll go and you ever go horseback riding?
Yeah.
Okay, you ever go on these trails where the horses are like almost like a train ride, you're sitting behind? If you watch at the hierarchy of the horses, there's never a female at the lead of the pack when horses. It's always a male. And they tell you, don't try to pass the other horse because they'll kick each other or bite. Okay? This is the animal kingdom. We're the same kingdom. The women go out with all these things, knowing what they're going out for. And the guys, if you noticed in that train, were always at the back. You know, they ask a lot of married women questions. Ask, what's the first thing you do in the morning to your asshole? You know what they all say? Send them off to work. I never would jump in the back of a pack if I was with any one of those girls. I'd be holding on to her, make her walk beside me. I don't walk behind them because it's just, I don't walk behind them.
Okay. Yeah.
You can't have it wishy-washy. It's an all or nothing kind of thing. You can't lead them if you don't want to continue leading them. And you can't start to lead them if you're going to peter off later on. You have to continue. Consistency. And they notice that too. If you're not consistent, if they think it's an act, they'll eat you for supper. It's consistency with what you have to do. You have to concentrate. And like I say, think if you don't hit it with this one, you hit it with that one or that one or that. You cannot get afraid. And the fear is what brings you into problems. Go ahead. Did we finish your question yet?
I have another one.
Okay.
To that one. You talk about being consistent with the structure. Something does not work. Analyze it and fix it. What do you mean by that?
Okay.
Be consistent with the structure.
There's an old saying. When he calls you an asshole, look at him. Tell him fuck off. Then when he calls you an asshole, look at him. Think about him. Tell him to fuck off. When he calls you an asshole, look in the mirror before you tell him to fuck off.
That's it. A few people say it.
You understand? I gave myself a set of rules. I don't go on a fourth date if I haven't fucked it by the third. Used to be that I was so bad, I thought it was bad. I thought it was good. If they didn't want to sleep with me on the first night, I was relentless. I had to. I used everything I possibly could to make them the first night. I did it for sport. I honed my skills that way. And the ones that wanted to do me the first night, I wouldn't let them touch me. Because I wanted to be the master. But that I did after I was already into it.
Did that take a lot of years to get
No, it fell into place. I had met this one girl who read me the riot act. I don't want to discuss my family with you. I'm just very sexually attracted to you, all my innuendo and everything. And if our sexual relation is good, I'd like to keep it like that. I need a safe sex partner. I said to myself, I must be fucking dreaming. This is like perfect. Whenever we want to have sex, if I call you or you call me, if I'm not busy and I like the idea, we'll get together right away. And let's try to accommodate the other person if we have a need. Oh, I like that, I said. Now, what part of this girl don't I like? Let me say, okay. I said, this is your rules. She goes, yes. I go, I can live with that. But what happened was, she wanted to change the rules later on in the relationship. And I said to myself, self, tell her where it's at. I said to her, you made these rules. You didn't ask me if I liked these rules. You made these rules and I accepted them. Now I ain't changing them. They're not negotiable. That's the way it worked. And we broke up. And she was great. But by that time I was seeing 3 or 4 other women. Look, harem, I could talk another 10 hours about having a harem, and having a harem is not easy. Okay? You guys aren't ready for that yet. Okay, it's a lot of work. And also, the honesty comes in to play harder when you have a harem. Harems don't work all the time, and they don't. And the staying power. I found Valentine's Day was the most crucial time with a harem. Sometimes after Valentine's Day, I only had 1 girl left, or none. Christmas and New Year's are also tough times. Your birthday. Her birthday's not tough, unless all 4 of them. All 4 of them have the same birthday, then you just, might as well hang yourself right away. But I had systems worked out for that, and the more simplified I made my system, the better it was for me and the more they loved me. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, Clifford knows this, and I think, I don't know, I think you might have heard it before too. I went out and I bought a gross of cards for Valentine's Day, 144 cards. And every girl I went out with, whether it was the first year, the second year, the third year, I gave them all the same Valentine's Day card. I only had to memorize one poem. When she'd say, I got your card, or when we were in the car, she says, oh, I like your card, I'd be driving, I'd read it off to her, because I memorized it. She says, you know that so well? I go, when I saw it, I knew it meant you. And if I gave her the same card the next year, so you know how hard it was for me to find the same card 2 years in a row? She thought I was the most fucking romantic guy in the world. I was doing it because I was lazy shit. I bought one card in 1972. I grossed them, and I think I still have a half a case left or something. The fuck cares, okay? It was easy. Remember one card, I go, hey, I got trouble with name. You saw, how many times did I ask you the girl's name in the restaurant?
4 or 5.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't hear what they say. It's so bad that I don't remember their name yet when they tell it to me.
Problem with that now.
And you told her that. Told her that I don't remember your name every time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, I do things now. I did things when it came to the harem. I only thought of ways to develop that would make my life easier. I didn't worry about them. I knew that by having one card, what happens if I go out with her friend the next year? I use that card on your friend, but it only suits you. You can't lose. You only have one thing to defend. You don't have 50.
Okay, yeah.
When I would use the wrong name when I'm fucking them, that's a bad move, it's a disaster. When they'd approach me like that and they'd say, you know what, I have to tell you, that was the best girl I've ever had in bed before, and you reminded me of her. I never would let them get on top of me. They're not going to win.
So you think of these situations beforehand?
I'm going to fuck up. I go by, I'm going to fuck up. Now, if she's, okay, good. You know, I fucked up.
So you learn and then
I remember the first time I said my ex-girlfriend's name. Susie, oh, my name's Janet. Oh yeah, you're really thinking of me. You must be somewhere. And she's lacing into me, and don't leave me alone. Now I'm thinking of, I want to fuck her again. How do I get out of this? You know, and that's all I'm thinking about. And then the next time it happened, I said to myself, it's because you made me think of her. I haven't thought of her in years. You're incredible.
But this is not the honesty. You are conflicting yourself. This is not the honesty.
It is honest. Who do you think I was thinking of? If I said the other one's name.
No, the cards. For the cards.
It is honest. I never said I went and got this card for you just like I did last year. I asked her a question. Do you know how hard it would be to find the same card again the second year? Don't remember. I know what I said. I never said I went and got this card again for you last year. And I says, I make it a question. Do you know how hard, what the odds are I find this card again? I told you, I don't have to tell them everything. I tell them what I want to. I ask them a question. It dissipates all. I didn't tell them that I bought that card. You know what I tell them? I sometimes, hold on. My wife, you know what I told her when I gave her that card? She says to me like this, you got this card for me? I says, no, I actually got that card. I bought a gross of them. I give them to every girl. She never believed me.
Like Max, I met this woman outside, and I tried his approach because normally I'd be embarrassed to be not embarrassed to be in a seminar like this, but embarrassed to admit it to a woman that I'm in a seminar. She says, "So what are you here for?" And normally I would have made something up, and I said, "Well, I'm here for a seminar. This guy is teaching us how to approach women." She never believed me. She said, "Oh, that's a good line." I said, "Isn't it?" And then we just talked. It was great.
You see, You don't understand. I don't tell you, let them interrogate you and tell them all the secrets. Whatever you tell them has to be the truth. You can manipulate because they're manipulating. And I tell you, having a harem is a complete different thing completely. You have to be ready for it. Like, most people would think the worst thing in a harem is if one of the girls comes in while you're fucking the other girl. That's actually the best. Okay? That's actually the best.
But you are not hiding on any girl that...
No, I never told them I don't see other women. If they say I want a totally monogamous relationship, I go, well, I do too. I'd want one eventually. Yeah. I couldn't go with anybody who's seeing anybody else. Sure. How do you know? How do you know till you've tried? Maybe you're gonna like me enough to go out with me and take any kind of thing I want to give you. That's what I'm banking on. Maybe you're gonna have a good enough time with me. Maybe you're never gonna know. Because I don't really listen to what she says, it's what I think. I have the answers I want. If they don't work, I'm not telling you that every single relationship works and every single situation works. You lose as many as you get. Well, I didn't. I was very lucky. I didn't lose as many as I got. I got more than for me, it was at the beginning when I started to approach women. Anytime things with sours, because when I lost the edge, the aggression, when I backed off a little bit, when I tried to be nicer, tried to be like my father would say, you have to be nice to women. Like I'm not nice to them. Why am I not nice to them? I'm not hurting them. When you go to different states in the United States, the more southern states, these yahoos marry these girls, knock them up, take off on them, never, never help them with child support. I don't want to do that. I took very seriously safe sex because I was sleeping with so many women, and you can't tell. In my day, you can go for a penicillin shot and not worry. When I started going out, but things changed. Herpes and AIDS. I went out with a girl. It's a very funny situation. I think, I don't know if it's luck, intuition. A friend of mine fixed me up with her. She was really dynamite looking. But he bet me, because those were the days that I was making every girl the first night or second night, no matter what. He bet me that I couldn't go out with her 4 times and only sleep with her on the 5th date. So I took the bet. The 5th date? No, it was like 2 months. I couldn't see her for 2 months without sleeping with her. He says, because you meet all these sluts. I said, they're all sluts. He says, no, you haven't met a nice girl yet. So I know a nice girl, but you have to promise not to seduce her for at least 2 months. So I said, fine. So after the 4th date, she was really coming on to me, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't really
like you that way.
No, I said, I don't really want to get into this till I really get to know you well. Okay? I have to really be sure. I used all the lines the bras would give me when I was younger. Like, I have to be sure about a relationship, that's bullshit. So, one day, I had to go someplace, and she was waiting for me at my place, and all of a sudden I'm going, she said she had something serious to talk to me about. And she says to me like this, when I walk in, she says to me, I'll never forget, I'm standing in the kitchen, she says to me, did somebody tell you anything about me? I go, no. She says, well, I have to tell you something seriously. She starts to cry. She had herpes. And she didn't know why I didn't come on to her, because she was really surprised. Some guy had herpes, went out with her, they broke up. He got it from another girl. and to teach her a lesson, got together with her again just to give her herpes. That's the story she told me, which I could believe or not believe. It's irrelevant. But she said she always talked to her doctor, and when there's no outbreak, it's not, the danger's not there. And I said to her, to be honest with you, I didn't know you had herpes. I said, so I just had a bet. She goes, a bet? Yes. So-and-so who fixed us up, I bet him that I could go out with you for 2 months without jumping on your bones. She goes, you bet that? You go, yeah. I said, because ordinarily I figured I could have done you the first night. But I always prided myself that I could handle all situations. So I said to her, you know what? She says, it's not dangerous when I have no anxiety. And because I had made her very anxious, she had an outbreak. So we weren't going to do it anyway. And I went to a friend of mine, I got a friend who's a surgeon, and I said to him, I want to know everything I can about herpes. And I found out everything about it because I had to do her, but it was very hard. I found out when the safe times were and when the non-safe times were, and I slept with her. But I did not have my heart in it as much as she wouldn't have had it. Because it bothered me all the time. You're always thinking about that. You know, that was my own inhibitions and problems. And that actually was one of the reasons the relationship didn't go on any further. Because for me to find a girl without herpes is just as easy as. So I just saw her less. I used to ask her, how you doing? Good. Any breakouts? No. Okay, I'll come see you. You know? So it wasn't like, and I couldn't help that, you know? She used to say to me, so you don't want to see me when I have herpes? I go, no. Why would I want to? She wasn't that good a cook. But that's the reality of it. Some guys, and she ended up moving to the United States and marrying this other fellow, I guess. I mean, yeah, maybe a guy that falls in love with her can handle it. I didn't feel that way, and I didn't push myself into a relationship just to handle it. And I don't want to be no fucking hero, you know. No, I didn't. I tried to deal with it, and I found I was having difficulty, so I went on. It's not what I was looking for. And remember, rule number 2.
You're the most important.
I'm the most important person in my relationship. And you have to know that. Each one of you guys has to realize you're not going to meet a girl and put her up on a pedestal. Don't have to buy her dinner. You don't have to buy her. If you want to buy her, hey, I see nothing wrong with going downtown to a prostitute and getting your rocks off. You know exactly what it costs, you know exactly how long it's going to take, and it's over when you leave. No more commitments, no more questions, it's over. If you want to do it that way, fine. If you want to chase after this slut that's shaking her ass in your face, and you got to take her out for dinner and buy her this and chase after her there and take her there and spend lots of money on her, and you don't get laid, you only get frustrated. Well, hello. Paying to get frustrated.
I feel myself at times with the girls that I desire, that if I lose that pain.
Maybe you don't, you know, I definitely believe there's certain people who don't want to have a good relationship, only like to suffer.
This is what I'm thinking these days, you know. If I'm with a girl that I'm not interested in, I have absolutely no problem. If I'm interested in a girl, it's a totally different story. So I'm thinking like...
Well, maybe you should sit down and analyze the way you're thinking with a girl you're not interested in and the way you're thinking with the girl you're interested in. Because you're obviously thinking one way for one and the other way for the other. I'm
thinking the wrong way.
Exactly, or switch to the thinking, or use one thinking for both, and see what happens. Try that. You know, you're telling me exactly where the problem is. How do you want me to respond to that? Yes, you're right.
About the solution, which I already thought of. But
exactly, you're telling me the solution too.
It's not integrating.
No, you're telling. You know what? It's like telling me that when I have a flat tire, you know, I call it the stupid question club. You got a flat tire? When the tire's flat, everybody sees it's flat. I don't have to, you have to ask that question. You're asking me, you got a flat tire? Yeah. Yeah, you're telling me. I'm thinking about the one that I don't like the way I should, and the one that I like, I don't think the right way. Okay. How do you want me to respond to that?
No, you are telling me something that I already know.
Exactly.
Alter your thinking.
But what I'm saying to you is, the problem always is the one that you what do you think about? What is she, the Queen of England? She's the Queen of England?
I could beat the Queen of England because I'm not interested in
Yeah, yeah. What was this girl's name downstairs in the restaurant?
Victoria.
Victoria. Queen Victoria. I didn't put her on a pedestal. I had her down about this far. Okay? And I told her that. And then, these guys asked me, how do I get her phone number?
Yeah, so.
You saw how I was it? So shut up, okay? How would you get her phone number? I told them I don't need her phone number. I can get it anytime I want, and I had no problem. You didn't see that. These guys saw that. I'm in a restaurant. She's a waitress. I said to her, can I have a card from this restaurant? So she gave me the card. And I said, what are your hours here? So if I want to call you. She told me when she's there. What do I need to ask her for her phone number for her to think, should I or shouldn't I? I told her to get me the card. The guys heard. So can you get me a card from this restaurant?
At the same time, you make it clear that it's not just because you want it.
Oh no, when she came back with the card, after I had the card, my hand says, so what are your hours here? Because I can call you here anytime.
Yeah.
I didn't ask her for anything. I took what I want. And I'm not a pervert. She was like smiling to give me the information. You ask them, I tell people you have to ask them questions, because if I'm going to tell you to go and take that embankment over there, you'd like to try to find out. That's what reconnaissance is. You want to find out, are there landmines? Is there barbed wire? Is there a machine gun post over there? Try to get the information you need from her. They give it up so easily if you're smart. What's your favorite fruit? I've never eaten apples over a woman yet. I've never eaten apples off of a woman yet. They usually say strawberries or, I go, I've eaten strawberries off somebody's before. Whipped cream, but not apples.
It's interesting, you're getting...
You understand? What am I making you think? What am I making her think? I'm directing where I want you to think. I asked you about fruit to talk about your naked body.
That's great, David, because that was my next question. When you're on, because obviously they're different.
But I'm not telling you I'd like to see you naked. What's your favorite vegetable?
I'm afraid of saying it.
Say it. Whatever.
Potatoes.
You know what? I think you probably like cucumbers better. If I was making the salad.
Ooh. Yeah.
There's nothing that you can't use if you just think. Where do you want to lead her? You want to talk about penises? You tell her, I have to tell you a story. I went into a bar. I tell this to women. And I see this gross looking guy at the corner in the bar. These 3 women around him. I go over to the bartender. I go, what's the deal with this guy? He's terrible looking. Bartender tells me, I don't know myself. He says he comes down, he orders a drink, starts licking his ears, and these broads come around him. I don't know what's going on. And then, God forbid, she says to me, "What do you mean?" Or, "That's a gross joke." By asking her, telling her jokes like this, you can see where her level is, where her sense of humor is. It gives you something to, "Oh, was that in poor taste? Or do you taste poor?" You know, you direct it. You're the one leading. Bring it to where you want to go. If a girl, you bump into a girl here and she says, "Fuck me, I'm on room 308," and you take her out to the front door, who's making the mistake? Right? I know a guy went to a hotel in the States. He meets a girl at the bar and he's with a friend, so she says to him, "I'm in room 206. So he goes back to his room and he calls her all night and she doesn't answer the phone. He says to me, "I don't know what's wrong." So she told you she's in 206, why didn't you go there and knock on the fucking door? I wanted to call her, ask her permission. Guys make the stupidest mistakes because they're thinking, what's she thinking? Should I call her first?
They're giving her the control.
Yeah, you know, fuck, I don't want them to control me. You're not letting yourself, you have all the ammunition, weaponry around you. Somebody says to me, I meet them in the street and how do I get them to go home? It depends. It's a very, you know, meeting them in the street is nice to meet them and say, when you meet them in the street, the first thing I think of, and I mentioned this a few times to some of you guys, is that meeting somebody in the street's a very, very iffy thing today. If you tell anybody, if anybody asks you, and you say, what about meeting a guy in the streets? If they're your friend, they're going to be very careful. So the first thing you have to do in that kind of situation is try to get her to think you're the nicest guy you could be. When I meet somebody in the streets, I go with a different kind of line. I don't go for sex. I go for, is your name Paula? Is it Paula? Because you look like a Paul. That was my mother's name. You understand? You want to come off. You're not the fountain pervert who wants to jump on her bones and drag her around the corner and rape her. You're meeting her in the street. It's a dangerous place. Look, in New York City, try to talk to a broad on the street. Yeah. They're trained since they're born not to ignore you and keep walking. Hey? The different cities you go to, if you go up here in northern Quebec, like I said, there you don't have to worry. Yeah. They're right beside you 10 minutes later, you know. But the bigger cities, they're fearful. In Dallas, when I first moved to Dallas, I put an ad in the paper. I told you guys, and the first girl I contacted, she wanted to meet me at a mall in front of the movie theater at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What the fuck's wrong with you? It has to be in a public place. I got assaulted. Fuck you, I'm not a pervert. Then after a while I found out, yeah, they're terrified. The girls carry guns in their purses. You get a lot of basket cases out there. Here I am, they have those Bundys and those all those rapists and murderers. Here all I want to do is get laid and have some good times. I never want to hurt the girl. But they got to know, I'm not the only idiot out there. There's some guys that are dangerous. Like this guy who called me, he's stalking a girl. You know, I'm not going to get any advice from me on stalking her. The last thing I would do, if you don't want to know me, there's a gazillion of them out there. The girl that's giving you the hardest time, walk away from her. go over to her and say, you know, you probably know me better than anybody else. Could you fix me up with one of your friends? Right away, you're dissipating everything she's trying to do to you. You can't fight if there's some bitch who's got your number. I mean, you guys all must know bitches. There's no way when they get their claws out, get out of the way. You have to dissipate that anger. If there's 3 girls in a group and one is after you, you got to get that one. Because she's probably the strongest or the ugliest. Anybody else has a question here?
I remember we were talking about the restaurant. It was using sleight of mouth or using phrases to get her mind in a sexual context.
You know what? Everything today is sex. It's like I said to her in the restaurant, what do you think I'd want from you? When you try to go out and when you bump into somebody, everybody masks it. Queen Elizabeth still fucked her husband. He still spread her legs up in the air and got on top of her and pumped her. Like a slut or a whore she is, okay? She ain't no better than anybody else. Those ladies that can go, if they have kids, they've all been fucked. And if they don't, you don't want to fuck them. You know, that's what it comes down to. What do you think? It's a big surprise? What does a man go out with a woman for? Unless she's really rich and you don't want to work anymore, or she's a phenomenal cook. What else do you want to go out with a woman for? You're going to have more fun with male friends.
You know, a lot of women ask that question. They'll say, "What do you expect?" Or,
well, hello. You know what? And the more you mask it, the more. What would you think if you're masking it? She's saying he's a liar. Then what do you want me for if you don't want to? You know, here that girl wearing that beige top, Clifford. What do you think she was saying? Oh, I'm a virgin. Nobody touched me.
I'm available.
Hmm?
I'm available. She's giving me out the sign that.
They're telling you, if they don't want it, they're telling you, you know, like, girl can say no. You don't have to rape them. Hey, if you don't want it, bye, I'm out of here. All right. To get further into this thing, which we could never stop, there's each relationship you have to dissipate. Their best lines are, what do you want out of this relationship? It's a very tough question. Mm-hmm. Not for me. I go, I'm still on the first part. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
That's good.
How do I know what I want out of a relationship? I haven't fucked you yet.
Mm-hmm. I came up with that yesterday. I was just thinking about what would I say if she asked me.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that.
Like, well, are you in love with me? I said, well, I don't know. I haven't had sex with you.
I'm in lust with you.
That's good. Yeah. I'd say I never fall in love with a woman until I've had sex.
I gotta tell you something. I said to, and this is the truth. This is how you can know if I'm on it, if the guy's honest or not. I told, other than my mother, 2 women in my life that I loved them, and I married both of them. I never would say I love you and I'm fucking them just because they want to hear it. No. I tell a lot of them, I'm in lust with you. You're hot. Do you love me? Before I come, I could say anything. You want to ask that question 20 minutes from now? It's the truth. You can't, you know, you have to remember the lies. I'm giving you too much to remember. Tell them the truth.
Sure. The less you lie, the more. The more you tell the truth, the less you have to remember.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. You don't have to have a rocket science memory. And you heard me. I don't remember your name. I'm sorry. I never make a date where she's going to be able to say, ah, you were late. Comes to structure. M.O. If I say to her, let's go out Friday night, she says, what time are you going to be by? I tell her, you know what? I would never insult you by being late, so before I leave the house, I'll give you a call that I'm on my way. I'm never late. They love to say you were late. You have a fucking car accident. What the fuck? You were late. You were late. You don't want to be late. No, I'm not going to be late because I'll call you. And not only that, keeps them on their toes. It accomplishes a lot more than the one thing you think it accomplishes.
I see they're always thinking about you, waiting for your call.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see you tonight that if I gave you a time, I'd kill myself if I wasn't on time. So I'll call you before I leave.
How do you say stuff like that?
Stuff like that, yeah. You want to be romantic. I don't, you know what, listen, I got to tell you something. I have a friend, Harvey. He cheats on his wife more than any guy I know. And I have another friend, DJ. And I developed something for these guys because they can't approach women. It's like when I would talk on the phone, convince this girl that I would be Clifford and get her to, you know, I would do something else. They'd go on one of those telephone things and I talked to her for a while and I could make up a fantasy and I would tell them, see, I'd live off their fantasy. What's your fantasy like? They tell me their fantasy, mine's almost the same. Not close, but and I would tell them that I want to come over, if they're the right woman for me, adventurous, willing to try something really offbeat, lie on your bed, when I ring the doorbell, open the door, leave it open, I want you in the sexiest position with your ass up in the air, and I'll kiss your pussy before I kiss your lips. And I send my friend Harvey over to the house. Or DJ. They don't know, and he says to me, my friend Harvey's totally bald. He shaves his head. So she says to him when he gets there, and I forgot, she asked me what I look like, and I said, I got brown hair. She says, I thought you said you had brown hair, and he goes, oh, I've always been bald. You know, and she's all, he goes, what happened? I go, well, okay, I can't remember all his details. He still fucked her. Would I get naked in bed, leave my door unlocked for some broad to come up and jump on top of me? Never. They do that. Yeah, that's, you know, I don't even know what the girl looks like and I'm never going to meet her.
How many of the women you, since you've been so many, if you were to say something like, did you know that, I mean, I know that every woman has a fantasy of being tied up. How true would that be, would you find? You know the kind of thing that you can say that women will go, wow, he knows so much about me. And
no,
who knows this just as a guy.
You see, I would never say that. I would probably say something like this, which I've done before. I go, do you ever think you'd like to tie me to bed and take advantage of me? And they go, yeah. I go, well, I'd never let you do that, but I'm going to do it to you. Okay? See, that's the kind of questions I ask them. I would never, especially after I saw that Seinfeld episode with George. You ever see that one where? Which one is it? Where he goes in this room with this girl. He bought this brand new suit. She thought he was rich because he bought this brand new suit. She ties him into the bed. And he has no money, so she takes his suit, leaves him tied to the bed. Forget about it. But yeah. Break. Let's go for a little break here. Okay, we'll start with eye contact, as he mentioned first. But eye contact is always very important. You look at them always. You have nothing to fear. You don't want anything from them, unless you do, unless you want to rape them or you want to steal their money. But you look at them right on the face and you make sure they know where you're looking at. They know. You know? I do stuff like that. I mean, I don't care. If they say, what are you looking at? It's perfect. Because then I know they know what I'm looking at, and I know they know, you know, then I've gotten my confirmation. That's what I really want. And always, it's always good to, after you've looked at them and you're intimidating them with your eyes. Don't be afraid to look them square on the face. And as you look at them, smile. It'll bring their smile out. You're leading. You're always in control. Now, to be in control, you have to have control. To have control, you have to be in control. It's very simple. You have to always be on. Don't be afraid. Like, you see, again, if you're afraid to look at them and you're talking to them and you're looking there and you're looking there and you're looking there, they lose that confidence in you. Mm-hmm. They lose that security. They lose that. You know, women have always told me, I feel so safe when I'm with you. Like if I was in that building in the trade towers, the woman was with me, she would be no safer with me or without me. But it's her illusion she's building in her mind. And when she asks me about me, now, remember one thing. If you ask me to give a recommendation on you or you or you or you, well, you've got to take a chance. But if I'm giving a recommendation about myself, I'm going to give the best fucking recommendation I can. She says, what kind of guy are you? I go, I'm fantastic. I'm the greatest guy I know. Why not? No, I'm a dumb prick who can't pick up a girl, and I feel really down on myself today. Hello? They're going to watch and talk to you again after that. You're giving a recommendation on yourself. Show confidence. Say, yeah. I tell them like this, I think I'm the nicest guy I know. I've evolved into the kind of guy I wanted to be. And I really like myself. If I had a cunt and a dick, I wouldn't need nobody else. What's wrong with that? You have to feel good. And you are the most important person in a relationship. And when you tell them you are, they respect that. They all want a guy who is confident, secure in his own masculinity. There's nothing I can think of that I can't use to approach a woman. Let's talk for a while and pretend we're gay, because I'm trying to figure out if that woman wants a gay guy or not. What's the difference what you say to somebody? It's a facade, it's an act. That's what TV's all about, actors. You're doing the best thing. Look at the girl, whatever you think, tell her. The days of a girl slapping you and calling the police, you're not into that kind of stuff. You're not going to say, I would like to kill you and rape you. Or, yeah, I'll rape your dead body. Or, well, should I rape you first, then kill you? I can't decide. I'm out tonight, and I don't want anybody to find out how many I've killed. I mean, hell, what are you going out for? What is she going out for? You tend to lose the sight of that, what the relationship's going to be. And I'm not saying that you're not going to find a nice woman in all these women you're trying to pick up. When they ask me if I've had a fantasy, I tell them, yeah, I had this fantasy. I met this woman, I was talking to her in a bar, and to really get to know each other, she suggested we go have sex before we talk it any further. That's a woman I'll probably end up with the rest of my life. And she says to you, let's go. What'd you do? Is this a multiple choice? You gotta think that hard. I'm getting worried now.
It's obvious.
Well, yeah. You'd probably be going like this. Is this a fucking dream?
Yeah.
Best case scenario, you see this, you leave this room here, there's this beautiful blonde, I don't know what you like, big tits, whatever, and she looks at you and she's sexier than hell, got a nice mini skirt on with a little slit on the side and says, I'm so horny, let's go to my room and fuck right now. That's your best case scenario. Everything else is 2. Look for 1. Right?
Now, you touched on before the comment when the woman says, I don't know you, or something along those lines. She's really just throwing line of crap at you there. What's the best way to respond?
Well, a lot of them go, I don't know you yet. And I tell them, what do you think the best way to get to know somebody? You know, when you go in a relationship and you really don't know the guy till after you sleep with him? Well, I'm giving you a fabulous opportunity. You can get to know me right away. Or, I don't do that on the first date. Oh, I'm glad you told me that because I'm really looking for a spontaneous woman with some gumption. Oh, those are your rules. Can you read me the rest of them so I know what I'm against? Whenever they start, I don't have any rules, but no, I don't sleep with a guy the first date. Why not? Is there a set rule here? Well, you know, well, no, what is it? You do or you don't. Get off the fence. You don't have rules, but you don't sleep with a guy on the first date. That sounds like a rule to me. What do you think? Let's get a jury in. Does that sound like a rule to you? Does it sound like a rule to you? Well, what are the rest of your rules that you don't have? It's like that girl that read me the riot act. Well, I don't like that because she's in control, but no. I knew that that kind of control I could handle.
Yeah, exactly.
But I knew also that that changes. When she wanted to change the relationship, I told her, hey, see? I agreed to you once. You got 1. You don't get 2. See, if a guy says to you, do you mind if I do that? What would you say?
I'd say, why did you do that? Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. And then I do it again. What would you say if I did it again? Stop it?
Yeah, stop. Why the fuck are you doing that?
Okay. You set a precedence by letting me do it once and then twice. It doesn't matter what you say. I could do it a 3rd time. When you set a precedence to anything you do, you're agreeing to it. I think if a guy goes to do that, you stop him before you. No, you don't do that. You don't let him do it once. You don't let her do it once. You stop them right there. Once they set a precedence, you're powerless to change it because you've agreed to it once. By agreeing to it once, you're going to let him do it twice and 3 times. I'm sorry, this is an experiment, okay? You understand? It's the same thing. It's like if you go and you go up to a woman and she says, and you go to touch her and she says, "Don't touch me." Oh, you don't touch her again.
Okay.
If she doesn't say anything, you can do it again. Right? Same thing with anything you do. Once she sets a precedence, if she makes a rule and you go in for one of her rules, I don't want a girl that's making all these rules up. You know what? If I say to you, let's go out for dinner, right? And I say, it's on me. And you sit down, and then you decide, oh, you order the most expensive thing on the menu. Oh, well, you pick at your food and you don't like it. Should I get upset? No. Because you have to know, I decided to take you out for dinner. What you do with that dinner is your problem. You can piss on it for all I care. If I decided to give this to you, it's yours. I don't care. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't care if I buy you a birthday present and you sell it to your friend. I don't give a shit what you did with it. It's your present. There's no strings attached. You give something, if you give something from the heart with no strings attached. If I tell you, you can have this, but I need your firstborn, and you take it, then you owe me your firstborn. Or you have this, but you have to sleep with me tonight. Or you have this and you have to do this for me tonight. So the fair thing is for a person to be honest enough and tell you what they expect. I use this example with women. I say, now, what are your rules? What rules do you have for this relationship? And just a second, those are the games they don't play. You see, there's no rules, but they don't tell you what they are, and they have a bucket of them. So you're not dealing with a fair deck of cards here. You think the cards are shuffled. She knows exactly which ones are coming up. How could you play fair? You tell them, hey, before I get into this relationship, I want to know what your rules are. If I don't like those rules, I'll play a different game. When you go to Vegas and you go into a casino, there's tons of different games to play. You play the one you want. The one you don't want, you don't play. You choose. Same thing with a relationship. Yeah, meeting girls. Okay, there's good-looking girls, really great-looking girls. But when you get them in bed, the best-looking girls, you know, I had a girl once, she says to me, "Do me." Yeah. She was the worst in bed because she lay there like a piece of fucking meat.
That's exactly the experience I had. The most beautiful woman I ever had.
Yeah, so she's so good. So what is it? Like I said, after you make your friends jealous and you know, big deal. What do you want from that?
So would you say that of all the women you've met, because you're not the first person experienced with women who said that generally the majority of the super good-looking women that you've been with are not necessarily the best in bed?
I will tell you that women that think they're gorgeous are the ones who say, "Do me."
Okay, and they're not.
Okay, there are some gorgeous women who you can suggest what you'd like to do with them, and it turns them on. They become fantastic too. Look, I went out with a girl. All I wanted, she had such a gorgeous ass. I said, you know what? I usually don't like anal sex that much, but I want to fuck your ass. She says, no, it hurts. I go, it won't the way I do it. So she goes, well, it's going to go real easy, okay? And when you feel any pain, I'll stop right away. So I go behind her. She's starting to feel a little pain. I rammed it into her. And she says, what was that? And I go, I lied. I lied. Once in a while, you got to lie. Oh, whoops.
That's lit.
Hell, I never said I was an angel. But that's, you know, that's the worst thing I've done. Okay, like really to abuse them.
With example with the pencil on the shoulder there. If the person is getting tapped, let's say, go too far, how would, if you were that person, how would you recover? Or is there a way to recover?
You don't let it get to recovering. That's what I'm saying to you. Stop it right away.
Yeah, I know.
He wants to poke me with a pencil. Like, if I'm going to poke him, he should, yeah, stop it. No. Don't poke me. I'm not pokeable.
You had an oversight in the beginning. Or
You say to them, you don't make it an oversight. You say, you got through without me realizing. Don't do that again. Okay? You don't. It's not an oversight. Okay? If he's being polite and letting me, just saying, letting me do it the first time because thinks he's being nice. He's not. He's being nice to me. No, he's letting me take advantage of him. He's not being nice. You understand? By going once and then he says, look, I really don't like that. You're not being nice because I've already abused you. You understand? When I go to do it, like when you stop me, okay? Stop. No, I don't want it done. That's it. You should stop. You have to respect. You know, like they say, when a woman says stop, no, it's no. You have to have that ability to brake, the braking power. You got to have four-wheel discs in all situations. You know, I talked to a woman, she was driving me crazy, all kinds of stupid nonsense, where I have no gains, but I can't do this the first night, and I got like, I says, you know what, this conversation is over. I walked away. And all night she'd come after me.
Yeah.
Why is it over when you say it's over?
Because it is.
I didn't answer her.
Yeah.
I do what they do. You know when you say they don't answer you and you walk away? Okay. Yeah. I have no respect for her. I don't want to talk to her anymore. It's over. Because when the conversation you have with them is over, most of the time they insult you. They turn away, they don't answer you. They're not nice. They're not nice about it. Like saying, you're not the kind of guy I really would go after. Maybe there's another girl here that you'd like. You know, being honest. They play games with you. Meet me, I'm here with 10 girls at a restaurant, come on down. It's not a nice thing to do. Make you go down wherever, who knows how far away he was. Or actually, I know how far away he was. That was a really prick thing to do.
Newtown to my place.
Yeah, it's a hell of a trek as a joke on somebody. It's like sending a pizza up to somebody's house, you know?
And not picking up the phone when I call at 11.
You know, not answering the phone. Listen, I don't like to give them my number. So they beg me for it.
That's interesting.
And then I tell them I don't like to give my number out because there's too many Klingon women out there. See, I tell them why I don't want to give them my number. And that makes them become more subservient. If I do give them my number, they will only call me on the times I let them call me. You have to have every aspect under control. You have to be relentless. You can't say, okay, go easy, because there's a big problem with somebody. I think he's in this room. I don't want to mention his name again. And he gives in. He gets subservient with the relationship. He starts to figure, oh, you know, they're nice, and I'm going to be nicer to them, and then they start abusing him right away. Doesn't take long, right? But the idea is we don't want to be abused. You wouldn't do it back. The same way women always say, you'll get this, I don't want to be taken for granted. If you hear that come out of their mouth, you know that they will take you for granted. As soon as they say to you, I don't want to be taken for granted, they will take you for granted. And depends how hard-assed the woman is. I come up with a very logical comparisons for them. And I tell them, like, well, I'm not going to pick on you anymore. How old are you?
20.
20. It's a little harder at 20, because you'll understand it. How old are you? 40. 30, 40, it's a little easier for what I'm going to tell you. You're going to have a tougher time with this situation. But you can work on it too, because even girls from the first day they start dating. And what I usually say to them is like this: look, men and women, when they start out with a slate with, let's say, 500 points in it. They go into 1 or 2 relationships, a boyfriend treats them bad, they lose some points. By the time, I'm going to make an example, by the time you're 40 years old, you've had a couple of good, bad relationships, you've got 6 points left, or you've got -12. And here you meet a woman with -25. She's been married and divorced, and the guy treated her really badly or abused her. So what happens? They don't have a free slate for you. They got rules and they've got conditions, and you have to follow, you have to pay for all the other guys' crimes ahead of you. So we're not starting on a clean slate, and I don't know if there's a woman that can start on a clean slate. And I was told by a woman once that I wasn't giving her a fair shake because I didn't start on a clean slate. See, I say that. I said, but I don't know any women who can start on a clean slate. And that's the way we should start, to give each other a chance. And then, when she says, well, I don't do this on the first night, I go, see? You didn't clean that slate.
Ah, that's good.
You have to be smart. You prepare everything. What's the 3 most important things in a relationship? You go honesty, trust, and respect. You ask them that question. When they come back, respect, love, you go, no, you're almost right, or you got 1 right. Right away you correct them. You're the teacher, you're leading, you correct them. And I've even gotten honesty, trust, and respect, and I get up and I go, wow, bravo, you're the first one. I might have to sleep with you tonight. Come up with a joke, but that's it. You tell them. You leading, you correct them. They want to feel good with you. They want to feel secure with you. So you remember, going back to basics, men are closer to their mothers and girls are closer to their fathers. Changes at certain ages, but that's it. We're very protective of our daughters. We're brought up by our mothers. It's a bad mix. We're very soft on the inside. We love that motherly love. But a woman was taken care of by her daddy, the strength, her father. See, we have parents, but you have to see who. Daddy's little girl can do no harm. For sure, if you have 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and your son comes home and says, boy, Dad, I just got laid, she was beautiful. Oh, you feel great. And your daughter comes home and says, Dad, these 2 guys, they fucked my ass and they cut so hard, it felt so good. Yeah, tell me which one you're going to be able to handle. I told my wife I'm so happy I didn't have a daughter. Some sleazebag like me comes to the door, I'd be shitting my pants. But that's the reality of it. That's when you start to realize those things right there. You start to realize what you've got to set yourself your goal. Any other questions here that you need answered?
Well, my question is just I want you to, what do you do in case of this scenario that I'm facing maybe every day?
Are you listening to the girl again? Is this the first thing that I'm going to have to say to you? You're listening to her? Okay, let's go. I said it first, let me hear the question now.
Okay. It's in the metro, for example, when you see the girl, for example, while you change eye contact, well, I want to know how, for example, for you, how you initiate the contact first.
Eye contact?
No. I have already the eye contact. I want to know.
How do you open the door?
Well, it depends. Okay. Where did you have? Okay, give me a scenario.
Metro.
In the metro.
Yeah, in the metro.
Okay, you're in the metro. You're on a metro car, or you're in the platform? What?
No, in the car.
In the car?
On the
The
platform.
wagon.
In the car.
Yes,
But on the platform, in the car, it's important.
Tu es sur le quai ou tu es sur le dans le
Yeah, in the car. In the car.
Okay, because I have a great line for the platform.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'll give you both of them, but
Okay.
which one you want first? What?
In the car, that's it. That's one else.
On the track.
On the track? No, I would. On the platform, I see an eye contact with a girl.
Okay.
I would go, don't take your eyes off me. Make sure I don't fall into that train.
Okay.
Okay? And in the car, if you have the eye contact, it depends. What do you see? What? Okay, let me ask you this question just as what's your perfect woman? What kind of woman do you like? Big boobs, small boobs, blonde, brown, red?
Let's go with big boobs.
Okay, you like big boobs. Slim, fat, chunky, what?
Slim.
Slim, big boobs, slim. What color hair?
Black.
Black hair. Sexy, what's she wearing? Tell me what she's wearing. Well, I gotta know, you're asking me, how do you contact a woman? I gotta know which woman.
What? Any kind of woman
You're interested. You need someone.
Okay, let's see. I don't know. Let's see. For example, skirt. What she's wearing.
She's wearing a skirt?
Okay.
Tall, short, nice legs, long legs, sexy, high heels, sneakers. What? I gotta know.
Okay, short.
Short. Starting to look worse. I might let you get her.
What's her best feature?
Oh, you tell me what you like. I gotta know what you like. You ask me how to approach some eye contact. What about her turns you on? You're asking me, okay, you want to, let me explain something to you. Okay, here, sorry, I hope you can understand this. I have eye contact with him. How am I going to approach him? I'm not. I don't want to fuck him. Okay? What turns me on about him? Zero. I'm gonna punish myself because I'm looking at him. I should be looking at a broad. Okay? No, it doesn't work. What? What scenario? What does she look like? You gotta know. You're telling me a girl. What kind of girl? There's some females I wouldn't fuck with your dick. So you gotta tell me what's nice about it. I'm asking you, what do you like? Now I want to tell you something. I see a girl about 5'7", so a little, 5'7", on high heels, so she's even a little taller than me when in her heels, and she's got medium blonde hair, a real cute smile, okay, perky tits, with a really sharp ass, wearing hot pants. You know what I think of? First of all, you ain't getting her. I am. Second of all, I go, ooh, I like those hot pants. Are they supposed to make me hot or you hot?
Ooh, yeah.
Depends what you see in her.
Exactly.
I can't tell me what she's wearing. I gotta know what she's wearing. Why'd I look at her? She's a fucking cleaning lady, bag lady. I ain't looking at her. I don't want to approach her.
Yeah, exactly.
You're asking me questions. A girl. It's what that's like saying.
Okay, well.
Go to the butcher shop, buy a piece of liver, cut a slit in it, and put a picture from a Playboy magazine and fuck it all you want. If it's too cold, put it in the microwave for a while. The fuck you want? What turns you on about her? Hello. I have to know. I'm not trying to make a joke here, be sarcastic, but really, you're asking me what? I want to know what about her turns you on. Listen, I guarantee all you guys are turned on differently by different women. That's why there's so many out there. There's some, the one downstairs that I thought she was really hot, I thought she was great. I would have done her right there on the fucking floor in front of anybody. Maybe you wouldn't. Not saying you don't have good taste or bad tastes. Everybody's different. I tell somebody that I think that chick's real cute. I had a friend, I remember we went to Florida, and he was the kind of guy, real good looking guy, but he also had a problem approaching women. We're standing in Morrison's cafeteria. It's I don't know, who's from Florida here? Who's been in Florida? It was a cafeteria kind of place that you go there, you know, everybody, there's a special for the older people, like what are they call, early bird specials, you know? And you go there with your tray and you choose the food you want. And standing in front of us was this really cute little girl there. And I was with my friend, and he looks at her, and she looks at him, and he looks at her, and she looks at him. And I'm going, Jeff, you like her? He says, yeah, she's cute. I go, yes, go talk to her. He goes, oh, I don't know. I walk over to her and I go, excuse me, my name's Dave. I have to tell you something. It's very important you know this. My friend Jeff over there is freaking out over you. He's so cute. And he won't introduce himself to anybody unless somebody knows her first. Oh. So I want you to come over with me. I want you to meet my friend Jeff.
That's great.
He lived with her for a week in Florida after that. But I approached her. It depends what you like. I wouldn't have gone after her. I was looking at her in line too. I looked at her once. It's not my type. I liked this other girl that was over there, and I didn't get her. You know, you can't be 100%. Maybe she was on a different agenda. Maybe after she had supper, she had to go to a boyfriend's house. Maybe she's a drug lord and had to go buy drugs. I don't know. You can't do everybody. But it's who you approach. Maybe if I would approach this one, she would have gone with me. But I liked the other girl, and I knew he liked her. And I have a rule. I won't fight over this with any guy.
Yeah,
it's not worth it. There's so much of there out there. If you want her, go. But you have to know what you like. You're asking me, how do you meet a girl in the metro? A metro shouldn't be any different.
Well, the question might be, I will phrase it in a way.
Okay.
Do you, but let's say, do you stand up and you go in front of people and you tell her what do you want to tell, or
always.
I was thinking until she got up in the next stop.
No, I don't wait for. I don't have a. You see, if we have eye contact, I'm talking to her right away after. If she doesn't notice I'm there, I will sometimes make contact.
Or even go up to her. She's got a Walkman on her head or something like that.
Yeah. If she got a Walkman on her head, I'll usually go up to her like this. I go, that gets everybody to take that Walkman off every time I do that. Okay, just get her attention. You got to be innovative. You understand? In a metro, you see, to me, when you ask me, what if you meet her in a metro on a platform, let's make a difference. Use the props that are there to guide yourself on how to get her.
I had an example in the. This is happened last year in the bus. Speaking of public transportation, sitting, you know, the benches at the end, the sideways benches. Opposite me were 2 Russian girls, 1 Russian guy, and another guy who from another country, I don't know. So the 3 of them, the Russians were speaking Russian to each other. Whenever they spoke to the other guy, they used English because that's their common language. And then one of the girls started eye contacting me. So I looked back at her, and at the time I didn't know what I was doing, but I just held it for about 5 seconds. But then in my mind, I thought, it's probably not a good idea. It's rude to just keep staring like that.
Oh, you were thinking that? Or you thought she was thinking that? You thought she might think it. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, let me just stop you right now.
I'm worried about what she's thinking again.
Isn't that rule number 1 again?
Yeah, well, I didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, but you're thinking of what she's thinking.
Yeah. So I did the worst thing, I looked down. That's the worst place to look. I mean, look away if you want to break eye contact, but not down.
You talk Russian? Is that Russian I hear? Because sometimes I try that all the time, try to recognize the language I hear.
Yeah, that's a good way to approach it.
Is that, Clifford was a witness to that one once, eh, Cliff? Is that, what language was that? The sexiest girls I've met come from that country. Are you from that country? Russia? Wow. I speak every language but Greek. Ask me something in any language.
Yeah, I don't.
Any language at all.
Oh, want me to ask you something?
Yeah. I mean, that's Greek to me.
It's great because it gets a laugh.
I speak every language, but only half.
I don't care what they say or think. I'm driving.
Yeah.
You keep, every time you come up with a question, you guys, I'm telling you, it comes back to what they're thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would have come in here at the beginning and said, okay, guys, there's 2 rules to my method, and that's, who gives a fuck what they think? Okay, and you're number 1. You go, what the fuck's he talking about? But although it sounds silly, and I'm not trying to say to talk against women. If I was talking to women right now, I'd say to them, hey, how to deal with men? Who gives a fuck what they think? They only think of one thing.
Sex.
Isn't that what you tell them? What would anybody here tell them different? What are you thinking of? What are they thinking of? You know what the weird thing is? We crawl down this once in our life, and the rest of our life we try to crawl back up. And that's what you tell a woman. If you want a good relationship, the relationship has to work, has to go past things. And you know what I tell them? Sex is, to me, a very, very important and serious part of a relationship. More important than if you like popcorn at the movie theater. What do you think? I couldn't go out with a girl who didn't like popcorn. I love meat. My wife's a vegetarian. The only thing I care about is she has to only like 1 piece of meat in her mouth. And as long as she likes that, I don't give a fuck what she eats. It's her mouth and her body. You know, a lot of guys, I've heard this lots of times. Oh, I went out with so-and-so last night and she ordered the most expensive thing on the menu, and or she picked her food. And it's again, you have to live it. What are the rules? What are the conditions? You can tell them and you can ask them. She can say, can you take me out for dinner? Say, I can't take you out for dinner. I have a rule. They only take out girls for dinner after I slept with them.
You've actually said that.
Yeah. It costs a lot to take them out and spend money on them and find out. And a lot of you guys are in limited funds. You're not doing your relationship fair if you throw away money and you can't afford it and you have a miserable time. And then you call her up to take her out again. Now you don't know, it's going to cost me more money for nothing? You've gone through those thoughts. Not everybody's rich. And if you're rich and she takes you for an expensive meal and you don't get anything out of it, you feel taken, no. You want to... Listen. This is the way it works. I sleep with you, I take you out for dinner. Next time you cook for me. It's the way it works. You don't like that? Okay, cook me up first. Then you'll sleep with me, you'll cook for me, then I'll take you out for dinner. I can change it that way. What do you want from a relationship? What are you looking for? You want a relationship you're not going to be happy in? You want a relationship you're going to only have sex when she wants? I'm laughing because you're already in big trouble even thinking that line. How many times you hear songs and women use sex as a weapon? And it's a very good weapon. Excellent controller. Any other questions here?
Question regarding approaching women. Usually I've noticed that complimenting them is a really nice way to approach them on what you observe and what you really like about them.
Yes.
And then proceeding with the structure. Usually I've always tried to talk to them for a few minutes, and then I'm usually doing something at the moment, so I get their number or whatever and leave. But are there any other ways you can do things? What do you recommend?
You know, remember what they say, okay? There's another set of rules here that take into play, but you see, you guys, I don't think you're ready for those rules yet. And that is, and you've heard this before, I will bet every one of you, whoever hasn't heard this before will please raise their hand. Treat a lady like a whore, and a whore like a lady. Who has never heard that before? You never heard that before? Memorize it.
Most important.
Very important. Treat a lady like a whore and a whore like a lady. Because that's the reality. Okay? You're young and you haven't heard that before. Let me tell you now, you'll hear it again. And it's very, very true and very, very profound. Those girls, I remember I went out with a girl. This client of mine comes in and tells me that he has a cousin who passed away, a very wealthy guy, and he had a daughter. Her name was Iona. And her last name fit her very well. She's from a very wealthy family. And he wanted me to take her out. And I never wanted to take out anybody in my family or any of my clients' family, because I don't need the hassle. If I don't like her, if I do like her, I don't want to, you know, I want to keep my private life away from my business life. But he pestered me and he made me take her out. And she wouldn't leave me alone. She was the ultimate, consummate Klingon. She used to call me up and have these sex conversations with me on the phone about that she, and I found out she went to these places in New York like Plato's Retreat. She was the sluttiest broad I've ever seen in my life. Okay? She was like the worst. She's the kind of girl you call a porcupine. She had as many pricks on her as she's had in her, she'd look like a porcupine. But she was so bad, so gross. I taped the conversation. I should actually try to find the tape and put it into this thing too, but it was incredible. You wouldn't believe it. And you look at her and you talk to her and you think, oh, this is a real lady. And then I used to pick up dancers, strippers. They were the easiest to.
What is your structure for that?
Treat them like a lady, not like a stripper.
That's very true.
So simple. Everybody treats them like a whore. They're naked, they're in front of you. The last thing you're going to say, I would say to her, I'd really like to take you out with my 2 kids on a picnic. And those days I never had kids. Right away. Picnic, kids. And I call her up, let's go on the picnic. Where are your kids? Did I say I have kids? I said I would take your kids on a picnic. They'll all go out with you on a picnic with your 2 kids. So yeah, I'm guilty of manipulation.
How did you figure these things out? You just try a lot of different things?
Sure, it's easy. You see, again, I didn't care what they think. It's easy to try stuff. Most of it works the first time. Because you got nothing to lose. You guys already think it's gone. Now you're shooting at the stars. You'd be surprised by impressing them how intelligent you are, or how open you are, how honest you are, is refreshing. They've heard all those lines. I mean, I hear those conventional lines like I'm telling you. I love to go, when I go out of town, I make sure I don't drink anymore, so I go into the bar just to sit at the bar near all the people trying to pick everybody up, and I love hearing those lines. I mean, it's like watching TV. I look at I went to Toronto with my friend, and we stopped by at we ate at Kelsey's. And there's one in Mississauga there, and we went, asked them where a nice bar was in the area, and told us there's one with a lot of students around. I listened to those lines bless their hearts, I was like peeing myself laughing. You know, you could see the lines that they come up with. Like I've heard them a gazillion times. And when they leave, you can hear the girls saying, boy, another loser. You know? And one of them says, well, I'm going to play with him for a while because I want another drink. I mean, you hear stuff like that all the time. When you come up with the stuff I give them, they forget all that. Wow, who is this guy? I mean, I never like to tell them what I did for a living till I decide if I'm going to sleep with them. I tell them you'll only find out about me tomorrow, if after breakfast. And if they push me, what do you do for a living? I tell them, I repair disposable cigarette lighters. I repair disposable cigarette lighters. You'd be surprised how many believe that. But yeah, that's the reality. And what was one of my, ask Clifford, he's heard that line many years ago. I had a girl say to me, I swear to you, I just threw out one yesterday. Shit. I sat down one day and I thought, what could be the most useless profession on this planet? And yeah, let's try that one. And you'd be surprised how many believed it. Where do you do that? Oh, I have a little shop on St. Catherine Street. Business good? Yeah, I can afford a shop on St. Catherine Street repairing dollar cigarette lighters. You'd be surprised how many things women tell you guys that you don't really hear everything or you believe. Like, for instance, I don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable. Like, I'm waiting there with 10 of my gorgeous girlfriends come down right now. I mean, is it not as bad as what I'm doing or worse?
It's a weird thing for her.
It's even worse because if I tell you the pair of disposable cigarette lighters, I'm not asking you to invest in my company.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, shut up. I don't want to tell you what I do for a living. Okay? And they're making you go halfway around the city on a wild goose chase. So it all depends what you want. If you keep your relationship honest and straight, you have no problem. If they start playing games with you, play their games back. Ask them, when you ask them a question, they give you an answer with a question, ask them a question. Even if you can't think of one, go, why did you ask me that? That's the best one. If you can't think of a question to ask her back right away, come back with the one that's it's a spare, you know? You keep it in your back pocket. Why'd you ask me that? And then try to think of another answer because she's going to say, why do you say that? You go, why do you say that? You know? And if she starts laughing, say, come on. And go, come on. Go, I asked you a question, you asked me a question back. Try to bring it back. Keep it in the same basic, hey, you didn't answer mine, I ain't answering yours. We talked about honesty, trust, and respect, and you're the first one to start a problem. I use that. That is probably my biggest weapon. Because once I tell them honesty, trust, and respect, I want to catch them lying to me. Okay. And I put them on the carpet every time they're fucking around with me. Every time they tell me, I don't play games, but I don't do that on the first date. Next. Okay. You understand? Right. And I tell them. And if I catch them 2-3 times, I usually go over, if it's a bar, I go, give me a piece of paper, bartender. Okay, I just want to put a record here. Debbie and Dave. Okay, 3 for Debbie and 0 for Dave. Okay, let's go, next. Just keep this and, you know, you can keep a count. Because they all expect you to be the liar. It's always the guy that lies to them. It's always the guy that plays games. It's always the guy that's not doing this. It's always the guy that's not doing that. It's usually not. But you see, they start with one thing in their mind that you guys don't have. Well, you guys do have, but don't have. One is that you're feeling guilty before you met them. They don't feel guilty before they met you. So they know already, they have a thing in their pocket, they have an ace in their pocket. You already feel guilty, no problem, I know how to use that against them right away. When they say, all guys lie, well, you go, I don't, you defend it. I don't defend it, I go, you haven't found an honest guy yet. Luckily, I'm here.
Or you can quote Chris Rock.
You can't skirt the issue and walk through. You got to confront it, stop it right there and then. The same thing with the pencil. Same thing with the poke or whatever. No. I resent that. I'm not dishonest. I can't. Women use that as a weapon, as a line. Because most men have those guilts that they get from their mothers. And they're a woman, and you already have the guilt before you met her. All you guys are guilty of that already. What? Guilty of what? You should be all electrocuted because you're nice guys? Because you're sensitive? Did you know there's a book published by a woman, and the title is How to Date a Nice Guy? If you want, buy a copy, or find out the publisher and all the information and give it to print it on some cards and give it to the girl. Says, you want a good experiment? Go get this book and read it, and give her the title and everything on a piece of paper. She'll be impressed. How to date a nice guy. You definitely know how to date creeps because you wouldn't be here and meeting me if you didn't have that experience. And this is all stuff that they say. I'm throwing it back at them. It's your best weapon. Don't skirt the issue. Don't be afraid to confront it. You'll find you'll be smart enough to stop everything.
So when you ask them, what is it they do on the first date, or what their rules are, the ultimate goal, I'm assuming, this is something I'm making, that it's because at some point you're going to get into the conversation about the points and how we all start off with points, and then we get in a state where our slate is just not clean.
Depending now, I have to tell you, depending on how you handle that. In other words, if you find that it's better to start saying, you know, when I meet somebody like you and you give her the whole story on points and then you say, by the way, what are your rules? And she goes, you have none. Say, I don't believe that, because I'll ask you a few things and you'll see, and she'll go, try me, and you'll go, I will soon, and you talk about other things, ask her what vegetable or fruit she likes, then you bring back and say, would you go home with somebody on the first date? And she'll go, no. So you see, we were talking a few minutes ago. You do have rules. You know, I love to do that because it's called entrapment.
Okay.
And it works. Okay? I'll bring them, you see, like I said, I bring them into thinking the way I want them to think. You know, when I meet somebody like you and it's not our first time round, and it's a problem because two people, when they meet each other, have this slate, and the slate isn't clean. You know, give them that whole spiel there, and then trust, honesty, and respect, and then I try to change the subject. I get them off guard. I do that. It's definitely manipulation. I do that to stay in control. Then I bring them in later on and go, by the way, would you sleep with somebody on the first date? And they go, no. So you do have rules. What are your rules?
Most of the women, when you ask them that question, they say, oh no, I don't have any rules. Is that what you're saying? Most of
yeah.
That's why it's easy to get them in that trap.
Exactly, because I know they're all going to say they don't have any rules. And if one say they have rules, say, I'd like to know them, please. You need to know the rules. When you come into a city, you should find out the rules of the road. Montreal has no rights on red. You get a ticket after you know that because you turned right on red. It's not Montreal's fault, it's your fault. You should have remembered or whatever. They're going to change it in a year, it's wait for another year. Know the rules. You meet a girl, I've had my cunt sewn up and I really can't fuck. Thank you for telling me goodbye, you know. You'd want to know that, right? I mean, isn't that fair? Oh, I've had a sex change operation. I used to be a man. Thank you very much. Right? You have the right to know these things. I have AIDS, I have herpes. It's the same kind of things. I don't think I want to get into a relationship with what I'm not looking for. I'm not a charity case, and I'm not looking to be a pioneer in that area. You want to know what the rules are. There's nothing wrong with that. If you find that there's something wrong with that, if they find that there's something wrong with that, well, go on to the next one. I'm not saying there's plenty of girls that I started with who I was working into a very good, and something they said turned me off completely. I don't want to pursue that. If that happens, okay, I know where else to go. Oh, this is an incredible story, but true. I talked to this girl on the phone. My friend tells me she's a dispatcher for a trucking company. And he was down there at this trucking company. She's really hot looking. So I said, give me your number. That's all I need. Start talking to her on the phone, yada, yada, yada. We get in all kinds of sex conversations. Get in those conversations, she's playing with herself on the phone and having an orgasm. And I go over to her house. And it's one of these places, I don't know, you'd have to know Montreal. It's in Lachine, where it's like 4 steps up to the first level. You walk in, there's another step up. And then her balcony in the back is almost ground level, but it's up almost, not a full story. I walk into the apartment. It's dark in there, red, nice curtain. I see the curtains open at like the patio doors or something, where the balcony is. And I hear click. I turn around, she's behind me. She's wearing leather bikini underwear with a mask on, with a fucking cat of nine tails whip. So I look at her and I go, very nice. I approve. I figure, you know, she goes, I'm a dominatrix and I want a submissive. So I said, wrong guy. So she starts to flick the whip at me. So I tell her, don't do that again. So she does it again. I grab the whip and I throw it to the ground. I said, I want to leave. I go to the fucking door, it's locked.
Oh boy.
Now, I'm not a small guy and I can handle myself pretty well. But I don't want to fucking even get to hurting the woman to get out of her place, because I mean, how many police are going to believe that she wanted to entrap you? I don't want to be there to have that kind of conversation. So I go out to her balcony and I take a jump down, almost break my legs. This is years ago. I take a jump down, run to the front, get in the car and drive away from there. Now for sure I could have fucked her. I don't know what would have happened, but you see, my instinct for survival was, I have so many others. This looks like trouble to me. Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I had the same thing happen yesterday.
You know, there's tons of crazies out there. I'm not saying you're not going to encounter crazy women. There's crazy guys, there's crazy everything. I mean, I can't believe they haven't found one woman yet that's killed 30 different guys or kids or something like that. There's got to be as many crazy guys out there. There's got to be women that are doing the same kind of thing. It's harder to find, I guess. But you have to be careful. Every relationship. I was in Dallas. I put that ad in the paper. I got sent things all the time. They sent me, those women sent me pictures. I have to bring that file to Clifford and show him. And I'll never forget, I go into the house in Dallas, and in Dallas, a lot of people like to drink iced tea out of old jars. Hey, you guys seen that before? They're like, they're jar, you know, like, preserve jars. Some of them have handles on them. It's a jar. You can, what are they called?
Mason jar.
So I get to her house. She tells me she lives with her son who's on disability. I go in a room and meet him. He's in one of these hospital beds, all laid up. So I sit down in the living room. She's making me supper. She takes out these tray tables, puts this jar in front of me like this, and I look at it. It looks like I'm the 7th person to use it before they clean it. I'm going, gross. On the tray table, it has never been wiped down from the time they ate on it the last time. And she must have sent me a picture that she took 20 years earlier.
Oh, no.
So I tell her, I think I'd like to go home. And she's there, and in Dallas, these women have guns everywhere. Everybody's got guns, you know? So I tell her, I want to get out of there. I go to the door, it's fucking locked.
Which one was
I tried chasing all around the house. It's key locked, and the door's got 2 thin panes of glass in it with that Ripley glass. You know, you can't get through it. Oh, fuck. I told her, I says, listen, I want out. I ended up throwing a big chair through her living room window, the front window, and running out of the house. I cut my leg up and my arm up on the glass shards, and I took off. There's crazy people out there. You don't know what you come in contact with. I was afraid to drink, and she kept begging me to take a drink, and I said, for sure, I ain't touching anything in this place, you know. Maybe that guy in bed wasn't her son. Hello, you know, you gotta be careful. And I'm not the kind of guy that most people will mess with, you know, but they try anyway. You gotta be careful with stuff like that. So, yeah, you gotta be discreet, you gotta take it easy. You don't know what you're dealing with. When you said, like, you mentioned before, dominatrix. I've played stuff like that with a bunch of people. We had like a orgy kind of thing, and we took turns doing that, you know. And yeah, it's fun. All that stuff's fun. But it all depends the circumstances.
These are people you knew. There's a certain trust already.
Yeah.
But I usually come out on top of the dominatrix, which was kind of like out of the ordinary. I mean, there's some that call themselves switches. They do both, but these were like supposed to be hardcore doms that just could not because of my audience, whatever. They just backed down immediately when they saw me and immediately became
Submissive.
So that was the interesting thing, more so than all the other stuff that was going on. Just watching how I could affect their.
There's a friend that I have that Clifford introduced me to many years ago, and this guy got into the situation where he only wanted to go into masochism, you know, domination and submissive and all this kind of thing. And one day I went with him. We were having a party, and he starts slapping around this girl. Her ass got so red, and I could understand that that's in the game. And then he started slapping her face and started punching her in the face. And I stopped him. I said, "Stop! Let me leave. Let me out of here." Okay? I mean, I've seen things. You can give a guy a punch and you can paralyze him for life. You can give 1,000 punches and not even scratch the guy. Play is play, and sometimes things get out of hand from the best intentions. You got only your own ass to protect. Don't go there if you don't want to take a chance and deal with it later on. You know, like they say, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. You have to know what you want, and don't go to situation. If you're adventurous, you want to try different things, okay, but remember,
Understand the risk.
Understand the risk. That's also in a lot of advanced stuff. You guys are getting laid all the time and you start meeting girls like that, we have a different kind of session for you. It's called survival. Okay, going back to, let's see. Have we answered everybody's questions, or anybody's got a question they need answered?
Yeah, could you elaborate on this entrapment thing? Because that was probably pretty powerful. Entrapment, like getting into
I call it entrapment, but it's not the kind of entrapment that I would say is like illegal. No. It's usually getting them to admit to what they lie about the most fiercely.
Do you do that throughout the relationship?
I'm relentless. When I read them my riot act and I give them my rules, that's my Bible. When I tell them honesty, trust, and respect, the minute they're out of line once, they know about it. And I also tell them, I give you enough rope to hang yourself, I give you 3 strikes. Don't look for 4. It don't exist. I tell them that. Why not? I won't be there for the 4th time they try to pull something on me. What for? The 4th time, I usually tell them, is the first time for another girl. If by 3 dates she doesn't know if she wants to sleep with you, she ain't gonna know after 33 dates. Why waste your time? And yes, the entrapment's always there. I tell them the rules. I tell them you don't play games, because they'll, you tell them what you want in a relationship. I want a relationship where I don't play games, honest, open, spontaneous. I don't mind to live out your fantasy if you're willing to live out my fantasy. I tell a girl, you like oral sex, and she goes no, and say, it's too bad because I give better head than you'll ever imagine. But if she won't give me head, why should I give her head? I won't go through a relationship for do me, and let her lie there. She's got to work for it. I tell her, I know I'm fantastic in bed. I just want to make sure you deserve it. And I guarantee any one of you guys are alone with a good-looking broad, and if I tell you it doesn't matter how many times you blow your load, just keep going. You'll be good too. I have confidence. And it's with a woman, remember, the facade and the fantasy that she's living when she meets you and feeling about you. If she feels these things about you, the secure, the comfortable, the respectful of you, she'll build up a fantasy in her own mind and she'll have an orgasm. Maybe not the first time, but for sure the second time. Because they're fantasizing. They fantasize a lot more than men do. So they fantasize. You see, we fantasize like a fast porno. We fantasize we want to fuck them and get out of there. They want the story. You know those pornos you guys watch and fucking like they only fuck 4 times in the whole porno. You're watching for an hour and you end up if it's a tape you're going shh, fast forward to the fucking part.
Yeah. Saturday Night Blue, New Year.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't do that. They want to watch the whole movie. You see, you want to fast forward to the fucking. They want to watch the whole movie. So in their mind, they're not fast forwarding. See, and don't tend to forget that. That's a very key point. They're not fast forward. They're not doing that. They're watching those terrible acting. I think Jim wants to sleep with me. Huh? I mean, you're going, I don't care what she said. I don't even want to hear her voice. Get naked. Okay? And but girls want to see the whole movie. So you should go and look up these porn movies that are suited more for women and see what they like to watch. And a good homework for all you guys, I want you to rent, watch whatever you can on a very a recent movie with Mel Gibson,
Oh, yeah.
What Women Want. That'll teach you a lot on the differences. It's a good movie because during watching that movie, I called Clifford, watch this part, you dumb fuck! Watch this part, you dumb fuck! You understand? I kept calling him. Make him watch that whole movie, you know? And you guys all need to watch that movie. It's very important. It'll give you a rough idea on what you're doing. Not wrong, but what you're doing and what you're not realizing. It gives you, there's a couple of other movies like that.
Juan DeMarco is a good one. Marlon Brando, Johnny Depp.
I've seen parts of that. I haven't seen the whole movie, but this movie with Mel Gibson, I liked it.
How about Swingers?
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. There's a lot, but this one is particularly good, by the way. It's like I'd say, it's a good example for you young guys, okay? 20 years old, I'm not trying to put you down because you're young. You're at the stage of your life. When I was 20, so I was already fucking for a while, but when I was 20, I was like a bloodhound. Pussy, 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 pussy. I couldn't, that's all I thought about. I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't think about food, pussy. That's all I thought about. I finished work. Work was so I could have enough money to go after pussy. Sleep was so I could be not tired tomorrow to go after pussy. That's all my life revolved around was pussy. And 20 years old, it's so nice, you know, like I used to drive downtown, 20 years old, pick up a broad, bring her back to my parents' house, fuck her either in the backyard with my parents sleeping on their lawn furniture, my father's car, because he used to have those big convertibles, okay? Or do her at her parents' house. That's all I was thinking, where can I fuck her? I had a close friend, he now lives in Ontario also. His name was Grant, and there was these motels on Saint Jacques. They were like, you know, fucking motels. You go there, you pay a few bucks, and you get a room. And he'd go there and use the name David. And I'd go there and use the name Grant. Not knowing, I just figured I could use his name. So one day we're both there together, and he says to me, I'm standing beside, he goes, Grant, and he goes, how'd you know my name? He goes, no, you're Grant. And I go, how'd you know? What's going on? We're camping. And he goes, David. And I go, yeah. And he goes, no, it's him. And we found out we were using each other's names. So, go to a motel, bring her back home or to the club or wherever, and look for another one. Those days, I just got back from the army, and I used to come into my apartment. There was always 3, 4 girls there all the time. All my friends used to come over to stand in line to get laid. It was like,
this is when you were 20?
20, 21. It was different. It was a different world there. There was no fear of... The worst thing you could fear was like gonorrhea or syphilis. Yeah. Very promiscuous. Nobody used condoms.
Nobody used condoms?
Nobody used condoms then.
And the pill was popular or something?
Pills started out then, you know. You didn't ask a girl if she's taking a pill. You just say when she told you she was pregnant, you say, that's really not my name and I'm leaving town tomorrow. Different world, you know? But,
your topic, kiss them. We're moving up in the seduction.
It's easy to kiss them. It comes with the affection. Now, depending how far you've gone in the relationship, but if you're not taking them home, Okay, if you're not taking him home that night, go over to them and try to give them a kiss, just for the physical contact, not on their lips, because they want you to try to give them a kiss on their lips.
Yeah.
Because they want. Yeah.
It happened to me. That's it.
What my best thing is, I'd like to give you a kiss goodbye. Give me your cheek. I would initiate. I take initiate where I want. I don't want to try to get them.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
And if they say, well, you don't want to kiss, I go, no, I'm too good a kisser and I don't want to turn you on just by kissing you. See, everything is positive with me. Kissing is important. I always stress how good a kisser I am. But sometimes I could just sit and kiss somebody all night. I don't have to have an orgasm. If you really put me to the test, I think that's almost a lie. That's a damn good line,
I could kiss all night, yeah. But do you, when you sometimes, you encounter resistance at a certain point? I've encountered it a couple of times over the year, and the funny thing is I've overcome the resistance in different ways, sometimes completely different ways, just using my intuition, and it worked.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I say, don't worry about the resistance. If they're giving you resistance, most of the time they're testing you.
Yeah.
They're testing you, so ignore it. Remember, the key rule here is if they say no, it's no. You don't want to come off like you're trying to force them for anything. You don't want to come off like you're, a lech.
I could imagine myself saying something like, because following your rules, I've been seeing this woman a couple of times, and I kept thinking, I'm going to do what I want. When the time comes, if I want to kiss her, I will. And the funny thing is, she kept doing things that were turning me off, not physically, but just things she was saying. She wasn't trancing out. She wasn't slowing down. So I just realized, I let her go. I actually took her to the door and said, hey, it's been nice, but I got to get up early tomorrow. She was so shocked, They're like,
yeah,
it was really cool. She was shocked.
You don't have to kiss her. You're not going to,
No, that's it. And the cool thing is that yesterday, the relationship was much different because I spent the evening, she took me to a party, spent the whole evening with two of her best friends. And I got such great rapport that those two are now very interested in me. So she was really friendly to me by the end of the evening. She wasn't why I wasn't paying attention. So I decided that the next time I'm with her, there's a good chance I'm going to want to kiss her, and I'm going to go for it. And I think that it's going to be easy for me to be honest and say, hey, I really, really want to kiss you, whatever. And just
You see, again, seducing them and kissing them, it's easy. But you guys, I'll tell you, from what I see here today, you're not ready for that. You're ready. You need to practice on the approach. Like I have here, bring them home. Now, it depends. Bringing them home is the closing part. Now, if I give you all this advice and you take it all, you might not be able to go through the whole thing in one motion, one night. And you didn't fail by doing that. You have to hone your skills. Whatever you got to do, you got to practice and try. Because once you start getting successful, as the couple of the fellas here have gotten successful, you're one, Ryan's one, you start to feel a little more confident. You start to not think as hard at what are they thinking. It frees you to concentrate on other things. If you think you're going to tell them, oh, you're good looking, I'd like to fuck you, come home with me right now, it's a tough call. You need to start. That's why I say, do a little homework, rent that movie, watch that and take a look. When you decide to start going out, start really wanting to practice, jerk off before you go out.
Yeah.
Don't get too horny. I know, I've gotten out too, and I'm so fucking horny that I'm bursting. I gotta grab the first girl. I would, and you start talking to the first one, and you think to yourself, I'm wasting my time with this one. Let me go over after that one is better looking over there, but I'm gonna, because I'm so horny. And And the next thing you know, you don't got nobody, and you're going, what did I do?
Funny for me, it's exactly the opposite.
So sometimes you go in there, if you don't start getting, if it's not progressive, it's not good, go to the next one. Say, hey, it's not, and there's nothing wrong with saying to her after you start talking to her, it's going mediocre, you go, you know what, I'm really way too horny to continue this with you tonight. I gotta find something I gotta do tonight. So I'm gonna be back. Don't take it as an insult. You're a very attractive lady, and you did turn me on first, but I'll be back. Go to the next one. Go to the next. Just that staying power, that control that she thinks you have. It's going to impress her. You can't get every single one. You can, okay? But how much time do you have? Do you want to, you're here in Montreal, you're not here for a month, you're here for a day or two, or a night, or one night, or 3 nights, or 4 nights. You want to get laid at least the second night you're in town. You're going to start talking to a girl, she's going to give you a whole cock, you're going to say, well, call me tomorrow. Fuck, I'm leaving day after tomorrow. What am I wasting my time with her for? Go to the next one. Not saying that you wouldn't have got her, but you don't flog a dead horse. If you see you can go further, go to the next one. You were my first choice. But I have to tell you, I'm in a strange city and I need to be close to somebody tonight. I need to feel the warmth from another human being. Goodbye. If she calls you back, you're doing well. If she doesn't, you didn't lose anything. You're not wasting your time. Sometimes you spend some time with a girl and it wasted all that time. You buy her a bunch of drinks, wasted all that time. Yeah, I believe I can make practically any broad I meet, because one way or another I'm gonna spin a fantasy in their mind for them. They'll start to believe the illusions that I make out to. But I've got a lot of experience, and you can't be me, and you can't know what to use. I'm going to try every single thing in my power, and I'm relentless. You guys have to get over a couple of things that I've gotten over a long time ago, so don't try to copy me exactly. I'd rather you get a sure thing than chase after that fish that you're not going to get. It's like we talked about fishing. You don't go fishing in an area where there's not a lot of fish. Okay, it might be cheating to go to an area, you guy drops his hook and you pick up a fish right away. You might be better off doing that. It might not be as exciting. You know, but at least you know you're going to go home with some fish. It's like those big fishing trips they do for when people go salmon fishing. You know, it's great fishing trips, but they guarantee you a salmon. If you don't get one on your line because there's so many around, they'll give you one to take home when you're spending gazillion dollars fishing trip. Well, this is the same kind of thing. You're not going to go and say to the guy, where are there no fish in the lake? I'm going there to fish. Or I want 2 lone fish. Or where's there a lot of fish? You go fishing there. And if the first fish gives you a lot of trouble, go for the next one. When you pick it up and it's too small, unhook it and go for another one. You don't want young ones, eh? You want to be woken up just after you finish fucking and she's in your hotel room and the police say, eh, she's 16, you're under arrest. You don't want to know that kind of shit. So you don't want that. Just like you don't want a girl who's goes home with you to your hotel room, you just walk in a room, somebody kicking down the fucking door because it's her boyfriend she wanted to make jealous and he wants to kick the shit out of you.
They do that. They really do that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want that kind of stuff. You want a nice time. You want to meet somebody. Maybe you want to pursue the relationship. The funny thing is, I think a guy sleeping with a girl the first night that he met her? Can I have more respect for her if she's the best fuck he's ever had? He'll want to sleep with her again. It won't be a one-night stand.
Say that to him. Absolutely. Because they still have this ridiculous impression that, no, we only respect a woman if she holds out for 4 or 5 dates. They're still stuck with that. I only respect them if they have 3 threesomes.
What's that?
I only respect them if they're willing to do threesomes, so it's the next step.
Like I said, when it gets to threesomes or twosomes or, you know, like, I went that route too, and that's what changed my life. I got bored after a while. I couldn't do one girl, one-on-one anymore. Doesn't turn you on. And it's a lot harder to find 2 than to find 1.
When you're talking to 2 at once, do you ever play them off each other?
No.
No?
You don't know. You don't know how friendly they are.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
You don't know their relationship, and a lot of guys try that. They hope to go home with one of them, so they're playing the 2 of them. I find I end up going with none.
Or okay.
I like to, you know.
No, I read a posting where a guy play them off each other, but the goal was to get a threesome. And according to him, it worked.
Look,
He made them compete with each other.
I found the easiest way to get a threesome is when the girl you're with picks up the other girl.
That's what most guys say.
That's the best, and it's faster and easier.
You don't have to do so much work, too.
Because women, if they're interested in another woman, they both know about it very fast. I remember I was driving down and I was with that really attractive girl, the one that was Miss Montreal, and there was this girl hitchhiking, and we drove by her and she gave a real big smile. We drove by and I said, look at the smile she gave me, and she goes, why do you think it was you?
Ooh.
I stopped that fucking car so fast. I said, go find out. Okay, but that's the reality, you know. Hey, I was taking things for granted. And you know what? After you've slept with a girl and you get intimate with them, there's nothing you can't talk about.
That's true.
And that's the same thing when they start asking you questions. You tell them, after I sleep with you, there's nothing we can't talk about. Once you get past that inhibitions and the sexual anxiety. Good, thank you. Who said that? Wonderful. I love that kid. Exactly. Once you get over that anxiety, it's smooth sailing. You can talk to them like he likes to tell them, hey, you got to do threesomes. Okay. Maybe they're humoring him, but they're not throwing him out.
No.
You understand? So let him humor him. I went out with a girl, she had the nicest ass, I was telling you, you know. She says, no guy's ever going to do it in my ass. And I think that's what turned me on, to be honest with you. When she said to me, no guy's going to put it in my ass, that's all I thought about. That's it. She ruined me. That's all I thought about. Day and night. And I did, I'll try that one. And I tried. I was relentless. I couldn't. That's it. Don't do that to me. Don't say those things. It all depends what turns you on, and when it turns you on, and at what stage it turns you on. Okay, let me go back to a little bit of my list here. Like I said, bringing them home in threesomes, I think we got the problem is I don't have the confidence. I don't know what to say, how to keep the conversation going, and overcome fear of rejection. These, I'm assuming, would be the most important things for you guys right now. I don't have the confidence. I don't know what to say. Now, like I said, confidence, it's going to come to you easily when you figure out what to say. And I don't know what to say is, again, I don't know what to say to them. I don't know what I'm going to say to them next. I don't know who I'm going to talk to. But I know one thing for sure. For sure. She's going to lead me to what I have to talk about. See, I'm so confident that. Now, if you guys start saying that, you're going to know who you're going to talk to, who you're going to... You don't know it. You don't feel it like I do. I've lived it. I lived it today at lunch. You understand? I use what she's feeling, what I'm observing. Once you get past that, when you feel, you won't have a problem on what to say to them and how to talk to them. You won't have a problem. Because, first of all, we're not asking you to go fight the Taliban in another country to want to kill you. We're not telling you that if you're not successful, we'll find your body someplace and we'll send you back to your parents. We're telling you if you're successful, you're going to have a hell of a lot of fun. Might make you better workers, might not. It's irrelevant. But you're going to have the part of life that is worth living. They say rich or poor has no difference how well you can enjoy sex. Mind you, when you're rich, you can buy any bitch you want. That's the reality. The starts like this. Rock stars, millionaires, they get what they want. Because I still, in a way, in my heart, still believe every woman is a hooker. They want to hook a guy. They have more than just sex on their mind. How to keep a conversation going? Honesty. Honesty doesn't mean you have to tell them everything. You have to, you know, you're a spy and you got to tell them all the secrets of the country and get hung after. No. Honesty means if you're something you don't feel comfortable telling them, say there's something I don't feel comfortable telling you. By doing that, you'll find they get a respect for you. Because no guy is doing that. And you know by the questions they ask you, you know what they want to hear for the answer. You're not children. You're not 5 years old. You've all been there before, even the 20-year-old guys. The girl asks them questions, they know what they're leading on to. Do you only want me for sex? Yeah. No, oh no. Oh, no. That's the last thing I was thinking about. The absolute last. First, I wanted to know if you want to be Madame Curie and discover penicillin all over again. Then I want to know if you want to be the one that carried the flag in the States. What's her name that sewed the flag? Betty Roth. Okay. And then, if you're really good, I'll let you be Joan of Arc and we'll burn the bitch. The fuck is wrong with you guys? You know what I mean? Reality's there. The conversation, say what, be outrageous. Tell me like you more.
Cocky and funny.
I want to tell you something. I once had a secretary working for me. She was huge. Huge. I couldn't give her a lift home. She could never have gotten in my car. Oh my God. My secretary went away for a while. I hired a temp. She was a very good secretary, but she was huge. My dad came over to my office and I said, come, we'll go for lunch. So she had ordered an extra large pizza and put it on her desk, an extra large. So my dad thought I had ordered lunch in, so he went to get a slice and she yelled at him. It's mine! She eat a whole extra large pizza by herself at lunch. So at night, I said to my dad, I said, maybe I'll take the small truck home tonight. I'll give her a lift, because I could only get her in the Suburban. I couldn't get her in my car. So I go to her and I say, can I offer you a lift home? The last thing I would have thought in my life that she has a boyfriend. She says, no, my boyfriend's coming to get me. You have a boyfriend? And yeah, she had a good-looking boyfriend. He liked her. My father-in-law has a good saying. It's a European saying. And he says, there's a top for every pot. What he liked, this guy I didn't like. I'll tell you when in the next book, or the next, I'll tell you the story about me with a fat broad. It's a whole, I tried everything. Are we? What's that?
Keep going, keep going.
Okay. And the key to all this is we're all sensitive and afraid of being rejected. We're afraid of them telling us, I don't like you, you're too fat, you're too black, you're too white, you're too pink, you're too green, you're too short, you're too skinny. It's bullshit. Doesn't mean anything. Okay? Clifford sends me this thing in the mail about this where you go on the computer and you put a profile on and you get dates and stuff like that. So I put on a profile, and and these women, and all I did was honest, my MO, honesty, trust, and respect, and I want kinky sex and all, everything but, I didn't want the gay sex, and I get every couple of days on my email comes in, I start laughing. And I look at these women, they give pictures of themselves, good-looking women, and you read what they look. Most of them say any kind of guy, big, skinny, some say slim, some say tall, but the majority, I would say 80% or more, they don't care. They want a guy. Wild sex. They're married. What's that one when they discreet? Yes. You know when it says discreet, because somebody's got a relationship going, they're cheating on their husband or something. It doesn't stop coming in. Women are very horny out there. Now there's a lot of different kinds of women. A lot of women who don't get horny. A lot of women, I would say, now I found this statistic hard to believe when I was younger, but as I got older I started believing it more. They say that over 80% of the women never achieve an orgasm. And that a lot of women fake it just to make the guy feel good. I can live with that. I don't care. I can't control them. If you think you're going to be Mr. Stud, the best guy in the world, you're living an illusion. You might make one woman feel fantastic and the other woman don't even turn her on. They say sex is 80% mental, 20% physical. It's our own fantasies. They say with the woman, it's 90% mental and 10% physical. I went out with one girl. She was 32 years old. I mean, I think somebody here knows the story already. We get in bed, we're having a great time. She says to me, I just want to tell you something. I'm giving you something very special tonight. I go, yeah. I'm giving just as much as no, but I'm a virgin. Oh, I got up and I got dressed and I got the fuck out of there. She's, why? What's wrong with it? I go, you think it's worth so much and you've been saving it so long, give it to somebody else. I'm not worthy of it. It's a big responsibility. They think it's worth so much. 32 years old. I had a couple of Klingons come after me. I was stalked by these broads. Yeah, you got, you know, so the old story, be careful what you wish for. You might get it. You have to be careful. They're all not dealing with you on the same level ground you are. There's a lot more ulterior motives that they want. There's a lot of pressure with women, I would say, after 25 to 30, that age group in there, 30, maybe 35, I don't know, if they're not married, a lot of their friends and family go, what's wrong with you? Hey, you're not married, you're 27 and you're not married, or you're 31, what's wrong with you? You know? So now, those women are on the prowl, you know? Like with the Y stick looking for water. Single guy, take him, don't matter. And I could do an experiment in here, you'd probably all like it. Get a medium broad in here and she'd grab each one of your dicks, and I'd like to see the guy who didn't get a hard on. Just proves one thing. Guys are pigs. You think dirty for a second, you'll get a hard on. So I got some fabulous stuff, and I'm only going to tell you guys this, but you name your penis. Girls all name their breasts. I know I had the best name for my penis. I named him Better. I could teach girls how to kiss better, how to suck better, how to fuck better, how to eat better, how to drink better. Want to play better? It's the illusion you give out. Girl would ask me, how good are you in bed? And I'd go, you're making a mistake to ask me for my recommendation. The best! Well, oh no, I'm really not fucking good. Well, who's gonna say that? Like you go to,
say that though, doesn't it?
You go to a restaurant and you say, what's really good here on the menu? She should say everything, which means fuck you. You saw what I said today. If I was your boyfriend who you really liked, what would you want me to eat here? What would you recommend for me to eat here? She chose two things, I think, eh?
Pizza.
Yeah, I had one of them. And it was very, you had it too, didn't you? It was very good, wasn't it? What's good here? What would you say? You work in a restaurant, everything. Nah, shit, here goes right across the street, it's really good over there. Who's gonna say that? But people walk in all the time, well, what's good here? You're not gonna get the real answer. So quiet in here now.
I have a boyfriend line.
Listen. That's your question. You have a girlfriend, let's say, right? You're really happy with her. You're not building a harem like I was, okay? Because when they asked me if I had a girlfriend, I said, yeah, why are you doing out? I'm building my harem, what do you want? They never believed me, okay? But you have a girlfriend, you're happy with her. You're not going to be out looking for another girl, ordinarily. You'll wait till that relationship's over. I did that too when I was younger. You'd have one girl, you'd spend a lot of time with her. Between school or just starting to work, you don't have that much time to start hunting pussy as your main hobby. So, if she's out, she's telling you she has a boyfriend, say, fine, I got an ex-girlfriend to do some too. What do you, who the fuck cares? And is it true? Are you sure it's true? Are you sure it's true? Is that not a line that if you were a girl and you didn't want to be bothered by this guy, or you wanted to see if this guy would be persistent, or you wanted to have...
Most of the time I think it's fake, but occasionally they'll say, gee, you're really great, but I'm seeing this guy, so...
I can answer you very easily. I don't want to insult you, because if I insult you, it's like you've been here all day and you didn't listen to anything I told you. I'm only going to tell you this. What does that mean? Number one, right? Again, you're listening to what they say. You got a boyfriend, okay. So fine.
I'm just trying to think of what are good...
Yeah, but you're trying to think of what they're going to say. But that's what I'm saying to you. That's the first thing you got to forget. And it's the first thing you remember. That's where the tough time comes in. I'm giving you the answer that Clifford doesn't have the luxury of getting. He might usually tell, shut up, number one, fuck off. Okay, I'm giving the answer because, I'm giving you a break here. It all comes back, like I said at the beginning, it all comes back to number one. Don't listen to what they say. Every time you're having problems, what happens? You're listening to what they're saying. If you listen to what they say, you're going to have problems. You got to go. I didn't give you 10 rules. See, sometimes I think if I make up 10 rules, it'll be easier. Well, I only forgot one rule. You got 2 rules, and you're forgetting 1 rule. Hey, give me a break here. If you were in school, and these guys know, if you were in university, what would your professor tell you? Yo, you guys are in deep shit. You can only get 50%, no matter how hard you try.
So you suggest that he ignores the whole thing about the boyfriend and...
You are going to answer like Clifford in a minute. You've heard it enough times too.
Something and not responding to something else.
No, I'm answering the same thing he's asking. You see, he's listening to what they're saying. Who cares? They say they have a boyfriend. Who gives a shit? Why are they out in a bar if they're in a bar having a boyfriend? If they're in the street and you start talking to girls, she says, oh, I'm sorry, I got a boyfriend. Okay, she's got a go bye. It depends where. I'm not saying, no, she's lying to you. I'm saying it depends the situation. I understood, as you said, if you're in a club or you're in that kind of situation, she says, oh, I have a boyfriend. Are they telling the truth? I don't know if they're telling the truth. I don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt because they shouldn't be there if they have a boyfriend. Right?
Or you should be there with them or something.
Or they ain't that happy with their boyfriend if they're there. So what are they telling me? I'll fuck you if you're better than my boyfriend? Ask him. Are you telling me you'll fuck me if I'm better than your boyfriend? I am.
Really wild yesterday.
But that's what I'm saying to you. You're listening to what they say gets you in trouble. Continue with what you know what you got to do. Don't listen to what they're saying. You're not going to benefit from it. They know not to listen to what you're saying.
Let her make that choice. Just keep doing the thing.
If you could get their number, okay, and then say you're running a survey, you want to know, and you'd ask her 20 questions. You write down the 20 questions. The next day when you speak to her again, ask her what you answered for all those 20 questions. She won't get one right, because she didn't care what you said. You think they listen to what you say? I'm the only one who listens to what you say. And I'm telling you, don't say it. They don't care what you say. They're brought up and trained like that. If you had a daughter, what would you tell her? She's going out with guys. Don't listen to what the guys tell you. They'll tell you anything to get you in bed. What, you've never heard that one before? You wouldn't tell your sister, your daughter, your... Hey?
Cool.
How old's your mother? Still alive?
Yes, but I don't know how old.
Is your father still alive? Okay, let's say your parents, you lost your father and your mother wanted to start dating, and she came to you and said, I'm going to start dating again, I need to have a man for... What would you tell her? Be careful what they tell you. It's the first thing you tell her.
Right, true.
So...
I can't argue to that.
Yeah, so you tell... and you're worried about what they're going to tell you. They know not to listen to you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's only a one-sided thing, you know. You guys, you're the guys, and I'm talking to the guys right now. And that's what I said to Clifford. He gets me on one of these shows, Oprah and all this, and they want to take me apart because I'm taking only the men's point of view. I'm not saying it's only the men's point of view. I'm saying you guys want women. Here's what I say to try to get women. They're trained, and they're better trained than you guys are, and that you guys know.
Yep.
Hey, would you? All of you are going to agree. They got better training than all you guys got. They can manipulate and get what they want easily. Here I'm trying to give you the training back. You're in flight school, you know. You're going to go on a sortie. You're going to go on a mission. You don't realize what the enemy is. You want to be shot down? You'll be shot down. You for sure. I hate flying on your plane, that's for sure. It's down already. You won't get off the ground. You're ready. Oh, a plane's coming. Wait a second. I'm not flying yet. Don't shoot. You're already dead before you even start. You're trying to think about, well, the ones I don't like me, and the ones I like don't like me, and I don't know what to do.
I think we make it so overly complicated.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say to you.
Yesterday I had a great success because I decided I had a lot of information. I went through a couple of things I was going to try. Then I might start to overload my brain, and I said, okay, that's enough. That's way too much. I'm just going to keep it simple. And in the evening it went very well, just because I kept it very, very simple.
It's not complicated. That's why I said I give you 2 rules. You can't listen to what they're saying. Go with what your agenda is. You're not going to have a problem. You're presuming because you're listening to what they're saying. What if she says she's got a boyfriend?
So just ignore it and just keep talking.
Depends the mood you're in. I might tell her, you know, I didn't tell you, but he told me to come pick you up. I think you're finished with him. The fuck? You know, depends. If they'd hit me with that line, they'd get hit with lines back. I don't, you know, gonna play stupid games. I can play stupid games.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
What's his name? Your boyfriend? Oh yeah, that was him who talked to me. That's right. But he told me you don't like to get eaten. Maybe he hasn't done it right. I would put her off right away, like, okay? Take the initiative. You know, how can she win with me? I'll tell you, she ain't gonna win with me. I don't care what she says. Like I said, if you're, you know what? It's like you play dodgeball. You know, you're there. Tennis, you're waiting for the ball, or you're waiting for the ball. You're waiting for the ball like that, you're gonna get punked in the head. When you're looking at the ball, you're ready for it. Chunk, boop, missed you. Same thing, I got a boyfriend. Hey, that's too bad. Are you cheating on him, or you just want to cheat on him? You know what? Oh, I wouldn't cheat on a boyfriend. Well, you started already. I've had sex with you. No, I haven't. Oh, not in my mind. Look the way you're dressed. You know, there's 1,000 ways for me to dissipate it. Like I say, I hope for their sake they don't come up with those kind of lines on me. They usually don't. So I don't get that kind of stuff when I talk to women, as you saw at lunch. If she could have said to me, I'm married, I have a husband, I have a boyfriend. It's easy stop. If you meant stop, say stop. You don't need to tell me you have a boyfriend. Again, you don't want to play those games. You come back to the basics. You come back to what you say your MO is. Stick to it. It's not hard. Stick to it. You like to have structure? I don't play games. You have a boyfriend, so why are you talking to me? So you're the typical kind of girl that says she doesn't play games, and you're playing games. Bye-bye. She's gonna feel like an idiot.
That's very good, because it's hell unexpected for her.
Honesty, trust, and respect. How honest could she be if she's got a boyfriend? When did she tell you she had a boyfriend? At the beginning? Okay. Does that mean stop? Because if it really means stop, you just could have said stop to me. I respect people. Different impression. If she's with a friend, her friend's going to listen to that and say, well, you know, I like this guy already. Maybe she's just saying that.
I usually hear it after she agrees to go out on a date, and then she'll say, she'll drop, oh, and my boyfriend does such and such, whatever. Oh. So it's an obvious, like, mind game. I'm just trying to think of what's a good spin to really do the entrapment thing. That's kind of weird.
See, if they bring in the boyfriend, there's so many things you can do, depending how you want to shock her, you want to, you know, does he like to watch? I don't, you know what? Like I say, I'm relentless. I go after my goal. I don't give a shit. If she had a boyfriend after she's agreed to go on a date with me, well, then I know she's a slut. I promise I won't call him up. Make you feel better? I don't kiss and tell. You know, there's 100 ways. You listen to the line she's giving you, and listen to the context you're having the conversation with, and yeah, okay. I guess you don't play games and you are honest with everybody. I mean, listen to what, you know, if you bring down the ground rules, like I said, honesty, trust, and respect. You go back to, you really don't care what they say. They could say that to put you off, just to give you a test. See, a lot of times when I used to tell them, I want to see my kids, I had a lot of toys in the old days. I had motorcycles and sports cars and, you know, boat and stuff like that. So sometimes I take them to my garage and show them my cars, and these are my kids. Oh. Take them for a drive. Come, I want to introduce you to my kids. That's what I would do. Put them off. They'd like be not knowing how to handle it. And that's what you want to do. You want to be different. You don't want to lie. And look, a boyfriend is a boyfriend. Presume that they're saying a boyfriend. like she's a girl and she's your friend. But remember, never agree to be friends.
Yeah, that's an interesting rule.
Yeah.
I sometimes tell them my spectrum of friends is full right now and I don't have room for anybody else, and I take friendship too seriously. To have a good friend, you have to be a good friend. I don't know if you can be a good friend. I know you'll have a good friend. That's my best line on friends, when they say friends. So my spectrum of friends is full. They can't be your friend.
Did someone mention something about flaking at the beginning?
About what?
Flaking.
Well, yeah, I did.
You did that.
About
Flaking. You know, not returning phone calls, not showing up at the date.
dump it. You know what? If they're doing that to you, they're being disrespectful. You don't want that. And you, like I said, it's the same thing with the poking of the pencil.
Yeah.
They do it once, they'll do it twice.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, it's an interesting statistic that you hear a lot. Women that have been abused by men end up going back for more and more and more.
All the time.
Okay? And it's never once that they're abused.
It's a pattern.
It's, you set a precedence. If I had a daughter and her husband whacked her out once, it'd be the only time. If she goes back, she's going to go back once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. She'll keep going back. There'll be no stopping it.
So when you were really young, when you started off this game, approaching a lot of women, what was it like? Because I figured that's the stage in which I am in right now. Even though I have no problem approaching women, I just stall sometimes. Can't follow through with the thing. I can get their attention. It goes very well at the beginning, but just the final stages when I can't seem to close it very well. So it's hit and miss. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it isn't. You just think I need more practice, do it more often.
See, I don't know what kind of particular problems you're having and why are you having these problems. You should be able to. Maybe you're not leading them to the right conclusions. Maybe you're just. Maybe you're just being their friend. You don't want to be their friend. Maybe you're, like, how many dates you go out with them. You got to set a set of rules. You got to, you want parameters. You want to set it, okay. And it doesn't matter to tell them, hey, there's only 3 strikes. If you don't go with them, you don't sleep with them the first and second date, it's over. You're gonna go to the 3rd date and tell, and if you feel that it ain't gonna happen, say, call up and cancel. Say, you know what, I feel this isn't going where I want it to go, and I'm gonna cancel the date.
What about just the pickup aspect?
What's that?
What about just approaching and picking up?
Approaching them and...
Like, what is the best way to close it, as in? So I've been thinking about different structures to use.
Yeah, you see, you have to understand that the more you don't allude to sex, the harder it is to close.
Yeah, that's true.
If you try to be,
Buddy.
yeah, or you try to be the Pope, or Father Johnson, it's harder to close.
You're saying a lot of sexual...
Yeah, because that's what you want. Listen, you ain't gonna go get plumbing parts in an ice cream store. You talk about sex because that's what you want. You allude to it because that's what you want.
You look at them a certain way.
You look at them, you intimidate them, you fantasize with them, about them, you let them know what you think and what you want.
What do you mean by intimidate them?
Let them know that you're completely in control.
Yeah, you have to have control, and to get control, you have to make them always, you know, look at you, and you're looking at them and know what you want. So you have to get in those conversations when they say, I know what you want, and go, thank God. Okay? Thank God you're a rocket scientist. You know what I want. That was real hard to figure out. I wouldn't be on the third date if I wouldn't, by the third date, you know, I'll tell you, the only time I ever broke that rule on 3 dates, no sex, was my current wife. Okay? On the third date, there was no sex. I said, goodbye. She says, are you going to see me again? I go, no. She said, is that because of your rule? I go, yeah. She says, you're really going to take a chance? I go, goodbye. I left. She chased after me down the street. She almost dragged me out of my car back to her house to fuck her that night. Because she knew that it wouldn't have been that night, it would have been never. I wouldn't have talked to her again. I wouldn't have wasted my time. And I definitely believe, as happy as I am with her and my family, that there would have been another one just as good or just the same or whatever, because I created what I want.
Yeah, that's a fantastic mindset.
You got to give yourself the parameters. You said you want the parameters. You're not going to talk about fishing and Mount Kilimanjaro and what the weather's like if you want to fuck this broad. She's getting dressed up. You're losing the whole context of everything. She's getting dressed up to make herself as sexy and good looking as possible. What is that? She wants to discuss the world events with you.
That's a good point. So on that topic.
Yeah, you tell them, you know, you look fantastic. You turn me on. That's why I say when you look at them, if she turned you on, that you approached her, tell her why. What's in your mind? When I'm saying what you're thinking about is not, should I talk about sex or shouldn't I talk about sex? No, you shouldn't think about that. That's not what you're thinking about. When you saw her, it's like when he says, approach a woman. What do you look, what is she? You know, maybe I'm going to need some models the next time around. I'm going to get them to say, what are you turned on about? What turns you on with this girl or that girl? If you see what turns you on, yeah, go after it and tell her. Listen, I want to tell you something. Where'd you get a haircut? In Toronto, in Montreal, the States, where?
In the States.
You go to the same guy all the time or just try to?
Try a different place.
You like this haircut you got last time?
I really like it, yeah.
You really like it? And if a girl came up to you and said, geez, I like your haircut, would you feel good?
I suppose, yeah, she complimented me on my choice.
Okay. Hey. Grow some tits and I'll sure fuck you tonight. That's what I'm saying to you. Here. You got a haircut. I picked up your haircut. Okay? You, hey, I like your jacket. Where'd you get that jacket? Nice jacket.
Goth boutique.
Yeah, good. Did you choose that by yourself or you had him get it for you? You know? Try that. You know, I mean, it's the same thing. She got dressed up. She did her hair. She did her nails. I like that nail polish. You must be something special because I don't think there'd be a girl on this planet who'd wear that nail polish. Positive or not, you try to give her a positive reinforcement. She's gutsy. She's good looking. Do you have to wear a bra or your boobs are like that all the time?
Wow, that's very bold. That's very bold.
If they're perky with their nipples going up like this, that's the question I'm asking. Can I hang my jacket on one while I play with the other one?
Have you actually ever asked that?
Yeah, what's the difference? What are they going to do? They're going to think you're a pervert? Hello, I am.
That's great.
That's what I tell them. I don't deny anything. I never deny anything they ask me. They say, they accuse me of anything. Are you a pervert? Yes. You heard me say that before. I don't change my MO. She tried in the restaurant to talk about cooking. I brought it back to sex every time. That's it. That's all I care about.
That's good.
Doesn't matter. You understand? If you're asking, you're going out with her the third time and she doesn't think you want her for sex, and how are you going to approach her? You shouldn't have a problem closing. I would tell her the second date, you know, this is the second date. If I don't make it tonight, you only have one more chance.
Wow.
Well, not. What are you playing games with? What do you have, 50 years?
You're absolutely right.
You don't have time to fuck around with this shit. You know, you're out. You know, in a city like Montreal, if I came into a city like Montreal, I don't got time to wait to see if I get one 2 days later.
Yeah. Good point.
Give me your room number. I'm knocking on the door. I'm not calling her on the phone. Can I come over? I'm there. I don't ask her for the phone number. That's where she works. I know she'll be there tomorrow at that time. What time do you finish tomorrow night? Great. Let me take you out for supper. Or maybe I'll come eat there and we'll leave right after I finish. All depends on the mood you're in. You've got to control, and you got to be honest what you want. What does he want from me? You know, these guys go to school together, and if one guy wants some homework done or help with something, he doesn't go in and start talking about his grandmother for 2 hours. He says, hey, can you help me with this and get it done? You're going to say yes or no. If he says no, he'll go to another friend to ask him for help. As we get older, we forget to do that shit. Oh, I don't know how to approach them. I learned a long time ago, don't ask him to approach her or him. Go do it yourself. You'll get your right answer right away, yes or no. Are you interested in me sexually? No. You have a friend? That's all. Go on with it. What do you need him for? You got an itchy back, buy a back scratcher for $1. You want a fabulous cook? Ask her to bring a resume. You meet somebody, it's visual first. Regrettably, that's visual first. She turned you on. Why? There's 1,000 women out there, millions, gazillions, will turn you on and not him. What Clifford might like, you don't like. You don't go into a bar and every guy's killing each other for one girl. Lots of women there. You go to a supermarket. You can look at the basket and see if they're single just by what they're buying. It's very easy. It's a good place. I used to pick up a lot of women in a supermarket because you could see right what they're buying. Walk around with a case of condoms in your basket. Cucumbers and condoms. Looking for a date tonight. You know, you got any friends? You gotta, like I say, you gotta tell them what you want. I mean, on the third date, let me ask you, you really think on the third date a woman doesn't know that you're hanging around for pussy? She's that pure. I remember, I said to my father once, I said to him, this was really funny because my dad was more of a prude than I was, okay? I said to him once, oh, she's not that kind of girl. He goes, what? And then when I got back, I took her to New York with me. When I got back, she had her head underneath the steering wheel all the way back from New York. I said to my dad, you know, it was funny. I didn't think she was that kind of girl, but she was. Yeah, I wised up too. I was there too. I was closer to their age. I thought there were some girls that were just so pure. Angelic. They were the worst sluts. Any more questions? Anything you need to?
Want to break for an hour, a quick bite, and come back?
It's up to you.
How's that sound?
Reasonable.
It's a funny thing. When I started fucking the girls in high school, there wasn't many guys who would be fucking them. The girls were my best leads. None of the guys knew what I was doing. It was the girls. But that's what started me on the hunt. And it's not easy.
That was still a social circle, right? Not a real hunt to go out and picking up.
It's a social circle. It's not, you can't go pick up when you're 13, 14, 15 years old. Yeah, in high school it was too. At 16 and 17, meeting girls, you know, you're fucking around with them for months and you're not getting the first base with them. And then you hear of one that's really loose and you try to go after her. You know, anybody that would even sound like they had a bad reputation, she's mine. You know? That's how way it starts. And then at 17, it was getting harder. Not easier, harder. So I started to realize it's not there that I'm going to get the women I want. It's out here. So I started going to Belmont Park. And those girls... I started working at a gas station when I was 17. And the guy at the gas station was a French-Canadian fellow, and he says, come to my house tonight. We're having a little bit of a party. He just had gotten married. He was a mechanic there, he was older. So I go there, and sexuality was very open. It's the French-Canadian way. It's a lot more open, a lot more exposed. It's not as tight ass as it is in Ontario, you know. And I see his wife's sister's hot. So I tell him, man, he introduced me to her. He says, just go over and talk to her. She likes you. My wife told me your sister likes you. So I start talking to her. I start going out with her. Okay, I take her out. I go to pick her up. The second time I'm taking her out, she's coming to my room, let's fuck. Your father's sitting there on the sofa having a beer, watching a hockey game. Your mother's in there doing some laundry or something, and you want me to go in there and fuck you with your parents right here? Are you crazy? She goes, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, what inhibitions do I have? I said, no, let's go. We'll go to a motel, you know. We'll go to Saint Jacques. And not only that, she lived on Delormier. So to go to Saint Jacques is another, like, I did a lot of traveling when I was a kid that I didn't need to do. So I'm standing there in the living room, and her father's there drinking beer, watching the hockey game. And I'm waiting for her to get dressed, and her father looks at me and says, you like my daughter? I go, yeah. He says, she fucks good, eh? Oh, I fucking must have gone 3 shades of white. Like, what's he? I like, do I move? Do I breathe? What's he thinking? If I say yeah, he's gonna beat the shit out of me, or what? You know, who the fuck knows? And I'm there like. She comes out and says, let's go. And I'm like, I'm begging her to drag me out of the house. Like, in my mind, I can't say a word. I don't know what to say. I'm like...
You gotta get the trap, yeah.
So he looks at me. He goes, oh, you're going out? Her mother sucks better than her. She has no teeth.
sounds like he did his own daughter. I don't know.
No, it's the sexuality. Then I got invited. I went out with her for a while because she was hot. We went to a party in their house, and the grandmother, okay, is being rubbed up by the priest, the local priest in the area. And I'm going, what the fuck is going on here? And they're all laughing at me because I'm like this prude. And the grandmother says to me, says, go into my bedroom, listen to this, and get me the Virgin Mary from my bureau. Now, I'm Jewish. I don't know too much about Virgin Mary and stuff like this, and I was 17 years old at that time. What the fuck is going on? I go in there, I see there's one Virgin Mary. So I pick it up, okay, on the bureau, and I'm bringing it into the living room. They're all laughing hysterically. You see, because one side was a Virgin Mary, the other side was a dildo. They're making a joke because I'm so naive, and they tell me the priest and her, that's his girlfriend, her grandmother. Sexuality is very open with French. You're French Canadian, part. You know it.
I just hang around.
We used to watch, when we were younger here, there'd be like, we used to call them fins. And I'll tell you, you're going to like this. You know what a fin is? A fin was before you get porno movies on TV. When we were younger, you'd get a French-Canadian movie, and they'd show tits and ass and stuff like that. The fins were we'd watch the movie all night not understanding a word, and when you see fin at the end, you know you got fucked. Because you never know when the sexy part is coming. So you used to say, hey, I watched a fin last night. You understand? Yeah, which means end, fan, which means end. So, but we'd watch the French channels because it was always CBC is CBC. You know CBC all over Canada. Okay? You never saw a tit in CBC. And in the French, and the Canadian, the French CBC was CBC, but the French version was so much more open. Sexuality with French Canadians is much more open. The joie de vivre. They don't look at sex. It's not a taboo thing to go and have the daughter screwing her boyfriend. It's normal. Our inhibitions are because of Mormons and Baptists, you know. The monarchy, well, depends which monarchy.
The English monarchy.
Not really. You see, a lot. That's a lot as a myth. In England, you should learn about this history. In England, cocktails started. They'd have orgies before the meal. The English were big on sex orgies. That's what cocktails started. And purse. If you notice, on a ship, the guy who takes care of the money is a purser. And purse was, mainly men wore purses. Women didn't have purses. It changed. It was a male thing. Purse would be where they carried their money. A purser on a ship is still a guy that takes care of the money. Remember, the English were seafaring people before anybody else. And the orgies, the food orgies, you watch sometimes these old English movies, you know, or like swashbucklers, where you see them gorging themselves with, you know, and all the women dance. That's what it was. They had a lot of orgies. The Romans too had orgies. That's what it was all about. I mean, what do you think? We're only sexually perverted now? There's Sodom and Gomorrah. They were saying it was too perverted in those days. You have to understand it's how you perceive it. In our society here, in Montreal, it's easier to pick up a French Canadian girl than anywhere else in Canada because they feel they're picking you up. You know, they love sex and they like to, you know, it's not just such a taboo thing. It's like, that's why you come to Montreal, it's got to be the greatest city. It's easier to get two girls here to do it than anywhere else practically. But it should be no different. Yeah, certain cities and certain things. Look, in Dallas, I put an ad in the paper. Before I put an ad in the paper, I went to one of these social clubs where you swap. Okay? So when I went there, they said there's only one or two nights a week that I could go because I didn't have a partner. So I'm thinking, oh, I see. You see, if you have a partner, you can go there and you can. So I said, okay. So I went one night when I didn't have a partner and met one of these single girls and says, listen, Why don't we partner up together? We can come all the time. Oh, great. But then a lot of the couples that came in, I would rather wait for the single night.
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys, that's what struck me as the worst. Most of the guys that came for that were really coupled enjoyed watching somebody fuck their wife more than anything else. You know? And after a while, I felt like, ooh, you know, get out of here. You know, he's jerking off while I'm fucking his wife. You know, fuck her harder. He's giving instructions. Shut up. You know? But it depends what you want to go in for. And like I said, today, I don't know. Today, what happens is guys like me, when the AIDS things came out, they either go two-way. They don't give a shit, or they become like me, and I'd make every fucking girl test herself. You know, I got super paranoid. Had a condom on me all the time. I'm not on me, but on, like, you know. But like, I got really paranoid with it. It was like, you know, it's like, it's what happened, because remember, I went from one time where it was so open. That good friend of mine who's a surgeon, the reason I got friendly with him was because I used to have these big weekends where I have an orgy, and I go in there and I tell them, you know what, give me a penicillin shot just in case. I don't know who was there, what was going on. There was so many, I lost track. You know, we didn't wear any condoms at all in those days. So he used to say, and one day he said to me, I can't give you any more penicillin for a while, you're going to have a allergic reaction. So we used to joke about that, and then he used to say I'm the guy with the most penicillin he's ever given to in his life, you know. And I used to bring up a couple of girls for abortions with him too, you know. So he knew how promiscuous I was.
These orgies were organized by you? You set it up?
Some. I had some friends that set some up too, and everything you see, I've lived every fantasy. I even made my own. Well, I didn't make a porn movie, okay, because video cameras in those days weren't really, you know. But I took plenty of shots with my still camera on with the timer.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened was, when I was going through my divorce, I took so many pictures that when she put like M for her initial with my last name, they thought it was Mr. and they sent a lot of that, because in those days you couldn't get film developed here in a Photoshop. You could only get it done in one of these places. One place was in Saskatchewan, One Right Photo Labs. You know, get that stuff in. And they sent it to her house in the forwarding of the mail, and the divorce cost me a lot more, but that's another story. But I still kept enough to make myself an album for memory, you know, of the world. And I like the pictures of me fucking two broads. I've got plenty of those, and you know, it's not like, that's like what Clifford used to come over and, you know, look at, and I have it in my house, and what happens if your wife doesn't like it? I go, pardon me? It's mine, not hers. She wants to look at it, she's welcome to. It's my life. It's part of what I've lived into. There's about 300 shots missing that my ex-wife got. Well, I don't know if she kept them or not. It's irrelevant. But that's the reality. I mean, it depends what you want to do. And see, like I say, going back to Clifford with that friend of his, I'm not saying he doesn't know where he's wrong, but you know, as you get older, you find out the guys that would brag a lot. It's like the certain people I met in this industry. Some of them I feel, and I think I've got a good gut feeling about people. Some of them I feel, yeah, the guy's a player. And the other one I go, this guy ain't getting laid. He's getting laid less than you. She's talking up a good storm. Maybe what he wants to do. So I don't think you need a system where you have to follow guidelines. I think basically what you need to find is a way to retrain yourself on only one rule. When you stop caring about what they say, and I'm not saying it to be derogatory to put women down, because when you meet a nice woman, you spend a nice time with her. I'm not telling you to be rude to her, be rough with her, to treat her like shit, or to... No, on the contrary. I'm saying, don't listen to what they say because you don't know if they're being honest yet. When you feel they're honest, you can change your relationship or adapt it to the way you want. If you feel this is going to be the good enough woman to be mother of the children you want or you don't want, or it's good enough to add to your harem, or it's good enough to become a friend, and a friend you can fuck. There's nothing wrong with that. It's you have to direct what you want. I've had all of the above. But I know how many have lied to me, and how many told me stupid stories, how many have told me things that aren't true, or about their boyfriends, you know. Listen, I heard a guy tell me a story, and the second woman that he went out with, or one of the women after that, almost the same story. And I told him right away, it's bullshit. And he goes, no, 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 no. Then he finds out I was right. Well, I don't fucking want to hear I was right, or I don't want to say I told you so. I know I'm right, because it's easier to overlook a situation when you're not involved. When I'm watching what you do or what you tell me with the woman, it's easy for me to direct you because I know what you're doing wrong before you start. Yeah, you can go to advanced stuff, and on advanced stuff, I'm telling you, I got fantastic systems that you'll really score with. But it all depends what you want to do. Advanced stuff is more logistics. You go out with a woman and you want to go out with two of her friends. Look, and I'm not saying I'm always successful. I was going out with this gorgeous girl. Advice like I gave him. I was fucking her, and I was fucking two of her sisters. She said to me one day, are you cruising all my sisters? And I said, I'd like to. They're all gorgeous. And she was the best looking, bar none. She won awards for that. But the other sister was better in bed by, it was like, now I figured, one has brought me a friend for me for my birthday. They both were scoffing my dick and licking my asshole. And the other one is talking up a good storm. She's her sister. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm smart. I are smart. I are smart. How about both you two sisters together? I should have put a hand grenade in my pants. Would have been better. They both, that's it, over. They would both fuck me with another broad, but not the two sisters together. That was like, whoa. When she found out I was fucking her sister, she says, my sister goes after every one of my boyfriends. I don't know if I fucked her because I was so good, or she was just doing what she said, what she was always doing. But I didn't care, I was enjoying it. But then I opened my big, fucking stupid mouth, and I lost both. And nothing I could do to retrieve it. I tried as soon as I apologized, I got in worse shape.
That's it, yeah.
It's like the harem. Oh, I was going good. I had 4 almost perfect women in the harem. I would literally fuck 6 nights a week with the 4 of them, and 1 night for looking for another one in case I'd lose the harem going on, okay? They'd all cook for me. The relationships cost me nothing, low maintenance. And then Christmas came.
So tell us this story, this is good.
So I did my standard Christmas cards. Best gift, a lotto ticket.
Oh, really?
Sure, because if you win, you win. If you don't, well, it's a lotto ticket. What's the big deal? Not too much, not too little. That's what I liked. And then what happens? Okay, I got to be with my family Christmas.
That works.
Not when you're Jewish.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But you convince one or two of them, yeah, okay, I'll be with one of them, Christmas. Then New Year's. New Year's is heavy.
Friends, you can be with your male buddies now.
Yeah, right. You care a lot about me, and especially when they know that you said you have other girlfriends.
That's it.
You see, the honesty part comes to bite you in the ass. Who are you going to be with New Year's? Me? Oh, I haven't decided yet. That's not good either. So what happens New Year's? Usually you lose one at Christmas, you lose one at New Year's, and you're lucky if you have one after Valentine's Day. And it's a very close period of time.
You can always keep adding new ones to your head.
Yeah, but you don't have time at this time of year. You're in deep shit, you know, because Valentine's Day, the ones you're not with on Valentine's, doesn't matter what excuse. And I tried going out of town, I tried all that stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Used to come into spring, into around this time of year, and maybe I'd have one, or maybe I'd start searching all over again.
I have to rebuild the harem.
Rebuild the harem.
How about trying something like, I was just, if that happens to me, something like, if they know that you have other girlfriends and they're asking if you've chosen, you say, hey, listen, I've decided there are 3 days in the year I'm not going to spend with any woman just because I don't
Try it. Yeah. Don't even think about it. I tried that too. Forget it. Yeah.
Doesn't work. You lose all right.
Valentine's Day, if you're not married, or if you are married, is a test day.
Oh,
You fail.
I hate that day.
You know, it's a test day. They want to see what are you going to do for me on the whole year. They'll do for you. On Valentine's Day, you gotta be the romantic guy they want you to be. If you're not good that day, you're not good ever. You can't. That's what nothing is foolproof.
No.
I tried different methods. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I came through and I had 2 girlfriends. But I even tried once being with 2 of them together on Valentine's Day.
That work?
Oh, sure. Dream on.
Okay.
I lost them both.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they get insulted.
That's it.
I understand. You gotta walk away from it.
Yeah.
You try chasing after it, you don't win. They only will manipulate you for punishment for a while. That's why I say you gotta fuck them both before you try to put them together.
Even if they're good friends already and I met them together?
Listen, just an opinion.
Okay. Well, you're an expert opinion. So.
Yeah, but you see there, which one are you stronger attracted to?
Both, actually. Although one a little bit more.
Okay, so you go after that one first.
I will.
And if she says to you, what about my friend? Say, I'm really turned on to her, and I didn't want to insult her by sleeping with you first, but I got to take my chances.
Okay.
That's what you got to do. And then if you'd get the other one, putting them together is still very iffy, even though they're friends.
Tricky.
But once you slept with one and once you slept with the other, if you lose them, at least you have that. You did them both.
That's it. Whereas if you try to go for both at the same time, the same evening, you haven't done it, you're risking.
Very difficult.
Difficult, huh?
Like I said, you don't know what you know, it depends.
Are they bisexual or not? I mean,
Did they have a fight?
Yeah.
Were they jealous of something else? Are they on their period that day? You know, and
oh yeah, forget about those things.
you can see how good friends they are. You can find out. This is very important, by the way, because they say they're good friends. If they have their periods at the same time, they're good friends.
Oh yeah.
If they don't, they're not. And they don't have to care what they say. That's another animal reaction.
Good stuff. That's good.
So if you're doing them both when they have their period, you ain't doing nobody. Or you're doing them both when they're on their period. And it's wild.
Okay, thanks for that.
Which is the questions Clifford wanted to ask?
Oh yeah, there was one, the biker girl present.
The bike? Yeah, well that was, you see, this incident is, I say, the single strongest incident to me realizing who cares what they say. I was a nice kid, sensitive, not wanting to hurt anybody. And I had gotten friends with a couple of bikers, and we used to go across the border into Plattsburgh, New York State, to this bar to drink, because you could drink a year earlier in New York than you could in Quebec. It was Brody's. And the guys in the bars there we used to call them Joe Cool College. They would wear white socks and penny loafers with the real pennies in them. The kids from Plattsburgh, New York's University, whatever, you know. And here would be the Quebec guys coming in there with the bikes. And those were the days the girls would dance at Brody's. Go-go dancer would be in like two-piece bathing suits, not even bikinis. Two-piece bathing suits. And one of the French bikers grabbed the girl's top and ripped off the top. So everybody piled outside, and there was a rumble. And a lot of the French bikers thought I was English from the States. My friends told them I wasn't. It was a big rumble fight, and then we dissipated. And the French bikers today, they're half of them were the Satan's Choice, and the other half were Hell's Angels, and they were the Rock Machine. You know, these are guys that were tough guys here. And as we were taking off in the old days, Harleys were noisy and always fell apart. And we're driving down the road, and I had this station wagon, because at the time I was driving between Montreal and New York, and I had this big old Ford LTD wagon. It was when the station wagon was as big as a Suburban, you know, the old rear-wheel drive ones. And this guy was at the side of the road, and we stopped to help him out, because one of the guys got hurt really badly, and the state police made a couple of roadblocks. And they were looking for these bikers, and they all took off down the back roads, you know, rural area like that. It's easy to get lost. There's so many roads across the border. So his bike broke down, and he was with him and one other guy. We're on the bike together, and we piled the bike into the back of my station wagon, and we drove through. We're coming through the border crossing, and the Americans had made a stop, which they usually don't do. American customs don't stop when you're going into Canada. It's a Canadian customs. Vice versa, when you're coming into the States, the Canadians don't care you're leaving the country. But this had made a stop. They wanted to check cars, they were looking for these bikers, because I don't think one guy got killed, or his head got cracked open with the chains. They were winging chains around. The guy was really in bad shape. So we're going through, and the guy saw that my station wagon was really low. And I used to have those special air pump shocks. You could lift up the car from inside in the thing. And he saw the glimmer of the guy's mirror, because the bike was on the side down, and we covered it with a blanket, and they were lying underneath it in the back of the wagon. And he said, go, and then he saw the mirror, he says, stop. So the guy started right away, you know, like, you have to understand, who are the Americans here? You?
No, I'm Canadian.
You're Canadian? Well, Americans at the customs guards, and they have guns. Americans are gun crazy. Canadians don't got no guns. So when you see the guy go down on a knee with his gun like this in your rearview mirror, you know.
Stop the car.
No, I didn't fucking stop the car. I hit the fucking gas pedal, and I took off, and they're firing at us. I had bullet holes all over the back of the car. I brought the guy back to the clubhouse, and they used to call me Dave. Not Dave, Dave with an F. So they made me an honorary member of their club, because I saved the guy's life, because I think that was the guy they were looking for. And they came to my place. I used to pal around a little bit. And about a week and a half later, I'm at home, and the guy that I brought his bike across comes to my door, knocks on the door, says, I have a present for you. Beautiful, big-titted blonde, beautiful. Grabs her, turns her around, rips her pants down to her, show her ass cheek, and right here is my name, Dave.
Dave.
Tattooed on her ass.
D-A-F-E?
D-A-F. Dave. So he says, she's yours. Like 20 years old, 21 years old. I've picked up prods. I'm getting laid regular. But he brought me a girl. I mean, and I'm thinking like you guys, I hope she likes me. It's in the apartment. She didn't speak any English at all. My French then was really bad. We're walking around each other for 2 days. Comes back a couple of days later. He says, so, how is she? I tell him, I don't think she likes me. He goes, what? Calls her over and he says, what's going on? He's talking to her real fast. I couldn't catch what he was saying. Apparently he was saying, why didn't you fuck him? I brought you here to take care of him. He says, well, he didn't do anything. He grabs her by the fucking hair, smacks her in the face. Just give him a blow. She jumps down on her knees, opens my zipper, starts sucking my dick. She's sucking my dick. He's standing there and says, take her into bed. Don't worry. Do what you want. And I'm like, I was pissed off he hit her, and he tells me, no, she likes that. She started to fucking get wet when he hit her. Then these guys, I was a big joke when I'd go to the clubhouse. They'd start laughing at me. 2 days? What did you do? What did she do there 2 days? I said, I made her lunch and I fed. I was the big joke. They brought me abroad just for fucking, all mine. Anything I would say to her, she would have to do. She was a biker chick. I owned her. It was slavery. I owned her. She was mine. She wouldn't think of running or leaving or going back. And I was being Mr. Nice Guy, and she didn't like that. I could never bring myself to smacking her or hitting her, because I don't like that kind of stuff. But when I would tell her, hey, get over here, I'd be rough with her, and she was there. The rougher I was, the more she liked it. Here I am thinking that, what is she thinking about me? Then these guys taught me, don't care what she thinks about you, just what you think about her, don't worry.
Do what you want.
And she was a biker chick. And I'll never forget, I don't want to offend these guys. They were always very good to me in a lot of different ways. And one of the guys had a new chick. She was so cute. So I'm looking at her, and he's opening her top, and we're sitting in the sofa at the club. He's opening up her top, and he's fingering her. And I'm looking at her. He looks at me looking at her, and I turn away. I don't want to insult him. He goes, you want her? Like that, I go, yeah. So take her. When you're a biker brother,
you share.
That's when you know what friends are.
Yeah, it's true.
You share.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what I think made me realize. And they like it. They loved it. They weren't abused. They could have left any time. They told her she's going to have an honor later on, an honor, because they thought the world of me because I saved the guy's life, getting my name tattooed on her ass. There's a fucking old woman walking around today with Dave on her ass. Maybe she's dead, I don't fucking know. She's got Dave on her ass. It's all perception. My friends would say to me, I have a group of friends used to say, those are those years when you were French. Because they would have never seen me. When I hung out at the bikers club, it was too much fun. Whatever you wanted. booze, dope, broads. It was just there. It was like one of the luckiest things I ever lucked out in my life. In those days, it cost me like $150 to have the back of my car fixed. It was the best $150 I ever spent in my life. And I learned. And there was groupies. There was a compound. You couldn't get into the club so easy. There was groupies waiting outside the fence. When the guys would ride out on they called it a tour, you know, they'd go around in the area. It's not like it is today. Today, everybody's afraid to show their colors, you know. When a guy would ride around on a tour and stuff like that, the broads would be waiting there for him. They would just, take me, take me, take me. Loved bikers. They want to be a biker chick. The worst fucking thing. If I had a daughter, I think I'd rather her dead than that. Every guy in the club is fucking her, abusing her. Half the guys don't know what soap and water were invented for. Okay? Gross. We used to flip to see who'd fuck the one first, because I hated going wet in the deck when these guys were like pigs. If I didn't fuck her first, I sometimes said, forget, I'm not fucking her till she takes a shower. You could smell a broad after she was there for a fucking night. Smelled like everybody came and pissed on her. Because she'd be in the kitchen making you toast and bacon for breakfast in the morning. Yeah, that cum smell and bacon. But it's a tough, like I say, it's a tough thing. You end up with situations like that. It's hard to go into a club and pick up a girl. They always had trouble. They would be rough. They'd pick them up too. And you'd be surprised how many women would want to be with them. Shocking. You'd figure, no, guy's dirty, smelly. You weren't a biker if you didn't smoke cigarettes or cigars. I mean, in those days, everybody smoked. It wasn't like today. But the stench in the clubhouse, some days I would go down there and I'd just say, not today. I just couldn't handle it. What are the other questions you want? So what stories does he want?
Pretty much, how you got so tough, how you got your inspiration. You've covered them.
But there was I think I became the way I am more, I thought I went too far. You can go too far. It's like you do a lot of...
Scale? Too far on the macho roughness scale?
Too far, well, you know, it's a couple of my friends asked me, says, so you were fucking with other guys fucking the same chick? Yeah, I remember I was behind when we were facing each other like this with her in the middle going, you know, I was fucking her in the ass, the other guy was fucking her pussy, and our balls touched each other. You know, I was never worried about my masculinity. I never thought I was going to be a faggot. I didn't want to touch his balls. If I touched him by mistake, fine. But a lot of guys, oh, my friend, oh, you did. Yeah, it got to the point where it took a lot to turn me on. I met a girl and, I don't know, I got 2 other broads waiting for me at my apartment, naked. You get, you know, when you have the stable like I had, you can't fuck worse than you have already. So if you're fucking a lot of good-looking women, or you got a lot of good-looking women, you only can go after good-looking women. You can't go after. And so many women came after me that I would never believe. I went through my first divorce, and I used to go to the bank, and I would make friends with one of the girls there because she'd pass me faster. So I chatted her up a bit, you know. I got a good gift. You'd see me in action with them. And sometimes I got caught off guard. Because here I am doing my company deposits, you know, bank deposits for myself, and I'm going through the fast commercial section when I should wait in line like everybody else. She's passing me out, and she says to me, "So what are you doing this weekend?" I don't know. She's big, fat broad. So I go, "I don't know. I'm a little tired. I was partying too much, and I just relax, have dinner." "What are you going to do for dinner?" "Oh, I'll take something out of the freezer." She says, "Why don't you come to my house for dinner?" And I go, I told her I'm not doing anything. I'm going to have dinner by myself out of the freezer. Now, get out of that one, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's that.
Ooh.
You never saw it coming.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't know if she was married. She talked about a kid. She had a kid. She talked about a kid. I presumed there was a husband. Okay, so I said, okay, I'll come by for dinner. I'm feeling kind of tired. No, don't worry. I'll give you a massage. I'll relax you. Oh, I knew I'm going to get. And she's like, "Well, you know, okay. Listen. It's not the face you fuck, it's the fuck you face." So I figure, you know, okay, I'll try. And I have to tell you, you get very experienced, you get very talented, you get very good. Okay? So she's coming on to me really, really a lot. So I had to tell you that I had to do some drugs. I smoked a couple of joints. Every time I looked at her, and I got, you know, oh, it's getting bad, you know. And I'm going, help me out here, you know.
What did you do? I mean,
well, you know, when you're a horny pig animal, you can convince yourself.
Well, a porn star was interviewed last week.
So wait. So I figure like this, you know, it's going to be, what am I going to do? So she starts to go down on me, and then she maneuvers herself over me for me to be doing her too. So I figure, okay, you know what? Close my eyes. The fat was covering my face anyway. And I start to go down on her. Oh, well. And I learned this at this day. This was a day I learned. I think about it, I have to spit. She peed in my face. She got so excited that some women, when they're that excited, don't only orgasm, they pee. So she peed into my mouth. Did I get fucking grossed out? Not only am I doing something like mercy fuck, I'm now being peed on, for Christ's sake. I have to go in the shower, and I'm in the shower, I feel like puke in my guts, and I'm taking a shower going, oh, I'm being punished. I know it. And she's going, are you going to come back to bed? And I'm going, this bathroom window's too small to crawl out of. It's like, how do you escape? I'm like a prisoner. Like, this is the worst thing. No matter what I'm doing, I'm like, this is like bad. It's not good bad, it's bad. I'm grossed out, I want to get out of there, and I want to have my mouth and throat. I need alcohol, hard alcohol, like. I don't remember how I got out of there. It was like a tough thing, and I know I insulted her, but I said, look, I kept apologizing. I'm sorry, you turned me on so much, you excited me. I got caught. Not every experience is good. Sometimes you get caught. You can't say no.
How old were you at that point?
33.
So this was after the 5 year experience?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this was after I had gotten married for a while and got divorced. And like I said, we were talking or chatting, you know, how are you today? Can you take my deposit? I don't want to wait in line. It's a really big line. Yeah, sure. How's your son? Fine. How's your wife? Oh, I just got my divorce 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, really? I thought she's had a son. You know, it didn't click. You know, you guys are sometimes naive like that. I was just being really nice to her. You know, I didn't know she wanted me. Oh, she chased me for years. But that happens. There's lots of different experiences I had. Some were really funny. Some were wild. At 21 years old, I went out with that girl that treated my friend so badly. Okay? I had gone out with another friend of mine's sister to a movie, and she was staying with her sister, and we had sort of like reconnected. I hadn't seen her in a few years, and we reconnected, and I ended up taking her out when I got back to the city. And she says to me, I hate to fuck in the car. I had to fuck her only in my car. And then she used to hang out at my apartment, and one day she says, remember, I have to be home by midnight, otherwise my father's gonna freak out. So we wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we had fucked like crazy and we just both fell asleep. 4 o'clock in the morning, she looks at me and says, I'm finished. Get me home. So I throw some clothes on, anything, just to, you know, the stuff you wore last night, you know, you just gotta get in that car, get her home. And I lived in Saint Laurent, she lived in Hampstead. So I get her home, pull in front of her house, her father standing outside the door like this. She gets out of the car, he runs down, he grabs her, says, get in the house. He runs over to me, face to face, and he looks at me like this. What were you doing with my daughter? I said, we were watching TV and we dozed off, but I must have smelled, because yeah, the cum, you know. He goes, you were sleeping with her, eh? Well, yeah, we dozed off. He goes, no, you were having sexual intercourse with her. And I go, yeah. Well, I'm going to tell, yeah. He goes, don't ever bring her home this late again. Ah, fuck, I was ready to get in the beef with him. What? I get back in the car, I'm driving all the way home. I was going, the fuck happened there? I figured he waited till 4 o'clock in the morning standing outside the house. I figured he'd freak out on my ass, you know? We had a party at my apartment once. Invited Clifford to come over. And I had a rule, you can't fuck him in my bed unless you change the sheets. So we were out of sheets because the party was going on for a while. So he wanted to do this girl. I think she was from Ontario. So I told her, take her downstairs and do her in the sauna. So he takes her downstairs in the sauna. I tell all my friends, he's gone down to the sauna. Let's go have some fun. So we go downstairs, he's in the sauna fucking her. We turned on the sauna full. When he got into it, it was cold. He's fucking her. You can see him starting to sweat, and he's fucking her and fucking her. And we're all standing in that little fucking window. 20 guys standing there. And he's going, and you can see him, he's going, and she's getting hot too, okay? You can see, it's like the worst place to fuck is in a sauna, you know? Yeah. Remember that, Cliff?
Something like that.
I lose it, you know, and I'm not like, I'm not a bully, I don't push my weight around on anybody. But you know, that's your alter ego, I guess, comes out when there's certain situations. Yeah, no, I could smoke something funny, you know, and I'd be giggling and laughing and feeling good all night and never get mad. You know, like my wife called me tonight. She just crashed into the garage door with the car. It's an accident. You know, I don't lose it for stuff like that. But get me drunk and something happens. You know, and I don't like myself that way. So I'm the kind of guy I don't like to lose control of myself, because I'm always very controlled. I'm always thinking, what am I going to do next? You know, so I'm not good to get drunk. I always drank and I'd get to my limit and I'd stop. And it's the way my whole, like, I'm an all or nothing person, so when I start to drink I go overboard with it. So
that story, it's a story about how you got to be so tough.
No, it's my persona on being tough. Tough is a mental kind of thing, and it's not tough to go out and be the strongest guy in the group. But tough is to be able to look anybody square on in the face, no matter who they are, and tell them the truth. If I think something about you, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not afraid. And the trouble is, if the next time I meet you, you say it, you'll say that you said about me, I'll say, yeah, because it was the truth. It's easy to remember. See, when I was a kid, I used to remember this guy. He had one of those Route 66 Corvettes. I don't know if you remember those. It was one of the first ones out. I think it was a 65 Corvette. I was like 15 years old, and he used to work on his car, and I thought this guy was the coolest guy, the toughest guy. And I went up to him and I says, you know, we used to hang around with all our friends there, and I really tried to emulate this guy. And I said, what makes you so tough? What about you? How do I become tough like you? And he looked at me and he says, you have to be able to look anybody in the eyes and tell them the truth. It's the hardest thing in the world. That's how you get tough. Because everybody wants to spare your feelings, but one lie is another lie is another lie. You either tell them, I'm not telling you, or you tell them the truth. That's a tough gig, eh?
Absolutely.
Tough to tell a girl, I liked you for a while we were together, and I really not, you know, I never, like I said, I told 2 women I loved them. I tell my kids I love them. There's some friends, male friends, I love them as friends. I mean, they're good friends of mine. Clifford's like a kid brother. I love him like a brother. But I'm not going to tell some girl that I want to fuck that I love you, because if that gets me fucked, what for? I don't, and I don't care enough about her to lie to her. I'd have to care so much about her to lie to her. Why? It only gets you in trouble. Every time you lie or you try to get out of a lie, it comes back to bite your ass. No matter what you want to say. That's why I don't believe the guys that brag. I did this, I did that, I did this. I was always quiet about what I did. Clifford and some guys come over like, show him the album, show him the album. No. It's just, you know, every once in a while I like to look and say, wonder where she is today. You know? I lived out every fantasy. Every single one that I had, and I got a good imagination. You guys can appreciate that. I wanted to try everything. I figured, you only got one go on this planet. And if you got more, well, okay, I'll take another shot later on. But I'm only sure I'm here once. Try everything. I had to go with, I went with an Inuit, because I wanted to try an Eskimo broad. They give great head, it's true.
It's true.
Okay. And she told me, the girl told me, yeah, when her father would have a guy come into their lodge, yeah, her and her mother would be almost obliged to fuck him. Yeah, and I go, you know, it's an insult. if you don't want to take her daughter? I said, I don't know about your mother. Because they gum on all that, they chew down well, not the fat, they tan the meat, the skins with their teeth. They sort of like do stuff to them, with their saliva and their teeth. Look, there's different cultures, and it's nice to find out about everybody, I mean, yeah, I had to try one. I mean, I only wanted a fucking Eskimo broad because I wanted to say to myself, okay, you're a Canadian, there's a lot of Eskimos here. You gotta try one of our
national heritage.
native people.
Yeah, good point.
Otherwise I would be a racist. I tried everybody. I mean, let's put it this way, I didn't try a Cambodian and the Vietnamese, and I tried a Vietnamese and I quit. Same as Cambodians.
Okay.
Okay, it's enough. I mean, you go bananas. You want to try from here? I could never stop. But yeah, these fantasies I had, I wanted to live them out. It's good. I think it's healthy.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
In your stable days, harem days, did any of these women often at some point say, "Oh, David, I'd love to have you over at my parents for dinner"?
Always.
Okay. And what did you do about that?
I went.
You went. Okay. You accepted.
Because you see, the harem. Don't forget that a harem is a harem to you.
But it's not to them.
You're a boyfriend.
Yeah. Okay. It's funny.
Oh yeah, I went to one. I'll never forget this. Over the Christmas holidays. So I figured I'll stay at a lodge not far from their country place. But there was no lodges in that. They said you have to stay in our house. And all the boyfriends of all the girlfriends were sleeping around the house. Okay? So she came down to where I was. It was like an alcove area. Okay? And her father's office was around the other corner. And she's on top of me. And he walked by us, and I'm like, I'm dying there, okay? We had the blankets on it. She says, oh, he just probably thinks I'm sitting on you. I go, yeah, right, It was too open. I was so uncomfortable. Those were great party days. I worked on the South Shore. I was selling magazine subscriptions when I was a kid. Yeah, those women used to be incredible. I was walking out the back door when a woman's boyfriend was coming in with a tractor trailer in the front. You've never run in the dead of winter holding your shoes, pants, all your clothing, and trying to find the keys to your car with your naked ass and bare feet on the fucking snow as you're running, okay? That's an experience I could have lived without. But you have to realize, you have to go after what you want. You have to watch what you want. Remember, just don't settle for just because she's there. You gotta realize it's also the situation that you're at and what's available, what's capable too. If you can't take her off the street and bring her home, like tonight, like now, it's easier. You figure, where's a girl going at this hour? You understand? Where's she going now? Maybe she doesn't have that much to do tonight. But at 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, if she's going someplace, she's not going to take you home with her. You got to get real too, you know. Maybe she's going to meet somebody. Maybe she's going for dinner. Maybe she's going to break up with her boyfriend. Maybe she's got to do some shopping. Maybe she's got to do some banking. And a club? That's why I mention clubs. They're there to get picked up.
I see.
Yeah. It's like you don't have to walk into a license bureau and ask, anybody here can give me a lift? You know everybody's driving. You know, in a bar, they're going there, what are they going there to drink? I don't think so. Drinking's to loosen them up. So they can blame that if they go home with some guy because he turned them on. I drank too much or he took advantage of me. Well, I can live with that too. Yeah, too many drinks. And yeah, I wouldn't have done this if I wouldn't have had so many drinks. Fine. As long as they don't accuse you of doing something illegal, who cares? They're lying to themselves, who cares? I picked up a girl in North Carolina once because she wanted to teach her boyfriend a lesson. I went to there, the only bars are like in the hotels. And I went into this hotel bar and she was like, had a fight with him. So she came over to me, I was just about to leave because there wasn't many women there, wasn't big action. She says, want to take me to your hotel room? Sure, hop in the car. So I want to teach that bastard a lesson. I go, no problem, I'll help you. She's fucking me to spite him. Oh, I can handle that. That happens a lot too in bars and clubs. Don't make that mistake. It happens a lot. Girls, when they're breaking up with their boyfriends, are very vulnerable. Got another question?
No, I think maybe it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah, real quick question.
Go ahead. Let him ask a few more questions. And so, what time are we supposed to leave here?
Soon.
Okay, let him ask a few more questions.
That's really great.
No.
Do you think that mothers sabotage their sons' success with women by some of the things they do and some of the things they teach their sons?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Of course. Of course. That's what I said at the beginning. We're brought up by our mothers.
I mean, intentionally.
I don't know if it's intentional.
It's not malicious.
I don't know if it's malicious or intentional. It's the way it is. I don't think your mother tried to teach you to be nice to women to fuck you up. I think that they don't realize you're their baby. You're their little boy. Nobody will ever love you as much as your mother. You try to find that from a woman, but I doubt it'll ever be. You're her child. She produced you. Maternal instincts are the strongest in the world. Did they try to fuck you up? I don't think so. I don't care what people say. They might want you to be a certain way because of relationships they had with either your father or other men. You don't know. It's how they've evolved. Definitely that their training on the young men of today is wrong. It's wrong. It's a different world out there. I believe there's a lot of men that are gay or act gay because of the to hide away from the pressure. It's easier to just be gay than try to go out with some of these women.
Absolutely.
Women are not. Women are cruel. Women are very cruel. Okay, they're very cruel. They can ruin a relationship as well as make it. If you're lucky enough to start your sex relationship with women like I was, you might have the best time of your life. And if you're like my friend Warren, he always felt inadequate. It's a terrible feeling. I can't relate to that. I was treated by a woman who was a very sexual person, and she taught me. She taught me where to touch her, how to please her. She manipulated me. In retrospect, I don't think I'd even, if she was alive today, I wouldn't do what those guys do with the priests and say I was molested. I don't believe I was molested.
No. You know,
I don't feel I was abused. Maybe my parents would say, look what you did to my poor son. But thank God nobody put her in jail. What I want, when I was 13 years old, I reached puberty like at about 12 something, you know, and at 13 years old, I thought it was hard like that all the time. It was never soft. Because of her, I could most of my life I could do 4 or 5 orgasms a night. I was always turned on by them. Yeah, it's, you know, I was always, I like Clifford, I used to say, he'd say, I didn't like her, she wasn't good looking enough for me, or she didn't, I go, you gotta fuck all of them. You gotta fuck the ugly one too, because it's not only the, you know, and I'll tell you, the best looking ones are not the best in bed. I had this one broad, she was my #1, the best ever. She'd sit on top of me, and with her cunt, she'd squeeze my dick like, fuck, like, incredible. Every time she did that, I'd blow it. And I was good. I mean, hell, I could control myself really well, and that's all it is to who can orgasm first, or they want to see how good you are. Just have to learn how to control it. And the more you do it, the more you can control it. That's all experience. But yeah, but this one, she had some, you remember, I think I told you, holy shit. Her, I would have chased after all my life. It was like, she would just like, anytime. What she could do with that twat of hers was incredible. She used to say, I practice my muscle control a lot. I said, you should give seminars to women, that's for sure, goddammit. That was incredible what she did. She was good looking. But some of the girls, I had this one girl, her name was Elise. She was a little chunky, a little lumpy, but she could suck the chrome off a bumper. And that's what you want sometimes. It's not always the good-looking broads. You know, you want the good look. What do you want her for?
Trophy-wise when you walk.
You know, you have to realize what.
They're good trophy-wise when you walk into a place.
Yeah, it was great. I used to go out. You know, if I'd walk in with her, all you guys would be having fantasies and what I'm doing with her. You know, all fine and dandy.
Natural fact.
Sometimes the good-looking ones that think they're good-looking and they're lazy.
They don't want to muss up their hair.
No, exactly.
Muss up their mascara.
Oh, I don't swallow. That's one lie I would always tell. Oh, I promise I won't come in your mouth. That would be after that, I lied. See, that kind of lying, it's not like something I'm going to forget. It's not what I'm going to have to remember. I'll tell her very shortly that I lied. Well, I don't give a shit. I had one, she was going down on me and I held her head down. She puked all over me. I was lying in puke. Okay? You start coming, I'm stinky, puke all over me. It happens. And one I was fucking, she was so young, she had braces. I didn't want to ask her age. And the hairs on my dick got caught in her braces. Oh, ooh, ow, ow. I thought I was having a weird, different kind of orgasm, this pain orgasm. It's all kinds, not saying they were good or bad, it was an experience. Who knew, you know, fuck. Well, I never thought about the braces getting stuff like, you know.
I have a question about different age groups. Are there different approaches or techniques that you do?
Yes. Remember one thing. This is very important. You should always notice. A man is at his sexual prime probably between 17 and 25. That's it. A woman's sexual prime is probably between 28 and 35. So, women 30, 31, 32 are at their sexual, dead center of their sexual prime. It's easier to approach a 31 or 32-year-old woman and turn her on than a 20-year-old. 20 years old, it's more adventure and wanting to get the guy to like her.
So she's relying on her looks a lot.
32-year-old, yeah, looks and stuff. 32-year-old woman, she'll start getting wet thinking about what you're going to do with her. And then, when they get, another thing too, and a woman, there's a big change in women when they go through change of life. They could start that change of life anywhere from 38 to 60, anywhere in between. Closer, usually it's in the mid-40s. But what happens is, some women who, like I said, never had orgasms or very non-sexual women, when they go through the change of life, that's what happens. They change completely. They could get very sexual, very horny. And the ones who were very sexual and very horny can lose it all. A lot of women in their late 40s, early 50s, they cruise the bars for young guys like you.
Cougars.
Yeah, cougars, but it's a hormonal thing. And believe it or not, they might be a little older and their tits will be a little saggy, but you might get the ride you never believed. Just because they're a little older don't mean they don't know where to go.
And they make videos.
Yeah. Like we were talking, I don't know if all you guys didn't hear, but there's a friend of ours. He would only go out with what I would refer to as roadkill. The fat one that I fucked, his would be like in the 400-pound class. He once invited me over and he says to me, I go, "You're not serious." He fixed me up with one of his girlfriends from Ottawa. You remember this? So I says, "Forget it. I'm not going." His girlfriend, who I saw, was like, and she wants to fix me up with her friend. She says, "Come to Ottawa from Montreal." So I said, you know, not going. I don't believe it. So he brought his girlfriend in from Ottawa with her friend one time, comes by my place. And I look at her and I go, tell you the truth, on my scale, and you guys, we haven't discussed this, but my scale is, I think, for me it's perfect. I'd say she's a solid 8. I don't think I've fucked a 10 in my life. And I went with a lot of good-looking women. I've always got to believe there's got to be somebody spectacular out there. So she was a solid 8. An 8 is pretty good. So I start talking to her. When I met my wife, she was still in my stable. I used to go to Ottawa all the time. She was boom. And she used to love to fuck and suck in her hot tub. She almost died there once. I wouldn't let her head up.
All right, I think it's time to wrap it up.
Any other questions before we go to